Han Sen went to meet with Isha. He told her about the agreement he had made with Bai Wei. When Isha heard the details, she said, "It is good that you are going with the Extreme King. If you stayed in Narrow Moon, it is unlikely that you would find enough resources to reach King class. Although I am the ruling queen of Narrow Moon, I cannot plunder all of its resources for the sole purpose of making you a king. You will eventually have to blaze your own trail, and going with the Extreme King isn't a bad way to start down that path." After that, Isha looked at Han Sen and said, "I thought you would have chosen to follow Prince 14. I didn't expect you to go for Queen Bai Wei. Did you choose her because of her appearance?" "That is very funny, my queen." Han Sen felt a chill run down his spine, and so he tried to explain. "Prince 14 wants to use me as a tool to get to you. There is no way I would allow that to happen." Isha nodded and said, "Prince 14 did want me, that is right. But Prince 14 has much more powerful backers than Queen Bai Wei. You would earn far more resources by following him. Choosing to follow Bai Wei is a pretty bad decision. Is Bai Tsunlong that much more important?" Han Sen hadn't contemplated this possibility. His mother is of the dragon. Therefore, he has the support of both the dragon and the Extreme King, and he can exploit both of their resources. Queen Bai Wei is just the daughter of a servant in the Extreme King. And that servant is now dead. Compared to most of the Extreme King royals, Bai Wei's base of support is very weak. After pausing, Isha continued to say, "But because of that, her desperation and self-sufficiency may give you other opportunities. There is good and bad. Following her might not be too bad of a decision." Han Sen agreed. He didn't plan on being with the Extreme King forever, though. All he wanted was to gain some more resources. Even if Bai Wei wasn't the best connected of the royalty, she was still a queen. She had a far better opportunity to gain resources than any commoner did, that was for sure. She just needed to earn those resources for herself. Han Sen packed his stuff and left with Bai Wei. During the journey, he spent a lot of his time refining his stores of ghost bone power to strengthen the story of genes. The story of genes kept growing stronger, but it would still be a while before it reached Duke class. Even once he refined all of the ghost bone power, Han Sen wasn't sure it would be enough to make him a duke. When Bai Tsunlong saw Han Sen board a battleship with Bai Wei, the prince stopped paying attention to him. Bai Tsunlong wanted Han Sen because of his affiliation with Isha. He wasn't that interested in Han Sen himself. A duke wasn't worth very much if he didn't have connections with more powerful people. Han Sen had rejected his invitation, too. That had upset Bai Tsunlong, but the prince wouldn't hold it against him. At first, Han Sen thought that Bai Tsunlong had let the matter drop out of respect for Bai Wei, but that wasn't the real reason. In truth, Bai Tsunlong still desired Isha. Since he would have to try other methods to recruit Isha, he didn't plan on bringing Han Sen any harm for now. To Bai Tsunlong, Han Sen had made a hilarious mistake by joining Bai Wei. He figured it would not be long before Han Sen expressed regret in his decision. "You only brought her?" Bai Wei asked in surprise when she saw Han Sen's young daughter. The Extreme King wasn't an easy place for children. Instead of bringing the powerful Han Menger, Han Sen was being accompanied by a small infant. It was enough to make Bai Wei frown. "My daughter and I are very close. Without me, she cannot fall asleep." Han Sen smiled and did not explain much. The Extreme King's main xenogeneic space was known as the King's Kingdom. The system was very big. It was almost as big as the systems of chaos. Bai Wei was a royal, but she did not live in a palace. Bai King wanted his royal family to be independent, so they were given a small planet in the King's Kingdom as their starting point. Bai Wei's planet was called Planet Wind Zone. Once Han Sen reached the planet, he quickly understood why Bai Wei was having such a hard time amongst the Extreme King. Planet Wind Zone's environment was terrible, and there were very few resources available. It seemed as if Bai Wei was getting the shaft on her starter planet. No member of the royal family should have ended up on such a barren planet. After bringing Hansen to the living quarters, Bai Wei turned to address him seriously. Now you see the squalor of my condition. I was going to finish the mission assigned to me by my father and bring back the undying bird nest. If I did that, I'd have been given a planet with many resources. But now I have nothing. So, we have no time to relax. Settle in, but be ready to start working tomorrow. Bai Wei was living in a castle. The castle was in the center of a city, but the city looked very poor. It made Hansen frown. The servants and the knights in the castle were of a low caste. It was obvious that Bai Wei was having a very hard time living there. My queen, do you have any enemies in your race? Hansen could not help but ask. Bai Wei's face did not change. I am a royal, but my mother was a mere servant. There was never a way I could become a proper leader or anything. As long as I don't challenge others for stuff, I won't get bothered. But Princess Ten and her mother are different. Hansen listened attentively, but it didn't seem like Bai Wei wanted to talk about it. She just told Hansen to rest, then she left. But even though she hadn't explained much, Hansen could make some guesses. He had heard stories about infighting in the royal family. But the internal politics of the extreme king didn't matter to Han Senator. He was only concerned with how he could earn resources from the extreme king. Quickly, Hansen realized that the extreme king had resources everywhere. They were far wealthier than Sky Palace, but the resources here had to be fought for. Of course, ordinary people couldn't lay claim to items of such value. But Bai Wei was a royal, so there was a chance for her to claim resources. The next morning, Hansen was called to the meeting hall by Bai Wei. There, they discussed how they might enter the grave of soldiers and kings. The grave of soldiers and kings wasn't really a grave. It was an armory. The weapons there had been used by an assortment of different kings. Of course, the grave not only held the deified weapons that the kings had used at the end of their lives, it also included the weaker weapons that they had used in their youth. The royal children were able to enter the grave of soldiers and kings, and if they were lucky, they could earn the approval of some of the weapons. They could then take the weapons out of the grave and use the weapons as their own. But to enter that place, the royal children had to endure a test. Bai Wei had repeatedly failed the test, and so, she had never been able to gain access to the grave of soldiers and kings. Out of all the royal children, it was rare for someone like Bai Wei, especially at her age, to not have visited the grave of soldiers and kings. This wasn't a negative commentary on Bai Wei's skill, however. If she went to the grave of soldiers and kings alone, she would have to be at least king class to pass the test. The test in the grave of soldiers and kings allowed the help of royal guards. Bai King had created a few of the tests to focus on the personal power of the royal children, but most of the tests focused on the collective power of the team. To become an emperor, a person could not rely solely on their own power. Emperors needed the skill and authority to control others effectively. The strongest ally that Bai Wei had was her butler. There were some other marquises and earl servants and knights in her employ, but Hansen was her only official royal guard. Bai Wei was having a bad time because Planet Wind Zone did not have enough resources to support the development of high-level knights. No one remotely powerful would follow a lowly royal like her. On top of all that, Bai Wei wasn't held in high esteem by the common people. Because of that, the people who were willing to follow her weren't particularly outstanding. The grave of soldiers and kings allowed a royal to bring 10 royal guards with them, but the guards had to be ranked duke or lower. Hansen's plan to bring the blood Kirin was shot down immediately. So, that means the only people that are useful here are you, me, and the butler. Hansen frowned. Bai Wei shook her head. Just you and me, actually. Not the butler. The butler isn't a royal guard, so he isn't qualified to enter the grave of soldiers and kings. Hansen gave her a wry smile. You are using me as a stand-in for all 10 royal guards? I should take the combined cut you'd give all 10, then. If we can get into the grave of soldiers and kings, I will go half and half on the spoils with you, Bai Wei said. The grave of soldiers and kings contains the weaponry of kings. Only one of the royals can take the stuff. How are we supposed to split what we find? Han Sen asked. Bai Wei laughed. Of course you cannot take a king's weapon, but the grave contains more than just royal weapons. Otherwise, the princes and princesses would have taken it all away already. Many weapons have been left there simply to honor the dead. They are rare treasures, and royal guards are each allowed to take one of them. That way, you and I will both be able to take something. Upon hearing that he could gain something from this venture, Han Sen felt much better. Bai Wei went on to say, plus, the grave of soldiers and kings has more to offer than simply weapons. Passing through the grave of soldiers and kings will qualify me to study in the king's garden. That is the true benefit I seek. Royal guards can follow me there to study, so that should be something that interests you, as well. Although Han Sen had only just come to the extreme king, he had heard about the king's garden before. There was a deified king tree there, and it was native to the king's kingdom. In the daytime, the king tree released king air. Absorbing the king air could strengthen your body and genes. It was very helpful for nobles who wanted to level up. But the king tree only released a limited amount of king air. Even royals were required to pass certain tests before they could enter the king's garden and obtain some of the king air. Access to the grave of soldiers and kings was one of the requirements for entry. There were many other conditions, but Bai Wei had already met them. Passing through the grave of soldiers and kings was the only challenge that Bai Wei had been unsuccessful in completing. Han Sen didn't know what the test inside the grave would be like. He couldn't promise Bai Wei that he could lead her through it successfully, so he planned on just having a look first. However, both Bai Wei and Han Sen were dupe class. She was confident in being able to enter the grave of soldiers and kings. Han Sen left Bauer, the Blood Kirin, and the little red bird behind on planet Wind area. Then, Han Sen and Bai Wei journeyed to the grave. The grave of soldiers and kings was a planet. Han Sen and Bai Wei reached a space station in orbit above the planet, and Bai Wei completed the documentation while Han Sen waited in the lobby. This poor queen. She has to do everything by herself. Han Sen sighed. He closed his eyes and tried to get a little rest. But he suddenly felt someone approach. Many people were coming and going from the lobby, but that person's presence caught Han Sen's attention. He opened his eyes. It was a 20-year-old man with an ordinary extreme king face. His eyes were very stable. His whole body was like a knife that could be pulled out of a scabbard. The man walked straight up to Han Senator. He stopped in front of Han Sen, his gaze direct. You are Han Sen? I am. What is your name? Han Sen asked warily. He had only just come to the extreme king, but already someone was looking for him. Bai Wu Chang, the young man answered seriously. Hearing that name, Han Sen was surprised. He thought, this name is a bomb. I wonder what genius decided to give his son such an awesome name. Are they not afraid their son might die? Bai Wu Chang ignored Han Sen's hesitation. Are you the Han Sen that is affiliated with Lone Bamboo? The one with the title of Knife and Sword Master? I am that Han Sen, but that title is just a name people use to make fun of me. You cannot take it seriously, Han Sen said. Bai Wu Chang nodded. That's fine, as long as you are the one. I wanted to fight Lone Bamboo, but I've never gotten the chance. Since you are here, I will fight you first. Bai Wu Chang pulled a card out of his pocket and gave it to Han Sr. Take this card. I will wait for you inside tomorrow night. After that, Bai Wu Chang didn't wait for Han Sen to give a response. He simply left. What is this? I did not even give him an answer. Han Sen wanted to call after Bai Wu Chang, but as he stepped forward, he realized that the man was already gone. He had walked out of the lobby and left the space station. Who was that guy? Hansen looked at the card in his hand, assuming that it was a calling card. It was a black card with white text that simply read, By Wu Chang. There was nothing else. It said nothing about Bai Wu Chang's position amongst the extreme king. Hansen looked at the card in his hands. Bai Wei walked toward him, having finished her paperwork, but her eyes widened when she saw the card. Where did you get that? There was this guy called Bai Wu Chang. He approached and gave me this card, and then he left, Hansen said while holding the card. Bai Wei looked glum. She quickly asked, Is he going to challenge you? I think so, Hansen said with a nod. This is bad. How did he learn that you are here? And on top of that, he has the audacity to come and challenge you. He must be part of someone else's plan, Bai Wei said while nibbling her lips. Who is this Bai Wu Chang? Is he famous? Hansen asked, casually. Bai Wei sighed and said, He is my brother, and he is a prince. And he is the son of the empress. But unlike most princes, he has little in the way of authority. He only wants to level up. Even father says he is one of our most talented princes. It is hard to predict how he will grow in the coming years. Bai Wu Chang has a strange personality, so father never planned on letting him succeed to the throne. He still loves him dearly, of course. Bai Wu Chang is the only one who has never recruited guards for fighting, but father still provides him resources in order to level up, Bai Wei said. He takes care of him that much? Won't the other sons and daughter get jealous? Hansen asked with shock. They are more than just jealous, but none of them can do anything about it. Father is indeed biased toward Bai Wu Chang, and he is the son of the empress. The crown prince is his big brother from the same parents. Even though he was just a student of a national teacher, others have to think very carefully before risking a fight with him, Bai Wei said. Who is the national teacher? Hansen did not know much about the internal workings of extreme king society. His name is Gu Yuan. When Bai Wei said the name, she lowered her voice. It looked as if talking about him made her uncomfortable. You'll hear more about him later. Anyway, just don't accept Bai Wu Chang's challenge, no matter what you do, Bai Wei said. I didn't plan on fighting him, anyway. Hansen shrugged and laughed. There was no way he was going to accept a challenge that had been presented to him in that fashion. It would just be a waste of time. Bai Wei sighed and said, That's good. I've finished all the paperwork, so let's go. As they left the space station and headed down towards the grave of soldiers and kings, a woman sat in the control room, watching Hansen and Bai Wei through a camera feed. The woman was extremely pretty. Just seeing her sitting there was enough to bring people a feeling of happiness. She might not have been as beautiful as women like Fox Queen, but she looked so cold and so smart. It was impressive. It was like everything in the world was reflected in her lake-like eyes. The space station's captain stood next to the woman. He leaned over her and said in a flirty voice, Miss Mirror, you can tell me anything. I will do whatever it is you wish. I just want to stay here quietly. Can I, Captain? The woman answered with a smile. Of course, of course. What are you guys waiting for? Get out. Hurry, hurry. Move faster. The captain quickly kicked out every worker that was present in the control room. Miss Mirror, is there anything else? After the captain kicked out all the workers, he stood in front of the woman, smiling obsequiously. The woman only looked at the captain's smile. She did not say anything. The captain's face fell slightly as he registered what she meant by this. He walked back towards the door, smiled, and bowed. Please rest, Miss Mirror. I will stop disturbing you. After he went out the door, the captain carefully shut it behind him without making the slightest sound. He did not want to disturb the woman. The woman was the only one left in the control room. She sat there elegantly, but she was too focused to look casual. She was the prime example of what it was to look like a woman. Bai Wei, why are you doing this? The woman looked at Bai Wei, who was headed to the grave of soldiers and kings. She sighed and shook her head. Not long after, the woman turned her attention to Han Sen, who was traveling alongside Bai Wei. After a while, she spoke to herself. Narrow Moon's Knife Queen finally took a student. He practiced in Sky Palace for a few years. He returned to Narrow Moon when he became a Marquis, and then he became a backup knight for the Ice Blue Knights in the Systems of Chaos. He received a deified feather from Kong Fei. His circumstances have been favorable, but he has poor potential. The crystallizers are a lowly race that rely on the powers of others. Their own powers are weak, and their genes are no good. It is difficult for them to become deified. It may feel nice for Bai Wei to have someone with her, but using him as a royal guard will be way too much effort for the lackluster returns. Han Sen followed Bai Wei to the grave of soldiers and kings. The entire planet was a graveyard, and headstones sprouted from the ground everywhere they looked. But what was buried in the earth were not creatures or beings, they were xenogeneic weapons. Han Sen wasn't really interested in those xenogeneic weapons. He already had a deified thunder god spike and his ghost teeth knife. He really wasn't interested in ordinary treasure weapons. He would much rather find a deified class beast soul. Xenogeneic weaponry like the deified class thunder god spike wasn't very useful for Han Senator. Instead of attacking, it could only leave a paralytic effect on a king or a half-deified being, and that was about it. And if the thunder god spike wasn't wielded by a king-class elite, its effects would be dramatically weakened. Han Sen and the others landed on the plaza of the grave of soldiers and kings. 9 bronze grave beasts lined each side of the plaza. The moment Han Sen stepped onto the plaza, the 18 bronze beasts came alive. They didn't look as if they were going to attack Han Sen and Bai Wei, though. They opened their mouths, then each of the beasts spat a weapon out onto the plaza. The 18 weapons were each different, and they all sat in front of their respective grave beast. Bai Wei was in battle mode already, and she said to Han Sen, "Each of these weapons will attack us once. We have to use our power to repel each strike. If we do that, we will be qualified to enter the grave of soldiers and kings to collect a weapon. We aren't allowed to use any xenogeneic treasures. If we do, it is counted as a failure." As Bai Wei spoke, a lance gathered up a frightening amount of power. A black flame wreathed the weapon, as if a fiery demon was holding the lance. It came thrusting at Han Sen and Bai Wei. "I will block the first 9 attacks, while you block the last 9 attacks," Bai Wei said, preparing to intercept the lance's attack. But Han Sen stepped forward in front of Bai Wei, smiled, and said, "Let me go first. When I cannot hold on anymore, you can take over with your attack." As the lance flew toward them like a demonic dragon, Han Sen summoned Jade Skin. He threw his fist against the tip of the lance. The woman in the control room frowned as she saw Han Sen send a punch toward the lance. The 18-weapon test isn't solely for testing the power of the royal children. It also teaches them that different powers require unique responses. That is the only way to pass the test. Han Sen is just fighting fire with fire. Even if he manages to destroy the lance's attack, his own power will be damaged, too. When he tries to withstand the attacks of the other weapons, the strain will become harder and harder for him. He is strong, but he lacks a brain. A reckless man like this, well, I have no idea how he managed to earn the same title as Lone Bamboo. As the woman's attention flicked back to the screen, Han Sen's fist had already collided with the demonic dragon lance's tip. The fist and the spike came against each other. Boom! Under the force of that punch, the demonic dragon's body was crushed. It became dust, scattering everywhere. The 18 weapon strikes get stronger the closer to the end you are. The first hit is about the level of an ordinary duke level, striking with full strength. I suppose that an ordinary duke could break the lance with brute force. His fitness isn't too bad, then. The woman in the control room thought that she was being pretty generous when she defined Han Sen as not bad. That level of fitness was common for the people of the Extreme King. Even Bai Wei, who had just become a duke, could probably do the same thing with her extreme king punch. Han Sen's attack wasn't a very unusual thing for the woman to see. That woman liked smart and brave men. She didn't like reckless men who fought with nothing more than muscle power. The woman believed that power could be increased in a number of different ways. If the intelligence and emotions of a person were weak, however, it would be hard for them to ever become strong. Han Sen's punch broke a lance, and immediately after, another weapon was flying toward him. The attacks didn't even give him a second to breathe. His assailant was a knife this time, and when the knife came soaring towards Han Sen, it took the image of a tiger that was ready to devour the world. It roared as it came for Han Sen. Pang! Han Sen threw a punch, breaking the knife's tiger strike. That strong collision of powers didn't even leave a wound on Han Sen's mighty fist. It still glistened like white jade. The 18 weapons attacked Han Sen, one after another. Each weapon had its own special power. The lance had been precise, while the knife was strong. Next came a sword that could cause intense pain. Every strike from each weapon was performed in a very skilled and efficient manner. Normally, the princes and princesses could choose to fight on their own or let their guards fight on their behalf. Depending on the element of the incoming weapon, they could select the best fighter to deal with each individual threat. But Han Sen didn't care about efficiency. It didn't matter if it was a sword or a lance or a stick coming for him, he demolished each one with a swing of his fist. By this point, 8 weapons had been wrecked by his hands. And the whole time, Han Sen's feet remained firmly planted in the same place he had started. His fitness isn't bad. If he plans to use his body's power to endure all 18 hits, though, that will be a very naive thing to attempt. Even if Lone Bamboo was here, he wouldn't be able to perform such a feat. The woman looked shocked. There were many who could break 8 weapons, but Han Sen was acting as if nothing remotely remarkable had occurred. Not just any duke could remain so calm under such circumstances. The 8 punches so far could easily earn Han Sen recognition as one of the top dukes. It was frightening to think that a duke who hadn't awakened their astral body could reach this level. Bai Wei stood behind Han Sen, and she looked a little bit confused. She understood that the 18 weapons would become a lot stronger towards the end. She wasn't confident she could complete the second set of 9 attacks. She had wanted Han Sen to do the last 9, while she did the first 9. But Han Sen had started fighting immediately. She was worried that Han Sen wouldn't have enough strength to reach the end. After all, Han Sen was just an original body duke. He wasn't like an astral body duke that could utilize the powers of a planet. He wasn't like a celestial body duke either, who could use the power of the universe to heal themselves. Han Sen evidently planned to absorb all 18 hits. Bai Wei didn't think she could do something like that. If she had what it took, she wouldn't have asked Han Sen for help. Clearly, Bai Wei's worries were unfounded. The 18 weapons kept on attacking, but Han Sen was still as stable as a mountain. 1 hit, 1 weapon. He broke each and every attack. Regardless of the power or craftiness of the weapon's attacks, they could not escape Han Sen's powerful punches. A dozen weapons had been destroyed by Han Sen, and he was still behaving as if nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Bai Wei was staring at him in surprise, while the woman in the control room looked very strange. Boom! Han Sen punched the final weapon, and the woman in the control room looked stunned. No wonder he is considered to be on the same level as Lone Bamboo. He really does just depend on the power of the body. He is quite the character. But people like that can easily find themselves suppressed by higher-level enemies. After all, he is quite reckless. The woman then thought of something. She laughed and resumed talking to herself. This is good. Someone with such simple power will be easy to control. He won't be able to cause much trouble. He'll be a decent royal guard after all. Bai Wei made a fine choice. After that, the woman stood up and walked out of the control room. Now that Bai Wei and Han Sen had entered the grave of soldiers and kings, the camera would not be able to record them. There was no point in her hanging around. When the space station's captain saw the woman leaving, he wiped the cold sweat from his brow. That was too scary. It is fortunate that Miss Mirror didn't get angry. Being by King's little sister, the woman was very famous. The last king had made her marry a deified elite of the extreme king, but the man died in battle shortly after. She never sought to remarry, ever since. Among the extreme king, Miss Mirror was only spoken of in hushed tones. People didn't fear her personal power, they feared her because she was in charge of King Bai's secret organization, called Spring Rain. She was King Bai's most trusted confidant. Miss Mirror named her organization Spring Rain, but no one was ever really sure why. Hansen broke the 18 weapons, and the grave beasts returned to looking like dead objects again. He and Bai Wei could now cross the plaza and enter the grave. Bai Wei looked at Hansen strangely. He was just a duke, and yet he had managed to beat all 18 weapon strikes by himself. Not many people in the Extreme King could do something like that, but Hansen appeared to have done it rather easily. He was a far more powerful person than she initially believed him to be. How are we going to take the weapons? Hansen asked, while looking at the graves and gravestones. Although he didn't really care about the xenogeneic treasure, he wasn't going to miss out on any freebies. Bai Wei looked back, then glanced at the graves around them. She said, the graves with a crown symbol carved into them are the graves belonging to one of the royal family. You cannot take the weapons buried in those. The weapons of any other grave can be taken, however. Just push the grave open and take the weapon inside. Is it really that easy? Hansen asked, unconvinced. Bai Wei shook her head. It's not that simple, you're right. We don't know who is buried in which grave. Because of that, we don't know which graves contain good weapons. Once you have pushed the grave open, it doesn't matter if the weapon inside is good or bad, you still have to take it. No swapping either. You only have one chance. It is a shame I don't have someone like Mr. White. He could definitely calculate which grave has a deified weapon. In that case, I could base my choice on something more than dumb luck. After pausing, Bai Wei resumed speaking. Luckily, we have come here mainly to gain access to the king's garden. I would be thrilled to get a high-class treasure, but it is fine if that is not what I receive. Since we are here, I am going to get one no matter what. Hansen laughed as he looked across the graves. Hansen wasn't a fan of luck. His Xian Men wasn't perfect, and nowhere near Mr. White's level, so he used his Dongxian aura and purple-eyed butterfly to examine the graves. Each grave had a special kind of spellwork laid across it. The veil of energy made it impossible to see what sort of treasure might lie within. But through the viewpoint of the purple-eyed butterfly, Hansen could see a replay of how the grave was constructed. That allowed him to see what was inside. Bai Wei didn't have any powers like that, so she didn't want to waste time contemplating the fickleness of luck. She walked over to the closest crown grave, clearly intending to push it open. Hang on. Hansen stopped Bai Wei from opening the grave. The grave that Bai Wei was standing over held a decent weapon, but its level was still pretty low. It would be useless for their purposes. What? Bai Wei looked at Hansen with some confusion. That gravestone isn't suitable for you. We should look around some more. Hansen smiled. Now that his ability to get resources was somewhat dependent on Bai Wei's strength, Hansen had to spare some concern for her development. The stronger Bai Wei became, the more resources he himself could enjoy. Hansen wanted to help her as much as possible, because at the end of the day, he'd be helping himself. If she grew stronger, he would also benefit. Bai Wei looked at Hansen for a while. Then she said, which gravestone suits me, then? Let's look around for a bit, Hansen said, walking forward. The grave of soldiers and kings was a very large planet. There were many xenogeneic treasures buried there, but most of them were useless. Although the ones with a crown symbol were usually better, their power was still dependent on their level, and these weapons were low level. Han Sen's target was a deified weapon. If they couldn't find one of those, he would settle for a lesser weapon, like a king-class weapon. Bai Wei walked behind Han. Senator Han Sen looked at all the graves, but she didn't know what he was seeing. If Han Sen could determine something about the contents of the graves, she had no idea how. "What kind of weapon do you want?" Han Sen asked as he looked around. "Can I pick?" Bai Wei looked at Han Sen strangely. "Make a wish. What if it comes true? You should always have a dream." Han Sen smiled. Bai Wei looked at Han Sen for a while and said, "If possible, I would like a sword." Bai Wei figured that Han Sen would only ask her that question if he had some secret way of determining which weapon was inside each grave. That sounded rather unbelievable to her, though. Royals always had trouble obtaining the weapons that they wanted in the grave of soldiers and kings, because of the veil covering every grave. The spellwork prevented weapon seekers from using their powers to see into the graves. Inside the grave, only two powers could be used: luck and intense calculations. Luck was something very important both for commoners and nobles. At least, that's what Bai Wei believed. Even the mathematics necessary to find the weapons was a quantification of luck. So, choosing a weapon was a test of luck, regardless of whether you attempted to calculate their positions like Mr. White would. Although luck couldn't really be forced, selecting a high-class xenogeneic weapon would really impress King Bai. It was very important to his sons and daughters. Han Sen kept looking around. When they reached a peak and walked right up to a small grave, he stopped. The grave was only a meter high, and the tablet was breaking. But Han Sen was able to replay the process of creation with his purple-eye butterfly, which revealed that a powerful deified sword resided within. It had to be a sword that once belonged to a deified king. "This is it." Han Sen pointed at the little grave. "What is in the grave?" Bai Wei didn't move. She looked at Han Sen. "Who knows? Perhaps it will be something that makes your wish come true." Han Sen laughed. After Bai Wei heard him, she stared at the grave for a while. Then, she turned around to leave. "You don't want to open it?" Han Sen asked Bai Wei in shock. "I trust your judgment, but please, find another grave for me." "I would like a king-class weapon, if possible," Bai Wei said seriously. Han Sen nodded. He kept leading Bai Wei. He started to look at Bai Wei differently. Although Bai Wei was the daughter of a king, she wasn't loved and she hadn't been raised with a silver spoon. She wouldn't have many chances to receive a deified item. Now that there was one in front of her, she was willing to give it up. Not many people could do something like that. The grave of soldiers and kings was a test for all the princes and princesses. Although choosing a good weapon didn't actually mean you were better than others, the weapon would still draw attention. If Bai Wei took a deified weapon, many eyes would turn toward her. It was difficult to guess how people would react. Even if they knew that Bai Wei had only gotten the weapon because of luck, they might still resent her for it. Perhaps Bai Wei would become hated. Bai Wei gave up on the prospect of getting a deified weapon, planning to settle for a king-class weapon instead. It would keep others from becoming intensely jealous of her, and at the same time, it'd be enough to give Bai King a decent impression of her. Considering her current situation, this was probably the best choice for her. It seems that Bai Wei is very ambitious, Han Sen thought to himself. If a person was careless, they would simply have taken that deified weapon. Bai Wei's choice proved she was very ambitious, and that actually worried him. Han Sen kept walking until he reached another crown grave. He pointed at it and said, "Try this one. Perhaps you will get something you like." Bai Wei didn't hesitate. She pushed the grave open, and the gravestone cracked, revealing a rectangular box inside. Bai Wei opened the box. A large golden sword lay within. She grinned widely. "This is the sword that a king used to become deified. It is the king-class Gold Phoenix Greatsword. You are really good," Bai Wei said after merely glancing at the sword. She looked straight at Han Sen, taking stock of him. Bai Wei had always looked up to Han Sen, but even so, Han Sen's performances never failed to surprise her. It was just luck. Han Sen laughed. He looked around and said, "It is now my turn to pick a weapon. I can pick a weapon from any gravestone that doesn't have a crown on it, correct?" "Yes, you can. And you don't have to worry about people finding out what weapon you take. The weapons the royal guards select do not have to be registered. No one would pay attention. Plus, aside from the royal relics, it's almost impossible to find deified weapons," Bai Wei said. Han Sen nodded and then kept walking. He kept looking at every grave. Ordinary graves were just boxes of useless treasure. Most of the items were average quality at best. Picking out a good one for himself would be much harder than it had been for Bai Wei. Han Sen walked for 2 hours before coming to a stop before a specific grave. Nothing about the grave seemed special, but after Han Sen took a look, he pushed it open without hesitation. There was a little box inside the grave. The box was small, only around the size of a hand. It looked too small to hold any powerful weapon. Han Sen didn't look surprised, though. He opened the box and took out the ring it possessed. The ring gleamed a beautiful silver, and there was a green jewel-like eye at its top. It looked gorgeous. Han Sen turned the ring over and over in his hands, his face set in intense concentration. He had chosen the ring because he was unable to identify its level. If something could block the vision of the purple-eyed butterfly, then it had to be good. There was every chance that it was also a deified item. Han Sen wasn't as concerned with consequences as Bai Wei had been, so he picked this ring immediately. But as Han Sen played with the ring, he realized he was unable to activate whatever power it possessed. Han Sen tried to trigger it by sending his own power into the ring, but there was no response. It was like an ordinary toy. "Why is there a ring here? What level is it?" Bai Wei, upon seeing the ring, couldn't help but frown. There should only have been weapons in the grave of soldiers and kings. She had never heard of anything else being found. "I don't know. Maybe I can't activate it because the power of my element isn't correctly aligned," Han Sen thought. Then, he put the ring on his finger and said, "I have already chosen this, so there's no time for regret. Come on, let's go." Bai Wei looked at the ring on Han Sen's hand, and she didn't say anything. Together, they left the grave of soldiers and kings and hurried towards the king's garden. Bai Wei didn't really care about the weapon she had chosen. She was in a rush to leave the grave so that she could finally train in the king's garden. The king's garden was at the center of the king's kingdom. Han Sen and Bai Wei journeyed into the heart of the king's kingdom, and suddenly, Han Sen's eyes brightened. A giant xenogeniac emerged from the darkness of space and flew right past them. It was as big as a planet, and it looked like a dinosaur from ancient times, but flames crackled across its body. "That is a flaming demon dragon. It is a deified xenogeniac that patrols the entirety of the king's kingdom," Bai Wei said. The king's kingdom was grander than Han Sen had imagined. There were many strange things there that continually snared his attention. So much so that he found it difficult to look away from the sights. Everywhere he looked, a myriad of creatures swept past them. Suddenly, Han Sen saw something. He could not control his face at the sight, and so his jaw went slack. "What is it?" Bai Wei asked apprehensively. She had seen Han Sen in all sorts of dangerous situations before, but he had never made a face like that. "What is that?" Han Sen asked, pointing out in front of them. Han Sen pointed to an area in the system that had no day or night cycle. There was a giant building that looked like a star, but rather than residing on a planet, the entire building hung in space. It was an ancient tower. It hung ethereally in space, like some kind of strange mirage. It was very old, mysterious, and cold. It felt like it didn't belong to that world, as it didn't match anything around it. The tower was made of black stones, and it had 7 floors. A black bell hung from each corner of the tower, but the bells weren't tolling at all, it was like they were frozen. They hung completely motionless, looking rather dead. It wasn't the tower's strange appearance that shocked Han Sen, he was caught off guard by the fact that the tower looked exactly like Destiny's tower. But this tower had been built from black stones, while Destiny's tower was made entirely of metal. Everything else was the same, though. And when Han Sen saw the word Destiny written on the side of the tower, his stomach clenched. The word wasn't written in the common language of the Geno universe either. It was written in one of the ancient languages of the Alliance. Bai Wei followed Han Sen's finger to the old tower that hung in space. After a pause, she said, "That is our holy tower. Only people who have performed amazing deeds are allowed to study in there." Holy tower? Han Sen looked at Bai Wei with some confusion, hoping she could explain. Bai Wei shook her head. "I don't know much about the holy tower. I only know that it is very mysterious. Anyone who enters it will become much stronger when they come back out. But only those of the Extreme King who have performed amazing feats are allowed entry, and no one who comes back out of the tower talks about what they saw inside. I don't know what is in there." After pausing, Bai Wei said, "I have heard there is a mysterious Geno art in there. It's a powerful art that provides great aid to any who learn it. But the people who go in usually emerge having learned different Geno arts. It's difficult to guess what actually happens in the tower, and these are just rumors. I don't know how true they are. Only those who enter will know what is inside. Is it something that some ancestor of the Extreme King left behind?" Han Sen asked, trying to suppress his shock. "I don't think so. The legends say that the Holy Tower already existed when the King's Kingdom Xenogeneic space was discovered. It is the same with Sky Palace's White Jade Jing. No one really knows why they exist. Is this Destiny Tower connected with my Destiny's Tower? Going by what I've learned of history here, when the Extreme King's Holy Tower appeared, there should not have been any humans yet. Why is there alliance text on the tower, then?" Han Sen couldn't stop thinking about this, but he could not figure it out. Han Sen was dying to enter the tower to take a look, but he wouldn't be allowed to even get close to the tower. It took all of his willpower to keep from staring at that ancient tower. To distract himself, he turned his attention back to the King's Garden. King's Garden wasn't a planet, but a piece of land floating in space. It looked larger and lusher than a planet, though. A giant tree stood in the middle of the island in space, the tree's enormous canopy shading the entire landmass. It was too big to be properly described. The tree's body was black, and its leaves were yellow. It looked very pretty. After they got close to King's Garden, Han Sen felt just how scary that king tree was. Even a random leaf was bigger than an entire football stadium. Weird symbols were etched all across the leaves. As Han Sen got closer, the symbols turned out to be the veins of the leaves. But each vein was unique, and they all possessed a mysterious, shifting power. The king tree is the Extreme King's source of culture. The symbols were adopted into the language of the Extreme King. Now, the official language of the Extreme King is Kingese. We only use the universal language with outsiders, Bai Wei explained. Han Sen nodded, and then he entered King's Garden with Bai Wei. The mountains and rivers were all underneath that king tree. It was hard to describe how glorious it all looked. Once they landed on King's Garden, Han Sen looked around, dumbfounded. There were real dragons living near the mountains and rivers. They all had frightening presences, like godly creatures from ancient times. They are not real dragons. They are the roots of the king tree, Bai Wei said. Han Sen couldn't believe that the dragons soaring across the landscape were actually tree roots. They had the heads of dragons, the horns of dragons, the teeth of dragons, and the scales of dragons. They looked so alive, and they didn't look like plants at all. As Han Sen watched them, a flock of birds landed on the back of one of the dragons. The dragon roared, shaking the creature's beard and exposing its rows of razor-sharp teeth. The dragon's roar was so loud that it shook the air, scattering all the birds. It really was a living, breathing dragon. Bai Wei explained, the king tree grows on a landmass inside the king's kingdom and occasionally, parts of the tree spawn into king root dragons. The king heir is hidden inside the king roots. To absorb the king heir, you have to sit on one of those king dragons. Every king dragon is different, and each one provides access to a different type of king heir. How much king heir you can absorb also depends on how far away from the tree a particular dragon is. Sitting on a dragon close to the tree provides the most king heir. The further away you are, the less you get. I see. Why is there no one else around? Hansen nodded and looked around. He didn't see any of the extreme king absorbing king heir around them. We are at the edge of King's Garden. These are the ends of the king roots, so the king heir isn't strong here. Those of our race usually sit closer to the tree to absorb the most king heir. This is our first time coming here, so let's find a king dragon here. After speaking, Bai Wei went towards a king dragon. They were a few miles away from the nearest king dragon. As they approached, the king dragon roared at them, as if it was warning them to keep away. Bai Wei and Hansen ignored the warning, continuing toward the king dragon. The king dragon moved its massive body. It shook the mountain in an attempt to halt Bai Wei and Hansen's approach. Hansen noticed that he could only see half of the king dragon's body. The other half of the dragon was somewhere underground. It couldn't fly, so it just had to shake its body in an attempt to shoo them off. The king dragon was powerful, but it couldn't release its power. Its body was restricted, as well. It had no chance of stopping Hansen and Bai Wei. They landed easily atop its dragon horns. The king dragon thrashed around for a while, but when its writhing failed to shake Hansen and Bai Wei off, it eventually grew quiet and laid down again. Hansen sat on the dragon's head, but he didn't feel any of the king heir. He looked at Bai Wei. Bai Wei smiled. You will understand soon. Hansen resigned himself to waiting. The king dragon here was at the periphery of the roots. There wasn't much king heir, but the king dragon's power was too weak to touch them. After a while, the yellow leaves on the tree started to light up. The king geese characters were shown gold as the king tree lit with a holy light. It was like a godly tree that gave life to everything in its domain. All of the dragons started to roar as they shifted and roused themselves. Before Hansen could find out what was going on, the king dragon he was atop put its head into the ground. The ground was like water as the king dragon sank into it. Hansen and Bai Wei were still sitting atop the dragon's head, so they were carried underground as well. Their subterranean surroundings should have been dark, but they could see a light as if it was glowing underwater. Something gold shone like a sun, but it was blurry and distant. The king dragon sat far away from that gold sun. It faced the gold sun, opened its dragon mouth, and spat out a dragon orb. The sun released golden light that shot into the dragon orb. The glow of the dragon orb increased. Hansen was frozen. He was still wrapping his mind around the fact that they were underground. Come and absorb the king heir. What are you waiting for? Bai Wei reminded Hansen as she cast a Geno art. When Bai Wei cast her Geno art, the golden sun released some gold light into her body. Her form was suddenly surrounded by a layer of golden holy light. Hansen cast the story of genes to try to absorb that golden light. He felt something hot running into him, combining with his sense of being, but there wasn't much of it. Refining his ghost bone power would be faster. The legs of a mosquito are still meat, and so Hansen did his best to absorb as much of that golden light as possible. But after 1 hour, the king dragon retrieved its dragon orb. It roared and brought them back up to the surface. There's not enough king heir, and we have too little time to absorb it. Hansen shook his head. This king dragon is part of the outer reaches of the king tree. To get closer to the king pulse and make it last longer, you must find a king dragon that is connected to the primary roots, Bai Wei said. Well, what are we waiting for? Hansen was dying to find a source of purer power. The primary roots are usually taken. If we get close, we'll have to fight others for it. Bai Wei sighed. There must be a few of them that arrive late, Hansen said. Bai Wei shook her head. In here, power is the rule that governs everything. If you have the power, you can take over whatever you wish to. If you don't have power, you have to make use of an ordinary beard. You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't kill anyone. That father you guys have isn't very caring. Doesn't he treat the daughters nicer? Hansen looked depressed. No, Bai Wei answered without a second thought. In that case, we really will have to go and take what we want, Hansen said. Then, he walked deeper into the king tree. Bai Wei said nothing, and she simply followed Hansen. They were both dukes, and there were only two of them. Getting one of the primary roots would be next to impossible. After all, only king-class elites took primary roots, and they always had a team of royal guards beside them. It would be difficult to fight people like that for a root. Bai Wei wasn't planning on fighting, though. She wanted to try her luck and see if she could just find an unoccupied primary root. After all, the royal children weren't allowed to go there every day. And the royal guards had to be accompanied by royal children, so they couldn't go alone. So, if they were lucky, it wouldn't be difficult to find a primary root. The closer to the king tree they got, the scarier the king dragons became. Most king dragons were a dirty yellow color. It wasn't long before they encountered a king dragon that had gold scales. It was just resting on the ground. That's the king dragon of a primary root. Bai Wei was ecstatic because no one else was making use of the gold dragon. It was obviously not taken. Hansen and Bai Wei carefully sat down atop the gold king dragon. The gold king dragon was still asleep, though, and it didn't appear to have noticed their presence. The two of them just sat on its head. These king dragons have just absorbed some king air. They won't go back into the ground for a while, so let's wait here. Bai Wei was in fine spirits, and she smiled at Hansen. Hansen and Bai Wei spent a few hours waiting atop the golden king dragon. The king dragon still hadn't gone underground when a few men approached them. That made Bai Wei feel rather nervous. Because Hansen's eyes were better than Bai Wei's, he knew exactly who was coming. The sight made him frown. The leader of the group was none other than Prince 14 Baitsonglong. The people following him had to be his royal guards. There were 4 of them, 2 of the Lane race, 1 Ghana, and 1 female of the extreme king. The 4 guards had an intimidating aura. They had to be at least king class, and on top of that, the female extreme king was familiar to Han Senator. When Hansen looked closer, however, he realized that he didn't actually know her. Brother 14. When Bai Wei saw Baitsonglong, her face paled. She was too weak to compete with Baitsonglong, and she knew it. Bai Wei walked up to him and bowed. Greetings, Brother 14. Baitsonglong looked at Bai Wei. He waved his hand. Since you now have access to the king's garden, you are nothing but a competitor to me. There is no need for you to remain so polite. After that, Baitsonglong glanced over her shoulder, his eyes barely flicking to Hansen before returning to Bai Wei. He coldly said, "But you are my little sister. As a big brother, I shouldn't be the one to bully you. Choose one of these 4 knights. If you can withstand one of their blows, you can keep this primary root king dragon." Brother 14, you must be kidding. If you want it, just take it. We can go and find another king dragon. Bai Wei bowed and readied herself to depart. Baitsonglong stepped over and grabbed Bai Wei by the arm. He smiled, showing his teeth. Sister Wei, don't think so little of yourself. You are in the king's garden. You cannot avoid a little healthy competition. You should get used to it, sooner rather than later. But don't worry, Brother 14 won't steal your king dragon. I just want you to understand how you are expected to survive here in the king's garden. Bai Wei forced a smile. Thank you, Brother 14. I don't dare to overstep my bounds, though. I don't want to fight with anyone, and I would much prefer a stable existence here. It is fine. Win or lose, you can have this primary root king dragon. Bai Tsunlong was still holding onto her arm as he spoke to her. A primary root king dragon was nothing to a prince like Bai Tsunlong. If he did not take this one, it would be easy for him to find another. Bai Tsunlong was forcing Bai Wei into this position because of Han Senator. He wanted Han Sen to know that following Bai Wei was a big mistake. Han Sen saw that Bai Tsunlong had grabbed Bai Wei's arm and was keeping her there. So, he walked over smoothly and bowed to Bai Wei. If you insist, Prince 14, then I am willing to do this for my queen. Bai Wei was about to say something, but Bai Tsunlong had started speaking already. Ah, you are Knife Queen student indeed. So brave. I greatly admire brave individuals like you. Please pick one of the 4 guards next to me. Whether you withstand the attack or not, you will still keep this king dragon. After that, Bai Tsunlong turned to the 4 guards in his company. Han Sen is Knife Queen student. I am good friends with Knife Queen. You guys cannot hurt her student too much, so please don't go overkill with your powers. Okay? Han Sen looked at the 4 guards and hesitated. He went to the extreme king female guard and said, if you please. Red Sleeve, do not hurt him, Bai Tsunlong said firmly to the female guard. Yes, the female guard answered. She walked in front of Tsunlong to stand directly before Han Sen. I am Han Senator, what is your name? Han Sen greeted the female guard. It didn't really matter which guard he selected. Every single one there was a higher level than him. He had selected her simply because he thought she seemed familiar. He just couldn't remember where he might have seen her before. By doing this, he hoped to jog his memory and confirm his sense of familiarity. Red Sleeve, the female guard answered shortly. She raised her fist and said, if you can take my punch without falling, then you win. After that, the fist started to glow with light. The light was like a moon, and wherever the moon shone, the fabric of space twisted. Han Sen shifted his body a little. He felt as if the area around him was being stretched. After he moved his body, he was still where he had been. Space powers? Han Sen was shocked. Red Sleeve's fist hurtled toward him. It was like a moon falling. Han Sen moved, but her powers seemed to be locking him in place. And that moon was coming closer. Han Sen squinted and looked at that coming moon. If he couldn't dodge, then he wasn't going to dodge. He lifted a fist and punched towards the moon. Bai Wei looked ill. Red Sleeve was a king-class elite. She might have even been half-deified. Han Sen, on the other hand, had only just become a duke. No matter how strong he was, there was no way he could fight Red Sleeve in such a manner. Bai Wei knew exactly what Bai Tsunlong was up to with all these theatrics. If Han Sen took this punch, he would be seriously injured, if not killed outright. Pang! At that moment, Red Sleeve's fist came into contact with Han Sen's own fist. The moon shattered like glass, and the space nearby also broke, cracks running through reality around Han Sen's body. Bai Wei was stunned. She had been sure that Red Sleeve wouldn't dare kill anyone inside King's Garden, but the woman had exerted her power with the obvious intent to kill. Han Sen's body had been annihilated by space power. Unless Han Sen had a very strong revival power, he wouldn't even have a chance to recover over time. Living was no longer possible. Han Sen's body was ripped open. His form then exploded like water, scattering everywhere. But then, another image of Han Sen became visible in exactly the same place that he had previously stood. He was in perfect condition, and he was just standing there. The Han Sen that the moon had wrecked was just a doppelganger built using the moon technique. I am useless. Please punish me, my prince. Red Sleeve looked horrified. She bowed before Bai Tsunlong to apologize. Han Sen's doppelganger technique is amazing. It even fooled me. In that case, I couldn't expect you to have seen through it. Bai Tsunlong waved his hand and gestured for her to fall back. He smiled to Han Sr., you are better than your teacher. It is no wonder that you are Knife Queen's student. I am so close with your teacher. If you have time, you should come and visit me. After that, Bai Tsunlong told Bai Wei, Sister Wei, I am so happy that you managed to enlist such a good guard. You can have this primary root king dragon. I am going to look for another. I will see you later. After Bai Tsunlong left, Bai Wei spoke to Han Sr. That was way too risky. You almost died. I am fine, though, aren't I? Han Sen laughed. As he turned his gaze back to Bai Tsunlong, an expression of deep thought crossed his face. Bai Tsunlong took his 4 guards with him as he marched away. He turned hard eyes on Red Sleeve and said, Who told you that you could cast a deadly attack on Han Sen? Maybe we can overlook the fact that Knife Queen rejected your offer, but for that Duke to disobey your wishes? I just wanted to make an example of what can happen to anyone who dares to cross you, Red Sleeve said as she lowered her head. I can take care of my own business. Don't do that again, or I'll see to it that your life ends there. Bai Tsunlong grunted coldly, and then he said, It was fortunate that you were unable to kill him. Not even I would be able to pull enough strings to get you pardoned for murdering someone in King's Garden. I was being reckless. Please punish me. Red Sleeve quickly bowed. Whatever. Just don't do it again. Bai Tsunlong waved his hand and began to search for another primary root king dragon. Because primary root king dragons showed up in different locations every time, the royal children were forced to search a new king dragon out every time they wanted to train. The only other option was to never leave the king dragon, even when the tree wasn't releasing golden light. Han Sen and Bai Wei climbed back atop their primary root king dragon. They waited there for another chance to be taken underground. Luckily, only the royal children were permitted to access the king's garden, and there weren't many of them. King Bai only had 100 children. Han Sen and Bai Wei had some luck. Aside from Bai Tsunlong, they encountered no other royal children. No one showed up over the next 10 hours, and Han Sen thought that their training might go smoothly. But then he noticed someone flying quickly toward him. Bai Wuchang. Han Sen said, startled by the man's sudden appearance. It was the same man he had met in the space station. Bai Wuchang was clearly coming to see Han. Senator Bai Wei blanched when she saw him coming, but by then it was too late to run. Han Senator, why did you not come when I asked? Bai Wuchang hung in the air, staring down at Han Sen. I never agreed to come. Han Sen raised his hands as he spoke. When Bai Wuchang heard Han Sen, his face did not move a muscle. His features were as still as stone, which gave him a great poker face. In that case, how about you and I fight right here? I am Bai Wei's guard, not some stadium gladiator. I will not accept. Before Han Sen could finish, Bai Wuchang swung his knife at him. *T. Is everyone in the Extreme King this unreasonable? Han Sen pulled out Ghost Teeth knife to block Bai Wuchang's sucker strike. Clang! The knives collided. Bai Wuchang was slashing downward while Han Sen was pushing up. Purple and white knife airs came against each other. The knife airs broke and spread out everywhere. Because Han Sen was standing atop the king dragon's head, the shattered knife air hit the primary root king dragon and woke up the sleeping beast. The primary root king dragon roared. Its body rose, and its golden dragon scales shook as it swung its head. The primary root king dragon couldn't release its power, but even its physical strength was terrifying. The power of its head swing was capable of breaking the fabric of space. It created a teleportation and shadow effect, leaving behind afterimages of its head as it moved. Han Sen, Bai Wuchang, and Bai Wei were thrown off. Bai Wuchang barely seemed to notice. He slashed at Han Sen from the air again. His knife was like ice. The blade was very cold, but the power it exuded seemed minimal. It didn't unleash ice power. It was very weird. Han Sen's ghost teeth knife came against Bai Wuchang's knife twice, and neither of them appeared to have an advantage over the other. The primary root king dragon roared and tried to consume them. Han Sen flapped his wings and teleported. He wanted to get away from that angry primary root king dragon, but Bai Wuchang mindlessly rushed after him without a care in the world for anything else. Bai Wuchang kept chasing him, and the king dragon kept trying to consume them. It made Han Sen angry. He pushed his jade skin and blood pulse sutra to the max. He focused on Bai Wuchang, who was drawing near, and slashed towards him. Dong. Bai Wuchang was a duke, too. Han Sen's blow landed on him and knocked him away. He fell a few thousand meters before he came to a stop. Good. 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 Now I see why you are considered to be on the same level as Lone Bamboo. You did not disappoint me. Bai Wuchang wasn't angry, but happy. He smiled. But his face was way too stiff. The smile looked strangely forced as a result. It made people feel uncomfortable whenever they saw it. While they were talking, a cold white air erupted from Bai Wuchang's body. The cold air turned into an icy fire that gave off no heat. With the cold fire burning, Bai Wuchang's body started to look transparent within his white armor. He was like a translucent phantom. Phantom Ghost King body. Han Sen, get back. Bai Wei ran in front of Han Sen and placed him behind her. She spoke to Bai Wuchang, Brother Wuchang. You are a prince. Attacking my royal guard like this will damage your reputation. People like Han Sen aren't worthy of being your enemies. Bai Wei knew Bai Wuchang's true capabilities. The king body of an extreme king was usually activated at king class. It was one of the reasons that Bai Wei was looking forward to king class. This was true for all of the extreme king, with the sole exception that was Bai Wuchang. When he was a viscount, his king body awoke. He was very talented. In the extreme king, where everyone was so rich and powerful, he was a genius of extreme rarity. He usually didn't need his king body to beat opponents of the same level, though. With his phantom ghost king body, he could challenge king class elites. Since Bai Wuchang had activated his phantom ghost king body against Han Sen, it was evident that he was taking this fight quite seriously. The rules of King's Garden applied to all the royal children, but Bai Wuchang didn't seem to care. He was completely ignoring the King's Garden rule that forbade murder. Bai Wuchang's eyes danced with excitement. It was as if he didn't see Bai Wei at all. He stared at Han Sen and said, "Come on. Fight me. Is this guy insane?" Han Sen sighed. He felt as if he was a magnet for nutcases. Before, Bar wanted to kill him. And now, Bai Wuchang. Han Sen wondered if there was something special about his body that made him attract such crazed individuals. Bai Wei started to say something, but Bai Wuchang was already slashing downwards. In his eyes, it was as if she did not exist. He came swinging at Han Sen. But Bai Wei stayed in front of Han Senator. She was going to take the blow instead. Bai Wei frowned and gathered up an invisible power in her fist. She was going to cast her extreme king punch. But all of a sudden, she felt something tighten around her waist. A strong arm grabbed her and yanked her backward. Han Sen stood in front of Bai Wei. His eyes were so clear, and his ghost teeth knife was brimming with a dark purple knife air. It rose to meet Bai Wuchang's knife. Bai Wei was now behind Han Sen, and she shouted over his shoulder, "Be careful. His phantom ghost king body can attack both your physical self and the very essence of your soul. Don't let him get close to you." After Bai Wei said that, Bai Wuchang's knife came down on Han Sen's ghost teeth knife. Bai Wuchang's knife didn't even seem to have a corporeal form. It pierced through Han Sen's blade, carrying Bai Wuchang's body through the ghost teeth knife and the teeth power. He came slashing towards Han Sen like a real ghost. The cold flame was about to touch Han Sen's hand. Han Sen squinted his eyes and moved his feet. Still holding Bai Wei by the waist, he teleported away. Bai Wuchang was fast, though, and his attacks never paused. He slashed behind Han Sen like a bug on his skin. Han Sen did not dodge. He took a swing at Bai Wuchang's knife. Bai Wei was confused. After seeing the man's previous strikes, Han Sen should have known that Bai Wuchang's Phantom Ghost King body couldn't be challenged by ordinary weapons. His knife wouldn't be able to block Bai Wuchang's strikes. Dong. Two knives came against each other with a metallic shriek. Bai Wei's eyes widened, overwhelmed by utter disbelief. Bai Wuchang's Phantom Ghost King body had been blocked. How is that possible? Shock reverberated through Bai Wei. Han Sen's first attempt to block Bai Wuchang's Phantom Ghost King body had utterly failed, but this time it seemed to be working. Bai Wuchang was surprised, as well. But ultimately, he looked even more excited. His knife slashed toward Han Sen like some ghost from the Phantom World. Han Sen put down Bai Wei and used his knife skills to fight back against Bai Wuchang. He moved around continually, and he blocked each of Bai Wuchang's strikes. The fierce fighting soon drew the attention of all the nearby royal children. They could sense the ghostly echoes of Bai Wuchang's strange power. Phantom Ghost King body's signature style was well known, and people could feel its presence from great distances away. Read more chapter on novel full. Bai Wuchang has gone mad again. Who is the unlucky one this time? That Phantom Ghost King body is too scary. There aren't many substances that are able to harm Bai Wuchang. Even many king-class opponents can do nothing to stop him. Of course. Otherwise, why would the king love him so much? Many people stood in close proximity to the fight. They wanted to see who had been unlucky enough to draw Bai Wuchang's attention. Bai Songlong sensed the activation of the Phantom Ghost King body and frowned. He said, "It's coming from behind us." Does that mean that Bai Wei is the one battling Bai Wuchang? A while later, Bai Songlong rallied his guards to follow him back. Who is this guy Bai Wuchang is fighting? His knife is able to block the Phantom Ghost King body. A few of the royal children had drawn near, and they were shocked to witness the fight unfolding between Han Sen and Bai Wuchang. Some powers were known to be able to counter the Phantom Ghost King body, but only a few. It was quite remarkable that a duke they had never seen before could block the Phantom Ghost King body. He didn't appear to be at a disadvantage against Bai Wuchang either. The sight was quite unusual. When Bai Songlong saw the fight, he was also stunned. He frowned and said, "The Rebate's teeth knife does wield a good deal of destructive power, but it shouldn't work very well on the Phantom Ghost King body. How is Han Sen managing to block the Phantom Ghost King body? Does his knife possess some special element?" The other royal children were thinking similar thoughts. Only Bai Wei and Bai Wuchang knew Han Sen's knife wasn't actually able to block the Phantom Ghost King body. The others that had come were unable to discern the difference. Han Sen wasn't using pure teeth power, instead, he had mixed in another technique. He was fueling teeth knife with power from the story of genes, which could last forever. Teeth power was unable to touch Bai Wuchang by itself, but the eternally solidified power in combination with teeth knife was able to strike the Phantom Ghost King body. Who is this duke? Many of the royal children looked on with gaping mouths. Not only could Han Sen touch the Phantom Ghost King body, but his power and knife skills were proving to be just as good as Bai Wuchang's. His techniques and movement patterns were weird, and Bai Wuchang seemed to be having difficulty fighting him. Han Sen's movements were very light. The ghost teeth knife looked as if it was casually dancing, but every skill was very accurate and focused. It made Bai Wuchang feel as if he couldn't make use of much power. His knife skills look like the skills of the Rebate, but the way he moves seems different. It looks like something you'd see in Sky Palace. The Extreme King had many elites, so they had an easier time identifying some of Han Sen's peculiarities. Han Sen's teeth knife was combined with the Under the Sky knife skill. Because Under the Sky had just been discovered, not many people in Sky Palace had learned it yet. And so, not many people had seen it before. But with that being said, people were able to guess that it was indeed a skill born in Sky Palace. Great. Where does this dupe come from? His knife skills are excellent. If we are just talking about his abilities with a knife, I would say he is definitely stronger than Bai Wuchang. Where did such a powerful duke like this come from? I wonder which royal child's guard he is? Hansen suddenly fell back and slashed ghost teeth knife forward. Dark purple knife silks floated down from space, wispy and half-transparent. They meshed together and began to bind Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang's body was snared by the cloud of knife silks. He couldn't move, and he was tied up in the air. Bai Wuchang roared to the sky like a beast, and his cold flame blazed higher. He cut the knife silks off his body, then madly rushed towards Hansen. Hansen moved. His ghost teeth knife seemed to slash in a meandering, casual way. The knife silks kept appearing around Bai Wuchang, though, and it was like many spider webs were falling across him. They restricted his body, limiting his ability to fight back. Although Bai Wuchang kept forcing his power to surge in order to break the knife silks wrapped around him, he couldn't make his way to Hansen. He burst through the nets many times, but he was starting to have difficulty summoning enough strength. And while he was taking damage, he was losing more and more of his power reserves. Not long after, Bai Wuchang's cold flame became unstable. It flickered wildly, making the semi-transparent body look solid. Hansen's ghost teeth knife was thrust forward. Bai Wuchang's body was tightly bound, and this time, no matter how hard he tried, Bai Wuchang didn't have the power to free himself. He could no longer break the knife silks that had locked him in place. The knife silks had reoriented themselves to hang him upside down. He could not free himself. All of the royal children seemed to be frozen. Bai Wuchang had been strung up like a caught rabbit while fighting a duke. The news spread through the extreme king like wildfire. It became a well-known tale far and wide. Bai Wuchang had been beaten and hung upside down by a duke. And that duke was Bai Wei's own royal guard. No one believed the story when they first heard it. After all, Bai Wuchang had the infamous phantom ghost king body. He was the sort of foe that gave king-class opponents headaches. How could he have been beaten so handily by a mere duke? Those who didn't believe the tale soon discovered that the story was true, of course. Some of the royal children had taken videos of Hansen and Bai Wuchang's fight. They were published all across the Extreme King's internet. The video was hastily downloaded and watched by many people. *T. Who is this guy? He has such sneaky knife skills. Too sneaky. He didn't gain victory by fighting Bai Wuchang face to face. With those invisible knife silks to exhaust all of the prince's powers, I wouldn't even call this a fight. You know nothing. That is precisely why this duke is so scary. Even Prince Wuchang couldn't level the fight between them. It is scary. Prince Bai Wuchang's phantom ghost king body has always defied restrictions, and that duke bound him anyway. That man's power is frightening. It seemed to resemble the rebate's teeth knife, actually. But teeth knife cannot produce silks like that, and there's no way it could touch the phantom ghost king body. The fight became a hotly debated topic. They were used to Bai Wuchang occasionally selecting victims to pummel with his power, but they didn't know how to react when Bai Wuchang got manhandled by a duke. The feelings elicited by this were hard to explain. All of the princes and princesses behaved so awkwardly now. After all, King Bai was very affectionate to Bai Wuchang, and he was a very cocky man. Many of the royal children avoided Bai Wuchang, but deep down, they didn't agree that he was the most talented prince. That reputation, combined with his preferential treatment, made them rather jealous. But now, Bai Wuchang had been taught a lesson by a royal guard. Many of the royal children were happy to see him get knocked down a peg or two. So what if he is talented? He is just some dumb *SS with powerful limbs. He got played by an outsider duke. He is embarrassing, and yet, father treats him so well. A prince that saw the video laughed. Miss Mirror watched the video multiple times. She looked more and more shocked by each replay. What she had seen in the grave of soldiers and kings was very different from what she was seeing now. It made Miss Mirror wonder if the duke in the video was really the same Hansen she had witnessed in the grave. Inside the grave, Hansen used only raw power to fight. He was like some muscle-bound ape, hell-bent on crushing all that came at him. But in this fight, Hansen was sinister and cunning. He played by Wu Chang from beginning to end. The frustrated prince was unable to release his own phantom ghost king body power. What a powerful strategy and amazing knife skills. Did he learn those in Sky Palace? But can Sky Palace's knife skills suppress the phantom ghost king body? Miss Mirror stared at the video in deep contemplation. Suddenly, Miss Mirror's gaze stopped at Hansen's hand. The video wasn't very clear, so Miss Mirror couldn't be exactly sure what she was seeing. Zoom in here and enhance this image, Miss Mirror called out to a couple of techs while pointing at a finger on Hansen's right hand. The image zoomed in and clarified. There was a silver and emerald ring on Hansen's finger. The moment Miss Mirror saw the ring, her face whitened. Her jaw clenched as she stared. That calm, attractive expression of hers was gone, and she was starting to look like a completely different person. That ring. Why does he have it? Did he find his grave inside the grave of soldiers and kings? Miss Mirror's expression was unreadable. She stared at the ring on Hansen's finger for a while before returning to her bedroom. After closing the door behind her, Miss Mirror took out a little box from beneath her bed. She hesitated at first, then slowly opened it. She looked inside it with a conflicted expression. The box held a silver ring. It was set with an emerald that looked like an eye. It was just like the ring Hansen had dug up from the grave of soldiers and kings, but this one was a size smaller than Hansen's. Miss Mirror touched the ring in the box, but she didn't take it out. Then, she closed the box and put it back. Miss Mirror's expression looked normal again, but something unsettling was still visible in her eyes. Miss Mirror turned around to leave the room, but she hesitated and returned. Her eyes looked so serious as she took the box out again. She picked up the ring, placed it on her finger, and spoke to herself. You might have kept it hidden for many years, but you couldn't hide it forever. You would have never thought that the ring would wind up in the hands of an outsider duke. If you were to learn of this, you'd be rolling in your grave. After that, Miss Mirror laughed. She laughed so hard that her eyes began to glisten with tears. Interesting, so interesting. This Hansen is most intriguing. Inside an extreme king palace, an elegant woman was watching Bai Wu Chang practice knife skills. She frowned and said, "Wu Chang, I told you that when learning the arts of combat, you need to be more versatile. Depending solely on your phantom ghost king body is a bad plan. I hope you learned a little lesson from this experience. Consider it a warning. You need to learn more from your teacher Ancient Abyss." Bai Wu Chang didn't answer or even look at her. He clenched his knife and kept swinging it through the air. He didn't use power, though. He looked like a commoner practicing combat. "I'm talking to you. Are you listening?" A little anger crept into her voice as Bai Wu Chang ignored her. Bai Wu Chang eventually stopped, looked at the pretty woman, and spoke coldly. "I am going to Extreme Mountain." The pretty woman jerked her head up and said, "No. No way. That is too risky." "I blaze my own trails," Bai Wu Chang stated flatly. Then he left the training grounds without hesitation. "Wu Chang, stop right there. Do you hear me? I will not allow you to go to Extreme Mountain." "This is impossible." The pretty woman's face was twisted, and her voice was very sharp. But Bai Wu Chang walked away without looking back. He sounded certain when he said, "The moment I exit Extreme Mountain is the moment I will go and fight Hansen again." Hansen's day hadn't gone well. He beat Bai Wu Chang, but the primary root king dragon was taken by another prince. Hansen wasn't strong enough to beat another king-class prince and 7 half-deified guards. Even if he could have won, Bai Wei didn't want to offend the prince that relinquished the primary route. Bai Wei selected a smaller king dragon to practice with. Hansen thought doing that was meaningless. If they didn't claim a primary root king dragon, then there wouldn't be much king air for him to absorb. Refining ghost bone power would be faster and more efficient. King Bai had 100 children, but there were only 30 primary root king dragons. Claiming one of them without fighting was very rare. You had to have a lot of luck to secure one peacefully. So Han Sen and Bai Wei spent their days practicing on the smaller king dragons. Fortunately, Han Sen had brought many Duke xenogeneic genes with him. They were the resources Isha had given to him when he became the holy child of Narrow Moon. Han Sen had brought enough Duke-class xenogeneic genes to gain 100 points, a total which he quickly reached. Jade Skin Battle Body has reached the required standard for the release of its Geno Lock. Open the Geno Lock? Mutant Blood Battle Body has reached the required standard for the release of its Geno Lock. Open the Geno Lock? The two announcements played back to back in Han Sen's head. He jerked in surprise, for he had no clue what was happening. Han Sen's heart jumped. Jade Skin activated of its own accord, and then his entire body became jade. Some sort of switch inside of his genes had been flipped. It was like all the windows of a sealed room had now been opened, so all the air outside could come in and fill up his body. Endless power came surging into Han Sen. Jade Skin Battle Body has opened its first Geno Lock. Han Sen was shocked. He had opened Geno Locks in the sanctuaries, but he hadn't realized that rebuilding his body and coming to the Geno universe would require him to open those Geno Locks again. But this was a very different process than it had been to open Geno Locks in the sanctuaries. Now, after a Geno Lock was opened, he felt like his body was connected to the planets. By standing on a planet, he could draw on the power of that planet. It reminded him of the description of astral bodies that he had heard previously. After the Geno Lock opened, the 100 Duke genes vanished. The tally went back down to 0. Does this mean that it takes 100 Duke genes to open one Geno Lock? Han Sen regretted the fact that he hadn't brought all of his xenogeneic genes. But when he thought about it, he realized that bringing them with him wouldn't have been a great idea anyway. He didn't have much storage capacity. If opening a Geno Lock required 100 Duke genes, then opening locks for all 4 of his Geno arts would require 400 Duke genes. On top of that, there could be more Geno Locks he didn't know about. The xenogeneic genes he had saved might not be enough to open all of his Geno Locks anyway. But still, Han Sen was feeling very happy. If 100 Duke genes could open one Geno Lock, then the story of genes should follow the same rules. Using 100 genes to open a lock was better than consuming a whole slew of resources for the story of genes to achieve next to nothing. But it was a shame that the story of genes had yet to reach Duke status. Han Sen couldn't yet put his theory to the test. No matter what the case might be, I am going to have to find more Duke xenogeneic genes. Han Sen didn't want to continue his practice in the King's Garden. After thinking things through, he decided that he needed to go off and hunt down xenogeneics. My queen, my practice has gone as far as it can go in this place. There is no danger in the King's Garden, so why don't you stay here to practice while I go off and hunt down some xenogeneics? I'll see if I can achieve a breakthrough. This was the benefit of Han Sen selecting her. If he had become Bai Tsunlong's guard, he could only have acted on the prince's orders. He could never have said something so bold. Bai Wei thought for a moment and said, "If you want to hunt xenogeneics, you can go to Knight's Paradise. That place was built for royal guards. There are lots of xenogeneics there, and only royal guards are permitted entry, so the fighting isn't too bad in there. Killing wasn't allowed in King's Garden." Since she wasn't in mortal danger, Bai Wei didn't see any reason to force Han Sen to stick around. She even walked Han Sen out of King's Garden before going back to practice on her own. She didn't plan on fighting for a primary root king dragon, so she found a weaker king dragon to practice with. That way, no one would bother fighting her. Han Sen wanted to bring Bauer, the little red bird, and the blood Kirin into Knight's Paradise, but he was told that only royal guards could enter. As a result, he had to go by himself. Knight's Paradise was a system. There were no planets capable of supporting ordinary life, but many xenogeneics still lived on them. Normal creatures relied on airships, unless they were strong enough to live in the inhospitable environment. Although Hansen had his big white whale, he wasn't going to use it. After he entered Knight's Paradise, he saw that the system was occupied by a lot of galactic shrimp. Hansen observed the galactic shrimp. They were mostly dupe class, but there were not many of them. Compared to the swarms of galactic shrimp in the systems of chaos, their numbers seemed almost pathetically small. Hansen didn't go and kill the galactic shrimps. He flew straight to an orange planet instead. Before Hansen entered the system, he did some research to ensure that he was well prepared. He knew that the orange planet was full of stone and metal xenogeneics. Their defensive properties were quite impressive, and they were relatively rare. There was a lack of king xenogeneics there, though. Ordinary royal guards would have no interest in hunting on that planet. Since Hansen was unwilling to go to the popular planets to hunt, he had far fewer things to worry about. The popular hunting grounds would have too many king-class guards, and they would pose the biggest threat to him. Knight's Paradise was not King's Garden. Because only royal guards were allowed entry, they could get away with a lot more. Hansen couldn't predict what might happen if he encountered others, particularly if they proved hostile. Hansen landed on planet King Kong, and he found himself surrounded by orange rocks as far as the eye could see. As the orange rocks aged, they slowly degraded into orange sand. Because there was no atmosphere to support traditional life forms, the planet had no plant life. And that meant that the temperature of the planet's surface was very low, about 200 kelvins. The gravity was a few times higher than that of most planets, too. Ordinary humans definitely couldn't live there. But that sort of environment wouldn't affect a duke. Hansen touched down on the orange sand of the desert and started walking. Because the xenogeneics were hidden in caves or beneath the dunes, he would have trouble spotting them if he flew. Because of this, he settled on walking. Planet King Kong had many solo xenogeneics. They rarely operated in groups, which was one of the reasons why the other guards didn't like going there. If the king guards wanted many low-class xenogeneic genes, it would take a long time to collect them because of the independence of the xenogeneics. Hansen kept walking and walking until he saw the sand rise around him. Something that was 3 meters long suddenly emerged from the sand. Hansen's eyes flashed like lightning as he turned to face the thing coming out of the sand. It was a humanoid form made of rock. It rose and immediately smashed a fist of stone down toward Hansen. Hansen quickly retreated so that the rockman's fist hit the sand. The sand shot out in a miniature shockwave around the creature's fist. Stone was clearly its element, so the creature would have difficulty casting power outside of its body. However, the creature was quite adept at using its power to reinforce itself, so its physical strength was extremely impressive. As the rockman swung at him again, Hansen deployed his jadeskin battle body. Then, he threw a punch to meet the rockman's own. Pang! Hansen's jade fist came against the rockman's stony knuckles, which released the sharp cracking noise of stone hitting stone. The rockman's giant fist and arm were shattered by Hansen's punch, scattering broken chunks of rock across the sand around them. Hansen quickly followed up his punch, hitting the rockman repeatedly. After a few blows, the rockman's body had become nothing but rubble on the dunes. Xenogeneic Duke hunted. Rock Demon, Xenogeneic gene found. Hansen didn't obtain a new beast soul, but that didn't bother him. He rummaged through the rubble of his fallen foe until he unearthed a mud-colored crystal. Xenogeneic Duke Rock Demon gene obtained. Hansen picked up the crystal and resumed walking through the desert. Now that Jadeskin had its first gene lock open, he could borrow power from the planet itself. The ability was proving to be quite useful. He stood on planet King Kong and recovered the energy he had spent when he took down the rock demon. Hansen walked 100 miles, and during that entire time, he only encountered 2 rock demons. Xenogeneics were annoyingly rare on the planet, but because of that, there was little in the way of risk. It would just take longer for Hansen to collect what he needed. Hansen could fly very quickly, so he took to the air to speed things up a bit. He traveled across the desert until he saw a black fog choking an area in front of him. Hansen thought it might be a sandstorm or a gathering of dark clouds, but there was something about it that didn't feel right. The planet's atmosphere was too thin to form real clouds or sandstorms. The black fog came closer, and Hansen realized that instead of being composed of sand, it was actually a vast cloud of stoneflies. The stoneflies looked almost exactly like ordinary flies, but their bodies were composed of black stone. They were a common low-level xenogeneic that was commonly known to reside on planet King Kong. They were the only xenogeneics on the planet that could attack in a group. Dong dong, dong dong. Killing them was pointless. Most of the stoneflies were barons, and it was very rare to find one that was even a viscount. None of the royal guards cared about stonefly xenogeneic genes. As the stoneflies came closer, Hansen heard a weird noise coming from their midst. It sounded as if there was something larger hovering in the middle of the dark cyclone of insects. There were so many of the stoneflies that they hung over the ground like a black cloud. As a result, Hansen couldn't see what lay within. This is a truly amazing number of stoneflies. It isn't common to see this many of them, according to the chronicled history of planet King Kong. Why are they here? What drew them here? Hansen wondered. Hansen was wearing his galactic lobster armor, which would protect him from even king-class creatures. Hansen wasn't worried about the insects in front of him, so he walked right into the hordes of stoneflies. He wanted to see what he would find in the middle. Even if there was a king-class xenogeneic, Hansen would be able to battle it within the dark cloud. If he could kill a king-class xenogeneic, its xenogeneic gene would be a great reward for him, as well. The number of stoneflies within the swarm was truly mind-boggling. Hansen strode through the swarm, and it sounded like a rainstorm as the stoneflies pelted his armor. The stoneflies weren't trying to attack him, though. There were simply so many of them that they flew into Hansen's armor by mistake. Hansen made his way through the stoneflies, and after a while, he saw a blurry shadow in front of him. The closer he got to the shadow, the more stoneflies there were. The shadow soon resolved into a beast with 4 legs. It looked kind of like a tiger or a lion. But that shadow was so obscured by the stoneflies that Hansen couldn't see even an inch of its skin. Other than a rough outline, the creature's form was hidden. Hansen could only tell that it was 20 meters tall and 30 meters long. The xenogeneic was now approaching under the blanketing stoneflies. The stoneflies raced furiously around it. The xenogeneic passed close by Hansen, but it continued to walk without showing any sign of wanting to attack him. Hansen frowned. He moved his leg and a petrify shockwave spread out around him. Although stone element xenogeneics had a strong resistance to the powers of petrification, the stoneflies were simply too low level to withstand his attack. Hansen's petrify shockwave spread out, petrifying many of the stoneflies on contact. They fell down from the sky. The stoneflies upon the xenogeneic also became petrified, and they began to fall to the ground one by one. As that creature continued to walk, its real face became visible. It was a wolf made of blue metal, but for some reason, it had been sorely injured. Blood coated the creature's entire body. The stoneflies had swarmed around the wolf, trying to dine on the blue blood that was oozing freely out of its body. Blurg. The blue metal wolf suddenly coughed twice. It continued to hack as it moved forward, strings of blood hanging from its mouth. Many of the stoneflies buzzed down around its head, clearly drawn by the blue blood that was now staining the sand. Hansen sent out another wave of petrification, but the hordes of stoneflies stretched far beyond the reach of the attack. Seconds later, they had descended to cover up the blue metal wolf's body once more. The blue metal wolf barely seemed to notice the stoneflies. It only continued to walk without rest. Every step it took left a giant paw print in the sand. I am way too lucky. I've met an injured king-class xenogeneic. It might even be half deified. Hansen was so happy. The blue metal wolf looked badly wounded, and Hansen believed that it was weak enough to be killed easily. He drew out his thunder god spike and ghost teeth knife. He was going to strike at the injured metal wolf. Just as Hansen was about to attack, he heard a scream from the sky. That scary scream was like a shockwave spreading out from some point above him. Countless stoneflies exploded under the pressure of that fierce scream. In moments, the hordes of insects that had covered the entire sky were reduced to nothing but a whiff of dust. Hansen's eyes widened. A stone dragon soared across the sky, flapping its wings. It swooped down from the sky, extending sharp claws toward the injured metal wolf. The stone dragon's body looked like black jade. Its wings cut the air like sharp stone blades, and they glittered with a fractalic light. It was a strange sight. A king-class stone xenogeniac? Hansen frowned as he gripped his weapons tighter. He stared at the giant metal wolf and readied himself to fight. Trying to steal stuff from me, huh? I'll tell you right now that you don't have what it takes. The stone dragon dove toward the blue metal wolf's head, but Hansen steadied his weapons and remained motionless. Even a skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. So, while the blue metal wolf had sustained terrible injuries, it still had plenty of strength. It wouldn't go down quickly. Therefore, Hansen planned to let the stone dragon and the metal wolf duke it out for a while, before initiating a strike of his own. The stone dragon landed. Its area of effect covered the blue metal wolf, and stone markings appeared across the wolf's body. The stone dragon apparently had a petrifying ability, and judging by its effects, the skill was far stronger than the stone cow's petrification. The blue metal wolf hadn't reacted to Hansen's petrifying shockwave, but the stone dragon's attack had scrawled stony markings across the wolf's body. The attack also seemed to sink deeper into the wolf's wounds, as stone started to build up and solidify around the creature's injuries. The stone dragon's talons reached out to seize the wolf's neck. The blue metal wolf had been keeping its head low. It didn't use a king-class area of effect of its own, but when the stone dragon's talons closed in, the wolf raised its head. The stone dragon's talons slammed into the wolf's face, but the blue metal creature had no reaction. The dragon's talons were unable to pierce the wolf's skin. Catcha! The blue metal wolf bit into the stone dragon's wings with enough force to rip them right off. Hansen watched in shock as the stone dragon screamed. The blue metal wolf didn't make a sound, it simply went wild with its claws and fangs. A moment later, the king-class stone dragon was torn open by the blue metal wolf. King-class blood sprayed everywhere. Once the stone dragon was ripped open, the blue metal wolf stopped and its stone markings faded. The powers of the stone dragon no longer seemed to have an effect on the wolf. The metal wolf tore further into the dragon's body, finding and ripping out the dragon's petrifying spine. Hansen figured it was the dragon's xenogeniac gene. The beast chewed it a little, then swallowed it with a single gulp. Without sparing the body of the stone dragon a second glance, the wolf walked away. Hansen was stunned. The blue metal wolf hadn't even used a king-class area of effect, and it had still slain the king-class stone dragon with ease. The strength it possessed was both terrifying and disconcerting. Hansen had initially wanted to take advantage of the wolf's injured state, but after seeing the ferocity of the beast, he gave up on the idea. This guy must be a mutant king-class xenogeniac, Hansen thought. But Hansen didn't understand. The blue metal wolf was very strong, and it had displayed its strength during its brief battle with the stone dragon. The king-class stone dragon had been unable to puncture the metal body of the wolf. And after being petrified, the wolf had been able to recover. That meant it possessed impressive healing powers. That was a scary xenogeniac by any metric. It had wounds that it couldn't heal, though. It continued to bleed, which made Hansen wonder how it had ended up in such a state. According to the information he was able to gather on Knight's Paradise, deified creatures did exist there. But it was unheard of for them to reside on planet King Kong. Is Planet King Kong home to deified xenogeneics that have yet to be discovered? Hansen was shocked. He could probably handle himself against King-class xenogeneics, but it would be impossible for him to go up against a deified being. Seeing the blue metal wolf proceed to travel deeper into the desert, Hansen hesitated for a moment. Ultimately, he decided to follow the blue metal wolf. He wanted to see where the wolf was going. Hansen thought that if the blue metal wolf was truly dying, he might still have a chance to claim its spoils once it gave up the ghost. The blue metal wolf kept walking through the desert. It moved slowly despite its strength, which was something that Hansen wouldn't underestimate now that he had seen the beast in action. If it wanted to move faster, it certainly could. Wherever the blue metal wolf went, every xenogeneic other than the stoneflies fled. Nothing wanted to be anywhere near the giant wolf. The stoneflies stayed close, however. They gathered near the blue metal wolf and swarmed it, covering its wounds and drinking its blood. The blue metal wolf didn't plan on killing them. It continued on its way, proceeding deep into the far reaches of the desert. Hansen followed it for 70 to 80 universal hours. Eventually, the blue metal wolf came to a stop. The valley in front of them was grand but also in disarray, and no water coursed through its stone. Instead, a flow of lava coursed through the valley. The blue metal wolf observed the stream of lava for a moment, then leaped right into the lava. Splash! The blue metal wolf jumped into the lava, sending out waves that were dozens of meters high. The lava splashed across the shores of the stream, and it released plumes of black smoke and fire as it landed. Hansen flew slowly around the large valley. After the blue metal wolf jumped into the lava, it quickly disappeared. It was as if the beast had drowned, for he could no longer see it. Weird. The blue metal wolf didn't look like it was attuned to the element of fire. There is no way that the lava is his natural home. But if not, then what would bring him here? Perhaps the creature really did think that it was dying, so it wanted to end things here by jumping into the lava to prevent others from eating its remains? That can't be right. There must be xenogeneics in the lava. The wolf can't keep its body in the lava forever. Hansen thought this was very weird. Hansen looked around, and he eventually saw that the lava was home to stony-looking snakes. They didn't go close to where the blue metal wolf had jumped in, though. This didn't really have anything to do with Hansen, but he was simply curious. His desire to figure out what was going on was like an itch that he couldn't scratch. He didn't want to just leave. Hansen killed a xenogeneic nearby while waiting for the blue metal wolf to re-emerge. He didn't stray too far from where the wolf had disappeared. Almost 4 days went by, and the lava stream stayed quiet. It made Hansen feel depressed. Hansen wanted to dive into the lava and take a closer look, but he couldn't make up his mind. Many xenogeneics lived in that land of lava, but none of them dared to go to that one specific area. Perhaps they were scared of the blue metal wolf, or maybe something even stranger was down there. Xenogeneic marquise hunted. Rock snake, xenogeneic gene found. Hansen killed a rock snake, as there weren't many other xenogeneics around. This was the last xenogeneic he could find to kill, and it was only a marquise. Hansen gritted his teeth and went back to the zone of lava. He surmised that waiting there was a waste of time, so he now had to choose between 2 options. He could leave that place and continue hunting, or he could enter the lava and take a look. Because of his curiosity, Hansen went with the second option. He donned his galactic lobster armor and activated his Dongxian aura, then dunked his head into the lava. The melting point of planet King Kong stone was very high, so the lava itself was incredibly hot. Hansen was wearing his galactic lobster armor and had his jade skin firing on all cylinders. But even so, he still felt like his skin was being singed. Fortunately, he could withstand the heat. With hesitating, he dove deep into the lava. The lava wasn't transparent like water, so his eyes were useless once he was under the surface. Instead, he had to use his Dongxian aura to examine his surroundings. The stream of lava was far vaster than he had expected from the surface. After swimming down for a while, Hansen still hadn't located the injured blue metal wolf. He couldn't see the far reaches of the lava either. It was like he was lost in the middle of an endless sea. Hansen frowned, but after a minute, the Dongxian aura detected a creature swimming through the lava nearby. No, it wasn't just one. Hansen quickly realized that there were many xenogeneics swimming through the lava. He was surrounded by rock dragons that were at least 100 meters long. They were all playing together in the lava. Hansen could feel their presences in frightening detail. They were all king class, at least, and there were many of them. Hansen sensed at least a dozen. Fortunately, the rock dragons didn't seem interested in Han Senator, perhaps he was too small, and he was thus unable to snare their attention. A 1,000-meter-long rock dragon swam smoothly past Hansen, and he decided to jump onto that stone body like a little lizard. He latched onto the rock dragon's skin and let it carry him forward. In that endless lava sea, finding an injured blue metal wolf no longer seemed like a realistic goal. However, if the rock dragon horde wasn't hostile, then using a rock dragon to look around seemed like a good idea. The rock dragon swam through the lava for a while, and eventually it dove deeper into the sea of lava. The temperature rose around them, and Hansen felt as if his skin was burning. Fortunately, the scales of the rock dragon were cool. They weren't changing in accordance with the temperature of the lava, and pressing himself against them made Hansen feel a whole lot better. There were many xenogeneics in that lava sea. They were all either fire or rock elementals, but when they encountered the dragon horde, they all moved aside. None of the creatures wanted to start a fight with the dragons. But still, there seemed to be no sign of the blue metal wolf anywhere. It made Hansen wonder. This place isn't suitable for the blue metal wolf. Why would he come here? As Hansen mulled over the question, he suddenly felt a wave of pressure sweep over him. And then, that burning sensation quickly disappeared. Hansen noticed that all the lava was gone. He opened his eyes, and what he saw shocked him. The burning lava was being held aloft by some invisible power. It created a sky of lava, and below the lava sky was a dreamy-looking island. There were pools, mountains, flowers, and trees there. White clouds hung all around it. It looked like a slice of heaven. A lake lay in the middle of that island, steaming like a giant hot spring. The blue metal wolf was having a bath inside the lake. It looked very tired, as if coming to the island had been a much-needed vacation. The rock dragons were now flying around the island. They wanted to enter the lake as well, but they appeared to be too afraid. Instead, they kept roaring at the metal wolf. The blue metal wolf continued its bath contentedly, ignoring the noisy dragons. Hansen could see that the wounds of the blue metal wolf were almost healed. After the days it had spent in the lake, it seemed almost completely restored to health. Can the water of that lake heal things? Hansen looked at that lake. The lake looked very clear, and he could see the spring water bubbling up at its center. The steamy air was rising, but he couldn't detect anything particularly special about it. The lake was surrounded by mountains, trees, and vines. Some flowers were opening between the clouds. If it wasn't for the lava sky, it would have looked like some sort of holiday resort. Perhaps the rock dragons finally succeeded in annoying the wolf, because the creature stood up from the lake and roared back at them. The rock dragons looked all shocked, and they surged back up toward the lava sky. They left the weird island below the lava. As Hansen considered the island, he concluded that the island might have been where the rock dragons lived. The blue metal wolf seemed to have taken it away from them. Perhaps that was why they were forced to leave. And the blue metal wolf might have just been using the lake on the island to heal itself. Hansen was disappointed. The blue metal wolf's wounds had almost healed. Even the king-class rock dragons were now scared of the beast, so Hansen stood no chance. Hansen released his hold on the rock dragon's body and dived out of the lava sea. He wanted to return to the valley so he could go back to slaying xenogeneics. Hansen followed the winding path of the valley. After walking 1,000 miles, he found a few more rock demons. He killed them and obtained their xenogeneic genes, but he still hadn't received one of their beast souls. Suddenly, he saw a shadow drop from the sky. It broke the atmosphere, heading straight for Hansen. Upon seeing the shadow, Hansen's face paled. He turned around with the intent to leave immediately, but that shadow was far too quick. It landed directly in front of Hansen to bar his way. What? You are leaving so soon after seeing me? Do you not like me? That shadow was a beautiful female guard. She smiled at Hansen. Guard Red Sleeve, I have only met you once. I simply didn't recognize you. How could I possibly not like you? I'm just in a hurry to hunt xenogeneics. If there is nothing else you desire, then I must go. Hansen turned around and started to leave. Red Sleeve smiled and said, My good little brother, in the king's garden, I believe you recognized your big sister, correct? Why would you say that? Hansen shivered and forced a wry smile. He knew he couldn't hide anymore. He turned around to face Red Sleeve, and her body had already changed. She had snow-white ears and a fox's tail. Her face had transformed into one that Hansen knew very well. It was Fox Queen. I see that my sister's face looks the same as ever. You still look so pretty. I am so happy to see you. Hansen smiled, but his mind was in a rush about how to escape. Fox Queen was bold enough to disguise herself as one of the Extreme King and get close to Prince 14 in the process. She must have planned something big. Now that Hansen had learned that she was among them, there was no way she would be willing to leave him alive. Hansen hadn't shown that he recognized her before, hoping that she wouldn't realize he had recognized her. He thought it would take a while for her to find out that he had discovered her secret, and so he hadn't expected her to come for him so soon. Fox Queen's beautiful face darkened. Are you mocking me by suggesting that I lost to the hands of your teacher? You are looking into my words too deeply, sister. Hansen laughed. Fox Queen's expression was like ice, and she said, If I hadn't been suppressed for so long that my talent stagnated, your teacher wouldn't have been able to defeat me. When I regain my strength, I am going to break her. Clearly, Fox Queen still harbored much contempt for Isha due to her defeat. She seemed to care about her loss quite a lot. If you're still recovering, why have you come here to the Extreme King? Hansen asked with a grin. He wanted to get whatever information he could from her. Fox Queen gave him a beatific smile. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause you trouble. I am actually hoping to work with you. You want to cooperate? Why? Hansen looked at Fox Queen with confusion. So we can steal treasure, of course. If there wasn't treasure up for grabs, why would I be here with the Extreme King? Fox Queen said, stepping closer to Senator. She reached out to touch Hansen on the cheek, but he leapt 50 meters away like a rabbit. He looked very alert. That's not very courageous of you. Do not worry, I need your help. I don't intend to do anything bad to you, Fox Queen assured him with a chuckle. Hansen coldly said, I am just a small-time duke. I don't think I will be able to help you. Fox Queen had been bold to sneak into the Extreme King. Whatever she wanted to steal had to be important. If someone made the Extreme King angry, the elite race would probably destroy that person's friends and family. Even if Hansen wasn't afraid, he had to think about his family and friends on planet Eclipse. Plus, evil women like Fox Queen were completely untrustworthy. She would happily betray anyone she wanted to. You will help me. I am merely here to say hello so that you will be prepared, Fox Queen said. Her body returned to her guise of red sleeve. She waved at Hansen and went on to say, I'm leaving now. It would be bad if someone saw you with me. I will see you later, my good brother. After that, Fox Queen put her fingers to her sexy red lips. She blew Hansen a kiss and then flew away. Hansen frowned. Fox Queen had come there to see him and reveal her true self. She was clearly there to warn him about exposing her true identity. How dare she threaten me? It's not like she can blackmail me or anything, but she seems too confident. She must have her reasons. She couldn't be bluffing me, could she? Hansen couldn't figure out her current game. He wondered what had really compelled her to expose her true self to him there. Hansen put away thoughts of Fox Queen and got back to hunting down Xenogeneics. His pursuit of Xenogeneics eventually brought him to an orange mountain. When he landed, a wall began to shake next to him. A creature made of black metal emerged. It looked like a doll, and it walked right out of the wall. Its body moved with machine-like clumsiness as it approached Hansen. A Duke-class metal doll? Hansen grinned. Metal dolls were Planet King Kong's special type of Xenogeneic. They were very rare, and it was uncommon to see one away from the metal mines. The metal doll's Xenogeneic gene was an extremely rare ingredient of Xenogeneic treasure. It was a Duke-class item, but it was a valued component for the creation of King-class Xenogeneic treasures. The body of a metal doll was a good Xenogeneic treasure ingredient, as well. Its entire body was valuable. Hansen needed Xenogeneic genes, and a metal doll was worth a dozen ordinary Duke Xenogeneic genes. The creature's body looked clumsy, and it suddenly started moving. Its fist flashed toward Hansen like lightning. The thing might have looked awkward, but it moved with incredible speed. An ordinary person couldn't have reacted to its attack in time. But Hansen's reaction times were the best of the best. He jumped up and dodged the metal doll's swift punch, then he struck back with his ghost teeth knife and cut the metal doll's brain in half. Xenogeneic Duke hunted. Metal doll, Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained metal doll beast soul. It gave me a beast soul? I wonder what type of beast soul it is. Hansen was delighted. He checked out the beast soul inside his sea of soul. Duke beast soul metal doll, halo type. Before Hansen could try out the beast soul, a loud noise came from overhead. Someone landed right next to Hansen. Hansen turned to take a look at the man next to him. His presence was intimidating, and he was definitely King-class. Leave the item there, and I will permit you to go, the King-class guard said coldly. Then he moved to pick up the remains of the metal doll. That is my kill. Hansen stepped onto the metal doll, knocking it from the other guard's grip. The metal doll shook beneath Hansen's legs. It didn't go to the King-class guard. The King-class guard chuckled icily. You are allowed to kill and rob whoever you want in Knight's Paradise. I'm only taking the prey and not your life in respect for Queen Byway. If you meant nothing to her, I would have already killed you for what you just said. I'm not superstitious. You said I would have been killed? I would like to see if that is true, Hansen stated flatly, still standing on the body of the metal doll. King Bai allowed his children and grandchildren to fight, but he made sure there were rules in place to keep them from killing each other. They didn't have to worry about dying. As long as King Bai lived, no royal child would kill their peers. But the lives of the children's royal guards were nowhere near as important. Royal guards were often killed in the squabbles between royal children. Knight's Paradise was something of a dangerous area. The guards killed Xenogeneics there, and also competed against other guards. It wasn't like the King's Garden, where killing was forbidden. This would be an easy place to get away with murder. The King-class guard was totally correct. He would offend Byway if he killed Hansen there, but no one would hold him personally responsible. He'd still be free. Hansen didn't want to back off, though. He had come to the Extreme King to claim resources, and he would not give up easily. If you want to die, then don't take it out on me for obliging you, the King-class guard growled. Then he cast a green area of effect which covered a distance of a few thousand meters. Inside the attack's perimeter, Hansen now felt as if he was in water. The stifling power was so strong that he couldn't move freely. Clearly, the AoE had a water element that lowered Hansen's mobility. Hansen drew his ghost teeth knife as he felt a chain of water wrap around him. It bound him tightly, and his arms were completely restrained. The King-class guard didn't move to attack. He just allowed his AoE to bring Hansen closer. Hansen's limbs were outstretched as he was brought to float before the King Guard. You think beating Prince Wu Chang makes you a bad *SS? You're naive. Dukes are still dukes. The gulf of power between a duke and king is the same societal difference that separates royalty and slaves. It is the difference between the sky and the ground. It is the difference that separates the stars and the moon, the King-class guard said. He reached for Hansen's ghost teeth knife. He intended to use Hansen's own blade to kill him. When the King-class guard reached for ghost teeth knife's handle, Hansen cast jade skin and mutant blood at the same time. His flesh became jade, and his crystal blood melted. It was like boiling lava now, surging throughout Hansen's body. The water that restricted Hansen's body thinned. It didn't snap, but it was stretched. It couldn't stop what Hansen was doing. The monarchy can be overthrown. The skies and the ground can be reversed. The stars can be moved. Day and night can be swapped. Everything is in my hands. Hansen's voice was as cold as steel. He grabbed ghost teeth knife and swiped it at the King-class guard. The teeth power became a roaring, dark purple demon. It was going to eat the man. You are just a duke. How do you know how thick the sky is? Do you think the ground can be shaken? How bright are the stars and the moons, do you think? The King-class knight didn't move. Instead, he threw a punch against Hansen's knife air. The green punch was like water. The teeth power's demon knife air hit the water and created a ripple. It was just a swirl, like a drop of water into the sea, becoming one with the rest. The King-class guard came punching at Hansen with the force of a tsunami. Hansen was like a boat, rocking around on the crazy waves of the tumultuous sea, caught by powers that could overthrow and drown him any second. Dong. Suddenly, Hansen's left hand hit the blood scorpion jade drum that was still tied to his waist. That sound was like the toxic stinger of a scorpion, and it was thrusting at the King-class guard's head. The guard's face changed. His green light was still bright and powerful, but it was too late for him to do anything about Hansen's attack. The acoustics of the drum went straight into his head. Arg, the King Guard screamed, and his AoE was disrupted. Hansen pulled out the Thunder God's spike, which was slung around his back. He used the lightning power to needle the King-class guard who was still screaming from the drum's attack. But Hansen could feel that the Thunder God's spike was somewhat restricted. It was like he was trying to move it through the deep sea, and it was forced to slowly part the water as it slid forward. Even bullets would be slowed by that stopping power. D***it. The AoE is affecting me too much, Hansen thought in frustration. Before the Thunder God spike struck the guard's body, the man clutched his head and retreated. He was able to avoid Hansen's attack. I clearly underestimated you. The King Guard opened his hand, and a lance appeared in its grip. Lots of lance waves came at Hansen. Hansen was still restricted by the guard's area of effect. His movement was slowed, and he was unable to dodge. He lifted the Thunder God spike and tried to use it to repel the King Guard's lance. He also pounded the blood scorpion jade drum again. Dong. The drum was like thunder, and the King Guard had to use his power to protect himself. He was able to block the blood scorpion jade drum's attack. The Thunder God spike in Hansen's hand collided with the lance. The silver lightning and the green light came against each other, but the lightning wasn't repelled. It struck the lance. There was a loud scream as the King Guard was electrified. He almost dropped the lance in his hand, but he wasn't paralyzed for long, and he soon recovered. Hansen had wanted to spike him while he was paralyzed, but he couldn't. The King-class guard was shocked by Hansen's attacks. It was frightening that a duke, even when he was submerged in a King-class area of effect, could be so threatening. Hansen was worried. The king guard was clearly stronger than Night River King had been. The guard had struck twice, but he hadn't hit Hansen yet. The king-class guard wasn't looking at Hansen with disdain. His eyes looked sharp, and his lance was like a dragon that was pointing at Hans Senator. He wasn't willing to let Hansen touch him with the Thunder God spike. Hansen's body was still bound by the AoE, and the guard was now being careful. This was going to be a dirty fight. The guard was avoiding the Blood Scorpion, Jade Drum and Thunder God spike. He was wary of exposing himself to either weapon, and that was how Hansen maintained their impasse. The king guard's lance kept poking around Hansen's defenses, but he couldn't get past Hansen's Thunder God spike. He was shocked by this, and he thought, this duke is still defending himself, despite being dead center in my AoE attack. This guy really is something special. It is no wonder he was able to defeat Prince by Wu Chang. Hansen's power kept exploding out of him. He could barely hold off the AoE's restrictive properties, and doing so was requiring a great deal of energy. And if he ended up exhausting himself, beating his foe would be impossible. Hansen found a chance. He jumped up and flapped his wings, intending to teleport out of the king's area of effect. But the teleportation capabilities of the wings were too limited. He could only go 1 mile at a time, which wasn't nearly enough to separate himself from the king's area of effect. And now the king guard was coming for him. Inside the area of effect, Hansen couldn't compete with his opponent's speed. He is a water element king. Being in a high-temperature place will be a disadvantage for him. Hansen quickly turned and headed for the enormous lava valley. Pang! Beneath the restrictions of that king area of effect, Hansen's movements were slow. The king-class guard managed to land a blow on his shoulder, and he felt water thrust into his wound. Hansen gritted his teeth and then jumped into the lava. The king-class guard laughed darkly. I thought you were worthy of respect. I didn't expect you to do something so foolish. Water is not a cold element. Do you really think fire will work well against water? I will show you how scary water can be when up against a fire element. After that, the king guard leaped into the lava without hesitation. The king-class guard traveled through the lava quickly, and Hansen couldn't find a way to escape his area of effect. The scariest thing was the way that the water attack was heated up by the lava. The water orb became a region of scalding steam. Its binding powers grew stronger, and it seemed as if it was going to melt Hansen's galactic lobster armor. Hansen knew that he had shot himself in the foot. That king guard was aligned with the element of water, but that didn't imply affiliation with cold and force powers. The fire element was known to restrict the water element, but under the right conditions, they could actually make each other more dangerous. Like a steam machine, with the aid of fire, water could be turned into high-pressure steam. Then it could apply a force of pressure. The guard attacking Hansen obviously had that skill and power. The lava sea's temperature increased the power of the water AoE, making Hansen's situation all the direr. The water around Hansen heated up and turned into high-pressure steam, restricting Hansen's body all the more. And the heat was growing unbearable. It was like he had been thrown into a super high-pressure cauldron. If Hansen hadn't been running his powerful Jadeskin Geno art, he would have been easily cooked by the king's area of effect. These kings are getting harder and harder to deal with, Hansen whined in his heart, but he remained focused on the fight, using whatever powers he had at his disposal. The Fire Crow Beast Soul from the Systems of Chaos made a Fire Halo AoE that would give Hansen fire powers. It also increased his resistance to the fire element. It was exactly the effect that Hansen wanted, but regrettably, the Beast Soul was only Marquis class. The effect wasn't very pronounced, but it made him feel a little bit better. He summoned the Metal Doll Beast Soul next. Although he didn't know what it was for, he was too desperate to worry about it. If it might help, it was being spawned. Hansen had given the Demon Bug King by Semace to Han Yen and the others, in case they got into trouble. The bird's nest had been absorbed by the little red bird. Right now, Han Sen had no better defensive alternatives. The metal doll was deployed, and a black halo that resembled teeth marks appeared around Han Sen's feet. When the wheel-like halo spun, Han Sen's body was covered in black metal. Han Sen felt as if his power had been given a boost, and his power element was now indestructible. There was a certain sharpness to all of his movements. When he swung his weapon, the steam binding him became much easier to tear through. Does the metal doll halo increase the power and sharpness of the user? Han Sen didn't have the time to think it through. He gritted his teeth and dove deep into the lava sea. Han Sen had no way to return to the surface. He planned to head for the island that resided below the lava and see if he could find the group of rock dragons and that blue metal wolf. If he could manipulate them into entering the fight, he might have a chance of fighting back. Han Sen waved his thunder god spike to leave a wake of lightning behind him, but the lightning was useless inside that area of effect. The King-class guard used his power to destroy the attack. It achieved naught. Pang! A blow landed on Han Sen's body. Although the damage wasn't critical, streams of water were now flowing into his body and thumping in his vessels. Han Sen cast Spell's Eternity, solidifying power. His blood solidified around the water in his body, prohibiting that power from spreading through his body. Han Sen incurred a few similar wounds, but they didn't strike any vital places. The King-class guard was shocked. Although he hadn't yet landed a killing blow on Han Sen, he had been making use of a toxic Geno art. Anyone who was struck by it would be lucky if they were only paralyzed. The poison could be deadly to King-class opponents, yet a mere duke was repelling it. And Han Sen was still able to fight him. He didn't look to be affected by the toxins, and that confused the guard. Han Sen frowned. He was so close to the island now, but he didn't see any rock dragons. As he was thinking, a sense of lightness passed over Han Sen's body. He dropped out of the lava, entering that familiar space below. The King-class guard entered right behind him. He saw the lava sky above and the island down below. He was shocked at the sight, and he murmured, "What? The center of planet King Kong has a place like this?" Han Sen looked over the lake. He couldn't see the blue metal wolf that was taking a bath anymore, either. And not a single rock dragon circled overhead. He felt sick, and he thought to himself, "Why am I so unlucky? None of them are here." Han Sen teleported again, drawing closer to the lake. He waved his Thunder God Spike to deflect the King-class guard's attack and used his Dongxian aura to scan around like mad. Suddenly, Han Sen noticed something blue below the surface of the lake. A relieved smile spread over his face. The blue metal wolf was merely sleeping underwater. Without hesitation, Han Sen let himself get hit by one of the guard's strikes. The blow sent him shooting down into the water like an arrow, and he swam straight to the blue metal wolf. The King Guard followed. Because planet King Kong had no deified xenogeneics, he didn't think he had anything to be afraid of. But when he entered the water, he woke up the sleeping blue metal wolf. When Han Sen entered the water, he was careful to hide his presence. He slipped lightly under the surface, like a gracefully diving acrobat. Han Sen even tried to suppress the splash to avoid creating a startling movement. But the King-class guard didn't care. He brought his AoE with him, blanketing half of the lake. The attack also fell over the blue metal wolf. The sleeping wolf woke up in a fury. It stood up, its metallic fur standing on end. Then it howled. The lake exploded like a freshwater spring as the howl blasted away the water. Han Sen curled up in fetal position, holding his weapon in front to protect himself. Even so, the shockwave was strong enough to blast him away with the rest of the lake water. Luckily, he was still wearing his galactic lobster armor. It was a King-class set of armor. If he hadn't been wearing it, the power unleashed by the blue metal wolf would have shattered every bone in his body. What amazing power! What is the level of this blue metal wolf? Han Sen wondered. On the other side, the King Guard now looked horrified. He was frozen in the air, unmoving. The blue metal wolf was now standing in the dry lake bed, and its blue wolf eyes were peering right at him. The guard felt like he was being watched by the Grim Reaper himself, and his nerves were as tight as bowstrings. His body was shivering, and the only thing he wanted was to escape. But he didn't dare try. He was sure that, if he turned around, the blue metal wolf would leap after him. The beast would chew him up and crunch his bones. The lake water rained down softly. The man and the wolf looked at each other, and the king-class guard's forehead was covered in sweat. The guard's water AoE didn't give him any feeling of security. As those blue wolf eyes stared at him, cold sweat snaked its way down the king's forehead and across his face. Oh whoa! Then the blue metal wolf howled again. Its strong limbs unleashed a grand amount of power. The water AoE was strengthened by the falling lake water, but even so, it wasn't enough to trouble the blue metal wolf. The blue metal wolf's body blurred, and then it was opening its mouth and biting into the guard's body. Pang! The wolf's teeth sank into the king's body, and at that moment, he exploded like water. His armor and weaponry were chewed up and swallowed. The body itself had turned into water, however, and that water surged out of the wolf's mouth and transformed back into a man that was headed for the lava sky. He's one of the Extreme King. That must be his water element king body. Hansen watched the king-class guard become a waterman, then head for the lava sky. Hansen wasn't going to let him run off, and so he stopped the man and used the Thunder God's spike to pierce his body. I am Prince 16. Get out of my way, the king shouted. He wasn't afraid of Hansen, though. He was just afraid of that blue metal wolf. It had eaten his armor and lance, and now it was coming for him with hungry eyes. If he was stopped by Hansen, the blue metal wolf would be able to attack him once more. He knew that the wolf had to be some sort of deified being. He wouldn't be able to win in a fight against it. His original Water King body would be useless against a deified enemy. He had been incredibly fortunate to escape the first time. And I'm your daddy, King Bai. Hansen didn't believe him, and so he pounded the blood scorpion jade drum and thrust the Thunder God spike towards the man. He wanted to stop the king guard at all costs. The king guard saw the blue metal wolf approaching him. He didn't have time to hesitate. He gritted his teeth and ran into Hansen's Thunder God spike without taking the time to evade. Very good. Hansen had no intention of going easy on him. The Thunder God spike perforated the guard's original Water King body. The Thunder God spike couldn't be withstood by someone who was half deified, so Hansen didn't believe a king body could overcome the lightning's wrath. The Thunder God spike pierced into that watery body, its silvery lightning flashing all throughout the liquid. The water body started to brighten. But the electrified water body didn't fall back toward the wolf. Hansen heard the king scream, coming straight toward Hansen. He then managed to hit Hansen. The water body smacked Hansen, then shattered. The guard was all over Hansen. Arg! Hansen shouted. The lightning and the water shot into him, so he was also electrified. His hair was blasted straight, and he almost fell out of the sky. The blue metal wolf down below howled at the pair. It looked ready to unleash another attack. Hansen fought off the numbness that was taking over his body, flapped his wings, and returned to the lava. After Hansen teleported back to the lava and quickly began swimming upwards. He felt as if something was wrong with him. The king-class guard had become water and splashed across him, and due to this, he had been electrified. The water was gone, but it felt as if it was now inside his body. Hansen could clearly feel a strange, watery power inside him. It was sinking into his body and trying to merge with his cells. What are you doing? Get out of me! Hansen shouted angrily. Huh? Do you think I want to do this? If you hadn't pushed me into this, I wouldn't have performed Return to Origin to combine with your body. I am one of the Extreme King. You should feel honored to have my body combined with the body of a rubbish race like yours. Huh, weird. You have some blood of the Extreme King within you. Even God is helping me. It's weak, but it's better than nothing, though. The king's voice echoed within Han Sen's body. It was like Han Sen's own cells were screaming at him. Han Sen felt depressed. If he had known that this would happen, he wouldn't have stopped the guy. He would have just let him walk away. The man who claimed to be Prince 16 wasn't using some skill that could take over a person's mind. His technique allowed him to merge their cells and attempt to combine their very bodies. So, you really are Prince 16? Han Sen asked, using some of his power to fight back against the invasion of his body. My name is Bai Yi, said the voice. My prince, how about this? Let's pretend that nothing happened between us. You get out of my body, and we both go our separate ways, Han Sen said. Are you scared now? It's too late. Once the return to origin starts, not even I can reverse it. I will have to overtake your body, Bai Yi said with a cold grunt. Think of a way to stop it. Han Sen tried repeatedly to remove his enemy. Neither Jade Skin nor his Blood Pulse Sutra could stop the invasion of that power. There is no need to waste your breath. I told you, this is return to origin. I have now become a part of you. I will be you. I will sink into your cells and even your genes. And then I will replace your cells and your genes. And then you will become me, Bai Yi said with grim certainty. Isn't this something like a village surrounding a city? Han Sen felt depressed. When ordinary creatures tried to take over his body, they usually ended up in his sea of soul. But this guy was doing things the opposite way. He was starting to combine with Han Sen from the body, which kept him from going into the sea of soul where he would be destroyed by the black crystal armor. Right now, Bai Yi's original Water King body was inside Han Sen's cells. If Han Sen wanted to get rid of him, he'd have to destroy his own cells. But that also meant he would have to destroy his body. It put him in a difficult situation. When the original Water King body started to replace Han Sen's own cells, he felt the change. Enjoy the final moments of your life. You will soon become me, and I will take all your things. That includes your body, your will, and even your memories. Everything belonging to this body will become mine, Bai Yi said with a cold laugh. You are too naive. Han Sen chuckled. He used spell, and a mysterious symbol appeared on his forehead. The solidifying power of eternity covered his body. It cemented his body as it was, forbidding any changes. What kind of power is this? Bai Yi screamed in shock. Han Sen didn't answer. He spread his eternity solidifying powers all over himself. His body became solid and unchangeable, halting Bai Yi's invasion in its tracks. It solidified Bai Yi's original Water King body as well. It couldn't invade Han Sen's cells any further, and it couldn't retreat either. But eternity's solidifying properties could only lock things down as they were. It was unable to erase the original Water King body that had already established its encroaching presence. Bai Yi, you better answer my question. Otherwise, don't take it out on me for being cruel to you. Han Sen rose out of the lava valley and found a hidden place where he could speak to Bai Yi. You cannot scare me, Bai Yi hissed back. Although your power might have stopped the process of return to origin, your own body has been paused, too. You can't remain like this forever, and you can't do anything about my presence here. Are you really Prince 16? Han Sen asked, curiously, ignoring what Bai Yi had said. It's true. Ask around if you want, and you will learn much of my famous name. Bai Yi sounded cocky. You are a prince, so what are you doing in Knight's Paradise? And why are you fighting to claim a metal doll? Han Sen asked, knowing that something odd had to be going on. Read more new novels on elistnovel.com. Knight's Paradise was a place that was set up for the royal guards. Ordinary royal children would never go there. And it seemed rather absurd for a prince to fight Han Sen over the ownership of a Duke metal doll. This was Han Sen's first time there, so it all seemed just a little bit too coincidental. It is because of that B***tch by Ling Shuang, Bai Yi growled. Otherwise, why would I even come here? When Hansen heard this, he understood. Bai Ling Shuang was Princess 10. She was the one that Bai Wei had a strong distaste for. Hansen thought about it. He had met Bai Wucheng in the space station, and now he was meeting Bai Yi here. There was no way these two incidents were purely coincidental. He was afraid that the incident with Bai Wucheng had transpired because of Bai Ling Shuang's meddling. Although he had never seen Bai Ling Shuang before, he sort of understood what the woman was capable of doing. Bai Ling Shuang told you to kill me? Hansen asked. Not exactly. Anyway, I am going to exact my revenge on that cheap B***tch. Bai obviously didn't want to talk about it. Bai Ling Shuang must have set him up, and now things had obviously gone much farther than he had intended. Both because of Hansen and Bai Ling Shuang, these events would be forever branded into Bai Yi's heart. He must have really wanted both of them dead for different reasons. But these are all matters for the future. Let's talk about you and me, right now. You want to take over my body, don't you? Well, that's impossible. Tell me what you are planning to do next, Hansen said. Bai Yi snorted in annoyance. Return to origin is a one-way ticket once it has been triggered. This is a process that you can never reverse. I will take over you, it is only a matter of time. And from this point on, you will not be able to gain power. Sooner or later, your body will submit and become mine. Are you sure there is no other way? Hansen asked seriously. Only one of us can be left alive, Bai Yi replied calmly. He was very confident in the abilities of his return to origin. I was going to let you live, but if you don't want to live, then just know that you've done this to yourself. Hansen sighed. Killing a prince in King's kingdom was quite a crazy thing to do. King Bai would obviously come to investigate the matter. There were too many elites among the extreme king. Many of them, like Mr. White, had powerful predictive talents, so Hansen couldn't be sure that he could keep Bai Yi's murder a secret. He didn't dare to kill a prince when his deed could be discovered. Or at least, he wouldn't if he didn't have a choice. If Bai Yi couldn't get out of his body, then he had to let King Bai know that Bai Yi had forced this situation upon them. If possible, he would help Bai Yi replace his body. When Bai Yi spoke again, his voice was full of scorn. I have melted into your cells. I am a part of your body now. Unless you kill yourself, here I am. What can you do about it? If all of the Bai family is as naive as you are, that would be great. Hansen sighed. Bai Yi was the most retarded Bai family member he had met so far. Even Bai Wei was much smarter than he was. He had been used by Bai Ling Shuang, but he had still strutted arrogantly around the entire time. Hansen had no idea how he had managed to survive for so long in the Extreme King. It was a very competitive place to live in, after all. Right. Maybe no one cares for a big retard like him. Maybe no one will be too upset that he's dead, Hansen thought to himself. Then, his eyes started to turn white. The white light blazed out of Hansen, overwhelming his body with holy light. He started to take on the form of a holy god. This is impossible. Bai Yi screamed. He noticed that his original Water King body was being torn away from Hansen's own cells. Terror suffused Bai Yi as he realized that his original Water King body was far inferior to this new power. The genes he saw now made Bai Yi so terrified. What is this? What is this power? Why does my king body feel so scared? This is impossible. Our king bodies are the strongest bodies in the world. We have the strongest genes. There cannot be any genes that are stronger than ours. Bai Yi felt his original Water King body beginning to detach from Hansen's. That power was suppressing him, too. He couldn't move. He was so terrified, and his previous calm had vanished. Hansen ignored Bai Yi's moaning. His whole body was in Super God Spirit mode now. In Super God Spirit mode, he tore out Bai Yi's original Water King body. The original Water King body's genes were very strong, but in front of the super god spirit body, the king body was like dirt. Unless Hansen absorbed and refined it, they wouldn't combine together. In front of Hansen's super god spirit body, Bai felt like his high-level original Water King body had become a collection of low-level genes. He could only stare at that scary power now. All those drops of water were like a babbling spring. Under the power of the super god spirit, Hansen refined each droplet one by one. No, don't kill me. I can get out of you. Bai finally felt fear. The original power was being refined by Han Senator. He couldn't fathom how a duke had managed to amass such wretched powers. Hansen wasn't as strong and he wasn't a king yet, but even so. Bai could see enough of Hansen's genes to know that they were far better than his own original Water King body. It is too late, Hansen said simply. His super god spirit body became stronger. Since he had already cast the skill, he wasn't going to leave any trace of the prince behind. You cannot kill me. I am Prince 16. I am the son of King Bai. Bai's voice vanished. Under the thumb of Hansen's super god spirit body, his original Water King body was refined in no time. A moment later, the original Water King body became a drop of water that was as transparent as a small diamond. Mutant xenogeneic king hunted. Original Water King, mutant xenogeneic gene found. Feeling rather weak, Hansen exited his super god spirit mode. When his body and level increased, the time he could use super god spirit body tended to increase, as well. But even so, the effort cost him a lot of power. It was very difficult for him to maintain his super god spirit mode for any length of time. If I become deified, I wonder if I will be able to use super god spirit mode for a long time. Hansen thought to himself. Then he swallowed the drop of water and used his Blood Pulse Sutra and Blood Pulse Plunder to refine it. It was similar to the ordinary process of refining things like the dragon wings and the stone cow. After the Blood Pulse Sutra refined the water drop, Hansen obtained a new Blood Pulse gene power. But this time it was a king-class Blood Pulse gene power. Hansen's heart leaped. He felt his body become transparent liquid, and it looked as if he was made of water. Is this the power of original Water King body? Hansen was so happy. He used his body to separate the ripples and waves of the water. He created a water area of effect attack. It was exactly the same as the one Bai had used on him. If I can nab a few more mutant king xenogeneic genes, or even a deified mutant xenogeneic gene, then I will be invincible. Hansen really loved the combination of the Blood Pulse Sutra and Blood Pulse Plunder. But Hansen felt a headache coming on when he thought about the ramifications of Bai's death. He had earned this benefit by killing Bai, but King Bai would definitely start an investigation. It would be difficult to use his new ability without drawing suspicion. Bai Ling Xuan would be aware that Bai had encountered Han Senator. Even if Bai Ling Xuan did not know, the Extreme King would surely have someone like Mr. White in their midst. Perhaps some special geno art out there would help them deduce that Hansen really was the one who killed Bai. Hansen used his Dongxian aura and purple-eyed butterfly to erase any trace of him being there. He could take comfort in the knowledge that Super God Spirit Mode wouldn't leave any evidence behind. No one should be able to find out exactly what transpired there. Super God Spirit Body truly left nothing behind. It was impossible for him to be found out by a mere geno art. But Bai had died where Hansen had appeared, and there weren't many guards going to planet King Kong. Even if they had no evidence of him being responsible, King Bai might just decide to slay any and all suspects just for the hell of it. Hansen didn't stay on planet King Kong any longer. He retrieved the body of the metal doll and left. He needed to figure out a way to escape the realm of the Extreme King if his murder of Bai was ever exposed. In fact, staying there was too dangerous already. Hansen left planet King Kong and returned to the space station. There, he waited for an airship that would take him away from Knight's Paradise. A woman approached and sat next to Han Senator. She looked right at him. Brother 16, you used return to origin? The woman asked with shock. Hansen's heart jumped, and he tried to replicate Bai Yi's voice. He coldly said that Hansen was quite good to force me to do this. Bai Ling Shuang, did you try to trick me? Bai Ling Shuang laughed. Brother 16, you made the decision to go there. It's not my fault that things turned out this way, but by combining yourself with Hansen, I can tell you that you now look much better. Bai Ling Shuang. Hansen's face was hard. He used original Water King body, and his entire body transformed into transparent water. The Water King area of effect spread to envelop the entire space station. Brother 16, why are you so angry? Bai Ling Shuang stood inside the area of effect, but she seemed completely undisturbed. It was like the scary spread of water had no effect on her. Blue light shone around Bai Ling Shuang, and her beautiful smile and sexy body made her look like a goddess that had descended from the sky. It looked as if nothing in the world could make her dirty. Bai Ling Shuang's blue light spread, and it froze Hansen's water area of effect. She waved a hand and cracked it, allowing the shards to spill all over the floor. Hansen was shocked. Bai Ling Shuang was half deified. She was at the very top of her league, too. She was far stronger than Bai Yi. Bai Ling Shuang broke the area of effect, and then the blue light faded away. She said quietly, you did what you had to do. I won't forget what I promised you. 2 nights from now, go to Night Charm Town. I won't pay you any less than the sum we discussed. After that, Bai Ling Shuang turned to leave. After taking 2 steps, though, she thought of something. She turned around and said, Brother 16, since you have merged with Hansen's body, you should use his identity while you can. What do you want now? Hansen snarled. The woman flicked one of her blonde locks away from her forehead and smiled. Hansen brought a half-deified Xenogeneic with him. You should go and take everything he has. I saw the Xenogeneics, and their genes are good. One of them could be deified. You could gain a lot by nabbing a Xenogeneic like that. You don't have to tell me that. I know what to do. Hansen looked at her with contempt. Remember, in 2 days, Night Charm Town. Bai Ling Shuang smiled and said nothing more. She stood up and left the space station. Hansen's head swam with confusion. This was a complicated situation, and now he had to make a decision. Bai Ling Shuang thought Bai Yi was Han's senator. An ordinary duke really couldn't have endured what Hansen had. Not even most king-class elites would have survived Bai Yi's hand. The only good thing for Hansen was that Bai Yi had used his return to origin. Bai Ling Shuang knew this. After he used return to origin, Bai Yi would look just like Han's senator. He would eventually change back to his original appearance, but it would be a slow process. Now that Hansen had the original Water King body, he could keep up his disguise as Bai Yi. He could be mistaken for Prince 16 of the Extreme King. This would be much safer than King Bai learning that Bai Yi was dead. If Bai Yi had succeeded with return to origin, then he could have claimed everything belonging to Hansen, including his memories. But Hansen had only refined Bai Yi's mutant gene. He had the original Water King body, but none of the man's memories. Attempting to keep up his disguise as Bai Yi would be risky. There was still a good chance of him being exposed. There is nothing else I can do, though. I have to try. Hansen tried to calm down, and he thought about what to do next. He didn't want to draw any more suspicion. But Hansen didn't know anything about Bai Yi. From his short time of observation, Bai Yi was a man that didn't look too far ahead. Even so, I have to find the Blood Kirin and the others. Then I will have to go to Bai Yi's house. Hansen made the decision in his heart. He wasn't going to hesitate. With what had happened, he had no choice but to try. On his way to Planet Wind Zone, Hansen sent a coded message. Hansen took a deep breath before typing in the number that he wanted to send the message to. It was the number that Mr. White had given him. Mr. White had told him that if there was an emergency, he could send a coded message to that number. Then, he would find a way to contact Hansen back. The code was simple. Rather than explaining exactly what had happened, Hansen simply said that there was an emergency. After sending the message, Hansen waited patiently. Half an hour later, his communicator came to life. An unknown number had sent him a message. Hansen opened it. Again, this message was written in code. Hansen read it and understood what he was being told. Go along with it. The information you need is in his house, and you must go there tonight, Hansen read, and his jaw hit the floor. Mr. White knew that Hansen had killed Bai Yi, and on top of that, he knew that Hansen was currently disguising himself as Bai Yi. When the message said his house, it must have been referring to Bai Yi's home. Even with his coded message translated, no one would know what the message was referring to. Although he didn't know how Mr. White had found out, Mr. White wanted him to keep pretending. And that meant he might succeed with the ruse. The information Mr. White was alluding to had to be information concerning Bai Yi. If Hansen managed to get that information, he might learn more about Bai Yi. And that would make the charade easier for him. The major problem at the moment was that he didn't know anything about Bai Yi. He currently didn't even know where the man lived. He didn't know if anyone else lived in the man's home or if he had any friends. He didn't have a single clue. If he just went there boldly, Hansen feared his identity would be exposed. And as for the information Mr. White was talking about, Hansen didn't know where to find it. When Hansen arrived back at Planet Wind Zone, Mr. White hadn't sent any more follow-up messages. He had already given Hansen all the help he would be able to. Now, Hansen just had to do whatever he could. Hansen looked up some information on Bai Yi, but what he found wasn't very detailed. He was King Bai's 16th son. He was good at manipulating water, and he was a very arrogant man. His mother was a siren, but she had died many years ago. Hansen felt relieved. If Bai Yi's mother was still around, she would probably have exposed Hansen the moment he met her. And in regards to King Bai, Hansen wasn't really worried. King Bai had many children and grandchildren. Aside from the ones that he truly cherished, few ever saw him. Bai Yi wasn't one of the favored children. The Siren civilization had been destroyed, and Bai Yi's mother had run to the Extreme King afterward. King Bai made her one of his wives. Bai Yi had no one living to support him, so he was just a run-of-the-mill prince. Bai Yi's talent wasn't too shabby, but he wasn't very famous amongst the princes. His temper was foul, and he was a very arrogant individual. He was greedy, too. He didn't have much, and he wasn't fond of his father, either. Because of that, his development was stunted. Although Bai Yi was older than Bai Wei, he hadn't actually gone much farther than she had. His planet had helped him become king class, but that was about it. There were no more resources that would allow him to get better. That was all Hansen was able to learn. As for who was on Bai Yi's planet and what friends he might have had, that was information he couldn't learn on the internet. And as for what the planet looked like and what sort of buildings were there, Hansen hadn't a clue. He hadn't seen a single image of the place. When he arrived on Planet Wind Zone, Hansen ran to where the Blood Kirin was living. Bai Wei was currently still practicing in King's Garden, so she wasn't on Planet Wind Zone right then. Hansen gathered Bauer, the Blood Kirin, and the little red bird, then they left the planet and took a ship to Bai Yi's Planet Water Zone. Planet Water Zone lived up to its name. The whole planet was covered in water, or at least most of it was. A few islands were visible, but they were easy to overlook. There were many creatures living in its sea, and Bai Yi's water element body was a good match for practicing there. Overall, it was a pretty nice planet. But Hansen didn't see any towns on the planet's surface. He surmised that it must have been underwater. Hansen was growing nervous. He didn't know where to find Bai Yi's underwater city. If he just randomly started poking around, he'd look like a pretty shady character. If he was Bai Yi, there was no way he would have forgotten the way home. He wouldn't just dive into the sea and swim around aimlessly. Hansen entered Planet Water Zone's atmosphere, trying to figure out what he should do. Suddenly, someone jumped out of the water to greet Hansen. "Who are you? Why have you come to Planet Water Zone?" the person shouted at Hansen. Hansen looked at the woman, taking in her blue hair and unusual body. The lady didn't look like one of the Extreme King. Her ears were like the blue gills of a fish. She had no proper legs either. Her lower body was the tail of a fish. She looked like one of the Ghana, but just a bit different. This must be one of the siren, Hansen thought to himself. "You don't remember your prince?" Hansen shouted coldly. He used his original Water King body and cast a water area of effect to bind the siren lady and pull her towards him. "My prince, is that you?" The siren lady's eyes opened wide. She looked at Hansen in shock. "My prince? You used Return to Origin? If you know that I have, then do not waste my time. Hurry down and tidy up. I'm going to need some privacy for a while as I take over the body," Hansen said. Then, he released the water AoE and let the siren lady go free. The siren lady looked frightened, and she said, "Yes, I will do it." After that, she flicked her tail and went swimming back into the depths of the sea. Hansen silently followed her. He swam into the ocean and soon saw an underwater city residing beneath the waves. It was like something out of a fairy tale. The entire city was wrapped in a holy blue light that separated it from the water. It looked rather amazing. Of course. The environment here is far better than the environment of Planet Wind Zone, Hansen thought to himself. He followed the girl into the underwater city. Surprisingly, when he entered, he found that the pretty underwater city was actually dirty and full of garbage. Many buildings were run down and dilapidated. Millions could have lived in that underwater city, but when he entered the city proper, there was no one living there aside from the siren lady, whose name was Lily. It looks like this Prince 16 wasn't living a good life either, Hansen thought to himself. When they neared the center of the city, Hansen and Bauer's eyes opened wide. The beautiful ocean plaza was full of garbage, but the eeriest thing was the presence of skulls. There was an abundance of them from a variety of different races. They lay in piles around the plaza, marring the scene with their darkened, stained surfaces. But the plaza only held the skulls. There weren't any skeletal corpses around. Surely Lily can't be the only person living here. Hansen was shocked. They soon passed the plaza and came to a pretty palace. That place was clean, and there were guards standing before it. It would have been great if it was just Lily here. Hansen sighed. Lily was leading with Hansen in tow. When they came before the palace, the two guards raised their spear-like weapons to stop Lily and Hansen. "Kind sirs, please inform the princess that her little prince is back." "Prince? Where is the prince?" a guard asked stiffly. Something is wrong here, Hansen thought. Even if the guards didn't recognize Bai because he looked like someone else, they shouldn't have been talking that way. When they made mention of the prince, it didn't seem to respect him. As Hansen mulled this over, Lily explained that Hansen had used Return to Origin. "You guys wait here." After a guard heard the tale, he looked at Hansen keenly and then walked into the palace. Hansen felt strange. The guards now knew that he was Bai, and they still treated him rudely. It was beginning to concern him. The two guards were also sirens. Bai was the son of a once virgin siren. Even if he wasn't a prince, he shouldn't have been treated that way. Hansen didn't know what was going on, so he stopped talking and watched to see what would happen. "My prince, please do not be enraged. The princess has been in a foul mood of late. You should just hold on." "Hold on a bit," Lily worriedly tried to comfort Hansen. Hansen took a breath and slapped one of the guards in the face. The original Water King body's power sent the guard flying. He crashed into a pillar of the palace and spilled blood. It was a great struggle for him to get up. Hansen walked forward silently, his face looking grim. Lily's face had gone white. She ran up and said quickly, "My prince, this is bad. You will make the princess angry." Hansen patted his blood Kirin and coldly said to her, "Things are different now. So what if she is angry? You should stop babbling and go clean something up." Lily nodded to comply, but before she could say anything, a cold voice echoed through the palace. "A half-deified xenogeniac gives you that much courage?" Hansen squinted his eyes and watched the person emerge from deeper within the palace. It was a woman clad in palace clothing. She looked similar to Lily, with blue hair, blue eyes, and ears that were blue gills. But her lower body wasn't the tail of a fish. She had nice long legs. Her legs were so long that they made her look very tall. And with that imperious expression on her face, she looked like someone of very high status. "I'm not that brave. I just don't want to come home and have to report to people," Hansen responded flatly. The pretty woman's eyebrows rose, but her face was scarily cold. She looked at Hansen with derision. "You are from the bloodline of a virgin, and you had to use return to origin to combat a duke. Is that not embarrassing for you to talk about?" "That's my business, not yours." Hansen made sure he sounded a little angry. "I'll overlook what you've decided is your business, but this is the last time. If you touch my people again, you know full well what will happen." After that, the woman ignored Hansen. She sent others out to aid the siren guard that Hansen had struck. Then she walked back into her quarter of the palace. The sirens that went to pick up the guard glared disrespectfully at Hansen. They didn't have the respect for a master or prince that they should have. This Baiyi's life was pretty bad. And who is this princess? She's unique, Hansen thought to himself. When the princess had finally returned to her palace, Lily looked visibly relieved. She told Hansen, "My prince, let's go. Stop making the princess unhappy." Hansen snorted and followed Lily. This was turning out very differently than what Hansen had imagined. He had believed that Baiyi was a prince and that this was his territory. He should have been in the comfort of a nice palace. But Lily only took Hansen down a side passage. They followed a winding path around a garden to get to the far end. She brought Hansen to a small shack. Hansen frowned. If he hadn't used his Dongxian aura to examine Lily, he would have thought that she was putting on some sort of bizarre act. He even wondered if this was all just a trap to test him. What kind of prince would live in a place like this, in territory that supposedly belonged to him? Lily pushed the door open and started tidying up things inside the little hut. She said, "My prince, you should rest. I will clean up right now." Hansen saw that the building was well kept. It was already sparklingly clean. He waved at Lily. "There is no need for cleaning. You should go and rest. I'm going to spend some time overtaking this body. Do not disturb me. I will call you when I need you." "Yes, my prince," Lily said. She exited the building, closed the door, and left. The princess was standing atop the palace, looking down at that building by the garden. "My holy virgin, did Baiyi really use return to origin?" asked a very old siren standing behind the princess. He spoke with a rough voice. "I can only suppose he did. His body has the presence of return to origin within it, and his original Water King body and water area of effect seem to be all right." But, the princess stopped talking. "But what?" the old siren asked. "He dared to argue against me." "I don't know why he tried to do that," the princess said with a frown. The old siren coughed and said, "That xenogeniac seems powerful. It most certainly isn't an ordinary creature. Now that he has it, it should be a great help to him. It looks as if he earned a lot on his trip, not just that one creature. But even with that reward, it was good that he was willing to use return to origin to obtain that body. His chance of being approved by our relic is even lower now. It is good for you." Hansen rummaged around the building. Mr. White hadn't told him exactly where the information he needed was, so he presumed it would be easy to find. If it wasn't, Mr. White should have told him, that was the logic. But Hansen searched the entire building from top to bottom and found nothing. The only place he hadn't checked was Bai Yi's computer. Gaining access to the computer would require the password. Cracking the password wasn't difficult for someone like Hansen, though. In that era, there were many people who could change their physical forms. Thus, using a body identifier wasn't considered to be a very secure method. Computers were mostly protected by passwords. Hansen used his purple-eye butterfly to rewind and get his hands on the password that had been established for the device. After typing it in, he was able to log in with ease. Deified beast souls are so good. It would be cool if I could get a few more, Hansen thought to himself, as he read what was on the computer. Whoa. Hansen thought that his nose had started bleeding for a minute. The picture on the computer kept changing. Many naked women were being cycled in front of him. They weren't just women of the Extreme King, either, there were women of all sorts of races. And they were all laid out in sexy poses. **T. This, by way, is disgusting. He even has women of the lane on here. Hansen changed the screen's settings to only display to the person directly in front of it, to avoid people seeing things from the side. He didn't want Bauer to get an accidental look. She now couldn't see anything from her place beside the computer. He noticed those pictures weren't photoshopped either. The women there really did exist. What is wrong with this guy? Hansen quickly scanned through the files on the computer. He learned that the storage was pretty much filled to the brim with such content. It wasn't easy for Hansen to find a simple Word document in there. It had been written in an application that only allowed basic text. A well-developed race like the Extreme King would rarely make use of such archaic software. But Hansen found the document's name to be quite strange. It was titled, My Life. Hansen opened the document and found out that this was also password protected. Hansen used his purple-eye butterfly to get the password again, then he proceeded to open the document. He was feeling quite cocky about this talent, and he said to himself, oh yeah. It looks like I can be quite a hacker. Bauer blinked and said, Dad, hackers use real skills. You are just cheating. Huh. Cheating is a skill, too. You're just too young to understand. You will probably understand when you grow up, Hansen told her seriously. Hansen looked at the notepad, which went on for a surprising number of pages. Luckily, it was written in the universal language, so Hansen was able to read it all. That be *TCH. Don't let me find her, or I'll kill her, the first line disappointed Hansen. Hansen thought the document would be filled with things Bai had written down while he was horny. He thought it would be related to women. After Hansen read for a while, he changed his mind. He had been partially right, actually. It was related to women, one woman, in specific. It was the woman Bai couldn't stop talking about. Almost every line was an angry complaint. He scribbled his frustrations down there because there was no one else for him to vent to. Aside from the horny and horrible words, there were some important tidbits of information, too. He was talking about one woman in particular. Bai didn't mention her name right away, but it wasn't something he was hiding. It was easy to guess that the woman was the princess of the siren. Interestingly, judging from the complaints, the woman became a princess by striking a deal. The woman needed the identity of a princess for protection, and her people needed the shelter of the Extreme King for refuge. Bai wanted something, too. He needed something from her. In the complaints, a holy item was repeatedly mentioned. Hansen didn't know what it was, but he was sure that the holy item was a part of their bargain. The woman hadn't given it up, though. It wasn't as if the deal had been destroyed, but more like something happened and Bai was unable to get it. Through the words, Hansen could tell Bai was a very horny man. But he could also tell that the holy item he sought was more important than a woman. He spent more time talking about the item than the princess. It was obvious how badly he wanted that item. But most of what Hansen found was curses and accusations. There was nothing really complete. And as for what the deal was and why Bai hadn't gotten the item, Hansen was unable to find out. Although I know the secret between Bai and the princess, it doesn't really help me. I can't stay here the whole time, and I can't make friends with Bai's people. In front of his friends, I would be easily exposed. Hansen didn't think this was the information Mr. White wanted him to find. Hansen looked through the files on Bai's computer for a while. There was nothing. It was all just 18+ images. There were videos of orgies between men and women. It was some scary stuff. But Hansen also noticed something else that was fairly weird. He forgot about the women in the videos for a second, and he focused on the men. The men looked like Bai's friends. They must have been his close friends. They must have been higher class if they could do things like this repeatedly with no repercussions. Hansen tried to make mental sketches of their faces, hoping it would be useful down the line. Hansen turned rather green when he discovered Bai's horrible fetishes. There were videos of elderly women. The sight of them made Hansen want to throw up. This guy is so sick. As long as it is a certified woman, he's happy. Hansen complained. He didn't want to watch the stuff anymore. Ding. Suddenly, a message popped up on the computer. Hansen quickly opened it. Remember the details. Especially the details. But they are just my observations of Bai. I do not know his secret, so you will have to be careful with how you behave. Do not expose your true identity, and be wary of King Bai, Ancient Abyss, and the princess. They are the most likely candidates to see through you. Be careful in front of them and act like Bai. You are in danger. You might be exposed. If you are caught here, you are dead, and no one will be able to save you. Not even a deified person could. I do not have much time. You do not have time to practice either. There is a geno art that can allow you to temporarily change yourself. Henceforth, you need to change your genes. Make it look like you are slowly returning to look like Bai again. There was no name, but Hansen knew that it was Mr. White. The paragraphs that followed were long. They talked about Bai's relationships, his likes, and his habits. There were a lot of details there, and Hansen felt a lot more confident. My prince. No. Oh no. As Hansen was reading the information, Lily suddenly started to scream. Why are you so nervous? Didn't I tell you not to disturb me unless I called for you? Hansen asked from the building. My prince, this is bad. Queen Baiwei is here, Lily quickly said. Hansen seemed to have expected this, so he pushed the door open and exited. Baiwei looked glum as she above the sea. In King's Garden, she received word that Hansen had been destroyed by Bai's return to Origin. She went home and noticed that Bauer and the Blood Kirin were gone, so she immediately headed to Planet Water Zone. Not long after, the water shifted beneath her. Hansen brought Lily up to the surface with him. When Baiwei saw Hansen's face, her expression looked conflicted. She said icily, Brother 16, you killed my guard. And you also stole things from Planet Wind Zone. Give me Bauer and the Blood Kirin back, or I will let my father decide how to handle these matters. Hansen laughed and looked at Baiwei. He said, my good little sister, I'm afraid you have made a mistake. I am Prince 16, why would I go to your planet and steal anything? I was only taking what rightfully belongs to me. Since when was Planet Wind Zone yours? Baiwei demanded furiously. Hansen laughed. I have taken Han Senator, his body and his mind are now mine. So, I am him and he is me. His stuff is my stuff. So, of course I took back what belongs to me. What's wrong with doing that? You. Don't give me these quibbling rebuttals. Give me Bauer and the blood Kirin back, or I will go and complain to father. Bai Wei shouted. Whatever. I do not have time for you. Hansen turned to head back into the underwater city. Stop. You can keep the blood Kirin, but that kid is pointless for you. Give her to me, and I'll consider us settled. Bai Wei gritted her teeth. Haha. Such a beautiful little girl. Why would I give her to someone else? Of course, I will want to raise her all by myself. Hansen grinned. You asterisk shoal. Bai Wei roared. She threw a punch at Hansen. She knew what Bai Yi was like. Hansen was taken and nothing could be done about it, but she couldn't let Bauer fall into the lap of someone as sick as Bai Yi. That was why she wanted her back. Hansen's expression was hard. He used his water area of effect to bind Bai Wei's body. It kept her from moving, and he easily punched her away. Bai Wei, this isn't a place for you to take a sh*t, stop being ridiculous. If you don't, I will be rude to you, Hansen said threateningly as she was flying away. Bai Wei slowed to a stop and hung in the air, wiping away the blood. What do I have to do to get you to give me the girl? You want the girl that badly? Did you make it with Hansen? I don't see memories of such a thing in Hansen's head. Hansen leered at Bai Wei. She is just a little girl. She is useless to you. What do I have to do to get you to give her to me? Bai Wei asked stiffly. Such beautiful and cute girls are very important to me. Okay, you are my little sister. If you want her that badly, then I will give her to you. But first, hand me your 1,000 heartlock and I will give you back the cute little girl. Hansen grinned. You. Bai Wei's face changed. Bai Wei didn't have many good things, so she didn't have many decent Geno treasures. But King Bai had given her mother the 1,000 heartlock. It was passed on to Bai Wei later. It was her only deified item, and it was the only thing she had to keep her alive. This wasn't a secret among the Extreme King, and even Hansen knew about it. Hansen couldn't give away Bauer, and so he suggested something he knew that she couldn't trade. I will swap a king-class item for the girl instead. She is just a kid, you don't need her. Bai Wei looked sad. I said I want the 1,000 heartlock. If you want my cute daughter, bring me the 1,000 heartlock. If you won't, we are done discussing these matters. I'll leave you to think about it. After Hansen spoke, he began to lower himself back into the sea. 1,000 heartlock is combined with my body. I cannot simply give it to you. Even if I could, you wouldn't be able to use it. Aside from me, no one can use the 1,000 heartlock. Bai Wei stopped Hansen and gritted her teeth. Give me the kid, and all of Planet Wind Zone's resources are yours for a year. Hansen was shocked. Planet Wind Zone was poor, but 1 year's worth of resources was an incredible thing for her to offer. She was planning to give everything for Bauer. He didn't know if she had been able to tell how special Bauer was, or if there was an ulterior motive to her desperation. If she was willing to do this to prevent Bauer ending up with Bai Yi, then it proved her to be a very good-hearted person. You are willing to trade so many resources for one little kid? That kid is special. I should really take good care of her. Perhaps she can earn me a lot more money. Maybe we can talk more about the price later. Ha ha ha, Hansen dropped back into the sea. Hole. Bai Wei angrily punched the sea, but at a futile gesture. That prick, the princess of the siren growled at the same time. She was angry at what Bai Yi had done as well. If she didn't need the protection of the Extreme King and her title as princess, she would never have married a scumbag like that. Even just her title made her feel sick. She really wanted to kill him. My princess, we need to look at the greater good. Prince 16 is the last generation of the virgin blood. We need him to take the holy item, the old siren said. It is only because my blood isn't pure enough that I cannot activate the relic. If it was, I wouldn't have to work with an asterisk shoal like this, the princess said furiously. The old siren sighed. We cannot change this. The siren were destroyed, and not many of us survived. We need to mate with other races. You and Prince 16 have the blood of virgins. It isn't pure, though, so you cannot do it alone. It might work if you two cooperate. For the sake of the siren, please endure. The princess didn't say anything in response. She looked towards the garden, then walked in that direction. Han Sen went to the garden, but before he reached his little place, he saw the princess headed his way. What are you doing here? Are you so lonely that you require my company? Han Sen grinned. He was just pretending to be Bai Yi. Give me the little girl, the princess said emotionlessly. Why? Han Sen's lip curled a little. If you want the relic, then give her to me. Otherwise, don't even think about it. The choice is yours. The princess' face didn't change. Fine. Whatever. She's just a useless kid. If you want her, then you can have her. Han Sen rolled his eyes and returned to the building. He brought out Bauer and lobbed her toward the princess. The princess frowned. She caught Bauer and immediately turned away from Han Senator. She took Bauer away from the garden. She moved hurriedly, as if remaining in the garden for one more second would make her feel incredibly filthy. Bauer lay across the princess' shoulder, clutching her neck. She winked at Han Sen. D***MN woman. Don't let me find a chance, Han Sen grumbled, but he winked back at Bauer. The princess wanted Bauer, and Han Sen needed Bauer to amass information on his behalf. Bauer's intelligence and power made her a great infiltrator. Bai Wei and the princess didn't give Han Sen any further headaches. He was most worried about the meeting with Bai Ling Shuang, and that was because Han Sen wasn't sure what sort of deal had been established between Bai Ling Shuang and Bai Yi. He didn't know what Bai Ling Shuang had offered Bai Yi to make him hunt Han Sen down in Knight's Paradise. But Han Sen needed to go to Night Charm Town. Bai Yi would definitely have chosen to go there if he had returned from his confrontation with Han Sen. Fortunately, Han Sen was able to read all the information that Mr. White had given him before the meeting. He knew what sort of social circles Bai Yi traveled in. At the very least, he knew a thing or two about Bai Yi now. At the proposed time of the meet, Han Sen rode the Blood Kirin and left Planet Water Zone, heading for Bai Ling Shuang's Night Charm Town. Bai Ling Shuang was different from Bai Yi and Bai Wei. She had an abundance of resources. Night Charm Town was like a top club located in King's Kingdom, but it was only one of Bai Ling Shuang's many properties. It was a town, yes, but it was one that covered an entire planet. Because Night Charm Town was very famous among the Extreme King, finding information about the place wasn't difficult. Han Sen made sure to do his homework before he left. Hopefully, nothing there would be strange to him. Go and tell your master that Prince 16 Bai Yi is here, Han Sen said to the receptionist, slapping the woman's butt and squeezing it firmly. He spoke aloud with much pride. My prince, Night Charm Town doesn't allow xenogenics. The receptionist kept a fixed smile on her face, but her eyes revealed the glint of simmering anger. You don't accept people's xenogenics? Well, the xenogenic of Bai Yi is an exception to your rule, Han Sen said, then walked forward with the Blood Kirin. The faces of the guards changed. They stepped forward as if to stop him, but they then returned to their posts. There were many noble snobs around there. Compared to Bai Yi, though, those people were pleasant. No one liked Bai Yi, not even the workers. Please wait, my prince. The princess is coming. The receptionist took Han Sen to a room on the highest floor, then left. The Extreme King really know how to enjoy themselves. Han Sen sat on a sofa and looked around. He stroked the Blood Kirin's head as he thought. Brother 16, you only have one half-deified xenogenic. You don't have to show off 24/7. Bai Ling Shuang walked in and looked at the Blood Kirin as she spoke. Half-deified xenogenic? This is nothing in your eyes, of course, but to a useless prince such as myself, it is very important. I need to bring it around often. Hansen grabbed a glass of wine and drank it. He looked at Bai Ling Shuang. His smile didn't reach his eyes, and he said, "By the way, thank you for your kindness. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be receiving this." Bai Ling Shuang didn't want to talk to Hansen more than necessary. She threw something towards him and clapped her hands. A very attractive woman came in. She stepped up next to Bai Ling Shuang and bowed. Then, she bowed to Hansen and said, "My name is Cher. It is nice to meet you, my prince." Cher's body was very attractive, and her eyes could snare a person's soul. Her voice was like a hook that could draw the attention of all. "Fox." Hansen's eyes widened as he looked at Cher. He was given a fright. She had fox ears and a fox tail behind her. "The Extreme King's Pavilion Pass and Cher are now yours for the day. You should be sufficiently satisfied," Bai Ling Shuang said emotionlessly. "You had so much faith in me, Sister 10. Hansen looked at Cher. He pulled her into his arms and reached right into her clothing. Cher was smiling, but inside, he knew that she hated this. Bai Ling Shuang coldly grunted and left the room. Hansen now had a headache. He should have thought more about what Bai Yi would have asked for. As a request from Bai Yi, this sadly made sense. The Extreme King Pavilion Pass surprised Hansen, though. He hadn't been in the Extreme King long, but he had heard about the Extreme King's Pavilion. Only the royal children that were rewarded by King Bai were granted a pass. This was an item that allowed one to get into the Extreme King's Pavilion. One pass could provide one entry. The legend said that there were many legendary treasures there, and that only the royal children were ever allowed access to them. If one was not a royal child, it would be pointless to have the pass. Bai Yi had never received a pass before. Hansen hadn't expected that the deal with Bai Ling Shuang would earn him an Extreme King's Pavilion pass. The unexpected revelation made Hansen very happy. In the Extreme King's Pavilion, randomly selected treasures could be bought for high prices. This was a surprise to Hansen. But the other part of Bai Yi's deal, his desire for a woman, and a fox woman at that, left Hansen unsure of how to proceed. With Bai Yi's personality, he would have undoubtedly gone crazy all over the fox woman. But Hansen wasn't Bai Yi. He liked pretty girls too, but he didn't want to do anything with a woman he didn't know. And most importantly, the room had a camera. Hansen didn't have a fetish for being watched. But right now, he was disguised as Bai Yi. Leaving a woman that Bai Yi had always dreamed of without doing anything would inspire suspicion from Bai Ling Shuang. Hansen even thought Bai Ling Shuang was probably sitting behind a monitor of the camera's feed, watching his every move. Hansen held Cher by the waist, trying to think about how he might deal with the situation. "My prince, this is my first time. Please be gentle." Cher looked down. Her face seemed red, and the skin of her chest was flushed a little pink. She looked very charming. Seeing her would make anyone feel horny. Cher's beauty would make anyone's heart jump, but in Hansen's eyes, she was completely unappealing. Hansen had seen many beautiful people in the world. There were countless numbers of them, but he was now past the stage in which he took people for their face value. What was inside was better than what was outside. Cher looked as if she absolutely despised Bai Yi. That attractiveness she displayed was for a specific purpose, and she showed her body to achieve it. Ordinary people might have been drawn to that, but Hansen thought it was boring. Cher wasn't Hansen's type. Even if he really liked her, he wouldn't do anything with a woman so easily. But right now, if Hansen didn't do something, he would raise suspicions about his identity. The evil, horny Bai Yi wouldn't think twice about doing something devilish to that pretty woman. Bai Ling Shuang wouldn't believe Hansen's lie if he showed restraint. Hansen picked up Cher by the waist and took her to the bed. Cher lay against Hansen's chest. She looked so shy, and her arms were around Hansen's neck. When Hansen put Cher down on the bed, her pretty eyes looked into Hansen's own at a very close distance. There was only 10 centimeters separating the two. Han Sen's eyes shifted away to break the gaze. He wanted to use a Geno art, but Cher's eyes looked very weird. They were magnetic, pulling directly on people's hearts. He was going to get lost in her attractive eyes. Han Sen's heart skipped a beat. He gave up on casting a Geno art, looking genuinely attracted by her. He had seen these eyes before when he was trapped in Ghost Bone Palace. Fox Queen had tried to trick him the same way. He hadn't expected Cher to have a command of this ability, as well. It wasn't hard to tell that she was one of the Fox. They were two of the same race, and that talent could very well have been a defining ability of the Foxes. It wasn't too strange that Cher knew how to do this, but compared to Fox Queen, Cher was an amateur. Cher's power still surprised Han Sen, though. She was king class for sure, and Han Sen hadn't been able to tell that before this moment. The Fox had a skill that hid their strength, and it was very effective. But thinking about how Fox Queen hid herself as a king-class guard amidst the extreme king, despite being deified, this wasn't half as special. Han Sen was familiar with this Geno art, so he knew what the expected reaction should be. Han Sen's eyes started to look dazed, as if he was frozen. But he sighed. A while later, Han Sen looked dazed while lying on Cher. He was like a zombie. This Cher is using a luring skill to get me to fall under a spell. She is trying to make me think that I'm going to do something with her. Most people wouldn't realize what was happening. I wonder if this was her idea, or if it was Bai Ling Shuang who ordered her to do this. Han Sen wondered. He thought it was more likely to be the second option. Cher looked at Han Sen with revulsion as she pushed him away. She sat up on the bed and tidied her clothes. She looked utterly disgusted. A hidden door in the room opened, and Bai Ling Shuang walked in. Cher bowed to her and said, "My princess, I used Fox Eye to attract him. He won't know what happened." Bai Ling Shuang nodded. "Good job. Take off his clothes and remove everything. I want to get a proper look at him." "My princess, do you think something is wrong with Prince 16? Cher asked. "Not quite. I just feel as if something is amiss with him," Bai Ling Shuang said. "It looks like my attempts to imitate Bai are failing," Han Sen thought as he heard Cher approach him. Why hasn't Blood Kirin reacted? Bai Ling Shuang and Cher were there. Han Sen was worried they were going to expose him. He didn't dare to use his Dongxian aura to get a look around the room. He thought the Blood Kirin was just lying there and not moving. His presence seemed normal, as if he was just sleeping. But Han Sen knew that the Blood Kirin couldn't actually be sleeping. Even if it was, Bai Ling Shuang's entry surely should have woken it. It was just lying there and not moving. Something must have happened. Cher moved calmly over to Han Sen and removed all of his clothes. Han Sen just had to remain still, otherwise, everything would fall apart. Cher brought Han Sen's clothes and items over to Bai Ling Shuang. Bai Ling Shuang looked through the stuff and said, "This ghost teeth knife is Han Sen's. This silver thunder blade thing is also Han Sen's. It could actually be a half-deified weapon. This jade drum looks different from the ordinary jade drums. Maybe it is a mutant jade drum. These items must be Han Sen's. He certainly got lucky. Why does he only carry Han Sen's items? Could this be a problem?" Cher frowned. Han Sen's heart tightened. He had wanted to carry some of Bai Yi's items, but they had all been eaten by the blue metal wolf. He had nothing, and there was nothing decent in his house. Han Sen only found some accessories to wear, but there were no xenogeneic treasures or king-class items. Bai Ling Shuang coldly said, "Bai Yi is addicted to sex and gambling. His family didn't lose because he married Lan Haixin. But that Lan Haixin had her own purposes for marrying him. She isn't really in love with Bai Yi. What she holds on to won't be given to Bai Yi. Bai Yi should be a prince, but he is little more than a servant. His situation is quite bad. If things weren't like this, he wouldn't have been greedy enough to request my Extreme King's Pavilion pass. He got lucky that he was chosen to kill Han Senator. That is a lot to be rewarded with. That Han Sen was special, but he was also so dumb. He went for that B***tch, by way. He deserved to die. Bai Ling Shang looked through everything and tossed the items away. She walked to the secret door and went on to say, "Go and find a woman of the pig race. We need to make it look legit. Don't let this **shoal wonder about anything after waking up. F***CKU, lady. Do you have to be this cruel? This is so F***king cruel." Han Sen thought. The pig people had a human body but a pig head. They were so strong, too. They were little more than thralls. Bai Ling Shuang was going to put a pig in bed with him. Han Sen wanted to jump up and kill her. Cher brought Han Sen's items over to the bed and threw them down. She brought a leg up and kicked Han Sen's body hard. She hissed angrily, "You dare to touch me? Wait until later." After that, Cher turned around to call for the pig woman. Han Sen thought quickly, and in the end, he could no longer keep this up. The moment Cher turned around, Han Sen jumped up. He grabbed her back and used his hand to cover her mouth as he threw her on the bed. Jade Skin's ice power and original Water King body's king area of effect combined and flowed into Cher's body. She was caught completely off guard, and she was frozen on the spot. But she was king class, and she tried to fight back. Han Sen's ice power was melting fast due to her resistance. Should I kill her or not? Han Sen thought to himself. Cher's power was stronger than Han Sen had expected. His ice powers didn't work on her very well, and when Han Sen saw that Cher was about to free herself, he knew that her escaping would result in him being exposed. But killing Cher wouldn't exactly make him appear less suspicious either. This was Night Charm Town. It wasn't a place where people were murdered for resources like Knight's Paradise. In this town, people were required to follow the laws established by the Extreme King. Not even a prince could randomly murder someone with proper cause. Han Sen's eyes flashed. Cher, who was currently crushed under Han Sen, was overwhelmed with both anger and fear. She had been fully confident that her fox eyes would work on Han Sen, so she had been caught completely off guard when he turned the tables on her. Fortunately, her own powers were rather impressive. She was stronger than Bai Yi, and she had a high resistance to ice. She couldn't be bound easily. Seeing that Cher was about to escape the ice, Han Sen leaned over next to her ear and whispered, "Cher, do you remember Fox Queen?" When Cher heard this, she shivered. Her attempts to struggle away from him suddenly ceased. Soon after, though, she returned to normal, trying to fight her way free as if she hadn't heard what Han Sen had just asked her. Han Sen knew which way the wind was blowing, so he let go of Cher and coldly said, "I am very close with Fox Queen. If that claim was untrue, then you know that I would already be a dead man. So, you had better be quiet and talk. If something happens to me, something will happen to Fox Queen, too. Why would I believe you?" Cher broke through the last of the ice that caked her body, but she didn't jump away after she freed herself. Han Sen brought his mouth close to Cher and spoke the two words quietly. "Red sleeve." Cher's jaw went slack. Clearly, she was aware that Red Sleeve was Fox Queen. Han Sen now felt much safer. He laid down on Cher and said quietly, "I'm sorry to invade your personal space, but I'm sure you can understand my situation. Can you tell me how I might manage to get through this?" "You are Han Sen?" Cher wasn't stupid, not many of the foxes were. She knew what was really going on, but she just found it hard to believe. Han Sen was a duke, and Bai Yi's return to origin had failed. Han Sen had ended up killing Prince Bai Yi, then assumed the man's identity as a disguise. He was so brave it was almost impossible to fathom. Han Sen knew that he couldn't hide his knowledge of Fox Queen, but this was the best result he would be able to achieve, given the current circumstances. They both had dirt on each other. Han Sen thought that a fox wouldn't sell him out unless they absolutely had to. "What do you say?" Hansen smiled at Cher. Many different emotions flickered across Cher's face. After a while, she gritted her teeth and said, "Wait for me on the bed. I am going to call the pig lady. Don't even think about it. If I was willing to do that, why would I have exposed myself?" Hansen crushed Cher to the bed to keep her from moving. Cher blushed and said, "If I don't go, Bai Ling Shuang will notice. Do not worry, I will use a Geno art to control the pig lady. Put on your clothes and wait for me, just don't get off the bed. Only the bed isn't faced with a camera." "Okay, I will take your word on it this one time." Hansen rolled over to the other side of the bed, grabbed his clothes, and put on his garments one by one. Cher glanced at Hansen and walked out. While Hansen was pulling on his clothes, he receded into thought. When Cher came back, she brought someone who was 3 meters tall and had a waist that was 8 feet wide. It was the pig. But it seemed as if the pig lady was under a spell. Her eyes looked dull, and she listened to Cher's every command. She fell down on the bed, and the bed made a chorus of squeaky noises. Cher looked at Hansen and murmured, "In order to make this work, I need you to make some noise." Not long after, Cher took the pig woman away. She came back and lay down next to Hansen wearing only a bathrobe. "How did you disguise yourself as Prince 16? Cher asked as she lay looking at Hansen. "That wasn't difficult. What about you? You are so young, and you're surrounded by the elite of the Extreme King. Your life must be hard," Hansen said with a broad smile. "Couldn't you show a little gratitude? I just saved your life. If I hadn't, you would have had to do it with that pig." When she realized what she was saying, Cher blushed and stopped talking. "Out of all the foxes that I have met, you are the least shameless. You seem to be very pure, yet you've also managed to achieve king class. You must be quite famous among the foxes," Hansen said with a smile. Cher raised her red lips in a slight sneer. "Are you trying to get information out of a fox? You are too naive. We are merely making a trade. You think too much." Hansen coughed. Hansen was very interested in Fox Queen's conspiracy. If a woman like Fox Queen was willing to disguise herself as a female guard, then something big had to be going down. Hansen had intended to glean more information from Cher. She was so pure that she looked rather inexperienced. But she actually seemed smart enough to deprive him of hope. Cher moved her face closer to Hansen. She was facing him, and she was so near that she almost touched Hansen's nose. They could feel each other's breath. "What are you doing?" "I have standards, you know," Hansen said with a blink. "You really are Hansen?" Cher asked curiously, still examining him. "We are sleeping together, and still you must ask that? I feel rather hurt." Hansen lifted his shoulders in a light shrug. Cher's eyes looked like moons. She smiled and said, "I thought that we foxes were very good at changing our identities, but you must be even better. You've disguised yourself as Extreme King's Prince 16 and successfully avoided detection. Not even Fox Queen would have the courage to do what you've done." "I learned a few tricks from Fox Queen that made it possible," Hansen said. Cher's eyes looked bright. "Are you close with her?" "Close. Very close. Fox Queen kind of wanted to marry me, but I didn't want that to happen," Hansen casually said. When Cher heard that, her eyes widened. She didn't believe the claim. "Liar. Why would I lie? You're Fox Queen's but has a..." Hansen supplied some helpful descriptive details. Cher looked at Hansen as if he was a monster. A while later she said, "You and Fox Queen. That. I failed her when I turned down her proposal." Hansen sighed. "Now I can only make up for it by trying to help her and assuage her grief. If I can do that, I can die a happy man." "You are going to help Fox Queen claim our treasure?" Cher felt touched as she spoke. Hansen felt a ripple of relief pass through him. Cher was much easier to deal with than other foxes. While she was king class and strong, she didn't have much practical experience. In the morning, Hansen finally received the Extreme King's Pavilion pass and left Night Charm Town. On his way out, he looked over at Cher like he wanted her so badly. Bying Shuang wouldn't let him near the woman now that their deal was complete, though. The blood Kirin had been sleeping, and nothing happened after it woke up. Hansen didn't know what they had done to the creature to make it sleep through the night. Hansen rode the blood Kirin away from Night Charm Town, heading straight for the Extreme King's Pavilion. He was in so much danger, and he felt as if he could be exposed at any second. He wanted to use Pavilion Pass as quickly as possible. Considering Bai Yi's well-known greed, everyone would expect him to use the pass immediately, anyway. When he arrived at the pavilion, Hansen presented the pass so he could go right on in and select a treasure to take away with him. The blood Kirin had to wait for him outside. But when Hansen entered the pavilion, he frowned. The legend said that the place was full of treasures, but Hansen didn't see any treasures as he walked inside. There was just a bunch of statues. The statues were wearing royal armor. Although they were just statues, the sight of them was still very impressive. Each statue must have represented one of the Extreme King's former rulers. Aside from those statues, there were no other treasures inside the building. Hansen found a placard on the wall, and soon realized that the statues themselves were the treasures of the Extreme King's Pavilion. During a ruler's coronation, a statue of the new ruler would be placed inside the pavilion. The materials used to construct the statues weren't very valuable, but before the statues were placed in the pavilion, the kings left their Geno arts inside them. If someone with a pavilion pass could understand the meaning of one of the Geno arts, they would be able to activate the statue. The statue would move to reveal the treasure compartment at its base. Within that compartment would be an item left behind by the ruler. If these are items left behind by monarchs, then they must be quite special. But understanding the mind of a king cannot be an easy task to accomplish, Hansen thought as he looked at the statues. Although each statue was unique, they all had a sense of power and mystique. As he looked closer, Hansen could tell that the statues were all pulling on him in different ways. All of them possessed their own particular atmosphere. There were 79 of them. That meant at least 79 kings had ruled the Extreme King during their history. Some statues featured a rock in front of them, whereas others did not. If a statue didn't have a stone, it meant that the treasure inside had already been taken. Hansen counted and realized there were only 3 of them left. Most of the treasures had already been taken, which meant that the ones left behind would be difficult to claim. That made sense. The Extreme King had a long history, and there was an abundance of talented individuals among them. Understanding a statue wouldn't be too difficult. There were 3 that no one had managed to understand, though. That was quite odd. Hansen had a look at the 3 statues. Blocks of text were engraved on the back of each statue, chronicling the entire life of the king, feats and all. The first of the statues that hadn't been claimed was actually the first statue that Hansen had seen upon entering. That meant the statue belonged to the Extreme King's very first ruler, or maybe even their alpha. The statue's self-aggrandizement was quite ridiculous. It said that the king was loved by everyone. It spoke of how intelligent and powerful the man was, and how his hands could cripple the entire universe. It said he stabilized the universe for billions of years. Frankly, it just sounded ludicrous. It sounded as if the Extreme King had held the entire universe together. But Hansen knew that the Extreme King were once just a minor race. When their alpha was born, Sacred was the reigning superpower. Perhaps the Extreme King Alpha had even owed service to the people of Sacred. That was very likely, because when the Sacred leader spread his dominion over the universe, small races like the Extreme King would have found themselves under the thumb of the Sacred. In reality, most of them would have ended up as vassal races to the Sacred. The strangest thing, though, was the physical appearance of the Extreme King's Alpha. His statue looked very different than those of the other kings. The Extreme King looked similar to humans. The first king mostly resembled them, but part of his body was obviously different. There was a mark on the Alpha's forehead that looked like the closed third eye of a sky. The extreme kings didn't have a third eye. They were just like humans, they had two eyes with normal pupils. But then again, Hansen couldn't be certain what the marking was supposed to be. It wasn't open, so he couldn't be sure that it was actually a third eye. There was another strange thing about the statue, as well. Every other king possessed a sword, knife, or a book. The Alpha didn't have a sword on his waist or a book in his hand, however, he was holding a gourd. This guy is interesting. Hansen focused on the Alpha's statue and used his purple-eyed butterfly to witness the process of the statue's creation. According to the statue's description, the Alpha left the statue in the Extreme King's pavilion. The Alpha both started this tradition and wrote it down in the rules of the Extreme King, and every king after had performed this ritual. If the ritual wasn't completed, then they wouldn't be deemed a true king of the Extreme King. Hansen used his purple-eyed butterfly to look at the statue, but before he could analyze a single thing, he felt a burning pain sear into his eye. Arg! Hansen lowered his head and held his eye. Thin trails of blood leaked through his fingers. That is some strong power. Hansen clutched his eye, and it took a while for him to recover. He didn't dare use the purple-eyed butterfly to examine the statue again. Although the purple-eyed butterfly was a deified beast soul, the Alpha of the Extreme King must have been a very powerful individual. They would have been deified, too. Trying to steal a look into the statue that they left behind was clearly a no-go. Luckily, Hansen's recovery power was strong. If it hadn't been, his eye would have been destroyed. Putting away the purple-eyed butterfly, Hansen didn't look at the Extreme King Alpha's statue again. Instead, he looked at the statue of another king. That king was holding a book, with his spare hand held behind his back. His eyes looked into the distance, and they conveyed an intimidating sense of incredible strength. Hansen observed the statue and noticed how startlingly clear it was. The king had black eyes and black hair. He wasn't clad in the armor of a king, but instead dressed in a white robe that actually looked rather elegant. The back of the statue recorded what the king had done. Hansen learned that this king was called King Wen. The description of his deeds said that he fought wars and claimed races, but that part of his life was summed up in a single sentence. Most of his description explained how he built the system of law and government for the Extreme King. King Bai was actually following the laws established by King Wen, like the rules to raise the royal children. Through the eras, things had been modified a bit, but the rules remained mostly the same. King Wen was the second king of the Extreme King. His statue was near the Extreme King Alpha. The final statue that hadn't been claimed was far in the back. It was the king before King Bai. Because King Bai was still around, his statue was sealed. Treasure seekers would have to wait until he had passed away before his statue was revealed in the pavilion. The statue wasn't being shown right then to avoid giving his children the opportunity to crack the statue. Why that would have been a bad thing, the stone didn't say. As a result, Hansen didn't understand. The last king before King Bai was called King Bao. Not much was written about him, just a few words that looked like default text instead. He had beaten a race and expanded the breadth of the Extreme King's domain, but the name of the race he had beaten wasn't even listed. The expanse controlled by the Extreme King had been maximized during the reign of King Bao, so there wasn't much room left for them to develop nowadays unless they could defeat the very high or ancient god. There was nothing else King Bai could do. In fact, the 20 kings before King Bao were all fairly boring. They maintained the Extreme King's power and developed fairly slowly. But those other king statues had all been claimed. This boring and normal king statue hadn't been cracked, though. Although the King Bao statue was the latest to show up, not many had attempted to understand it. Its plain look might have been why, even though King Bai was known to have some genius kids, like Bai Wuchang and Bai Ling Shuang. They were geniuses with a vast array of talents. Bai Wei was talented, as well, but she lacked fame. There were many royal children of greatness, just hidden away like that. If they didn't have what it took to claim the King Bao statue, then it had to be special. Hansen looked at the 3 statues. He was unable to use his purple-eye butterfly to get a close-up examination of them. He would need to use his own senses. Plus, no matter how many pavilion passes a prince got a hold of, they could never come back once they claimed a statue. Bai Wuchang had tried to open the Alpha statue before, and he wasn't the only prince that had tried. Hansen turned toward the strange face of the Alpha statue. I'll give this one a try. Each statue had a different atmosphere, but Hansen felt his attention being snared by the gourd that the Alpha King was holding. Hansen couldn't tell if that was a good thing or a bad thing. Perhaps because of Bauer, Hansen cared a lot about things that resembled a gourd. King Bao's name had a bow in it, but he didn't have any weapons or interesting items in his hands. He looked so poor, and so that wasn't what Hansen wanted. King Wen didn't suit Hansen's style. Only the Alpha King interested Hansen. Hansen sat down before the Alpha King statue and looked up into the man's eyes. For some reason, the oppressive aura of the statue felt different when he was sitting down. If Hansen looked at the statue while he was on his feet, the statue appeared beautiful and intricately carved. When he sat on the floor, however, it seemed as if the statue was truly coming alive. It was like a living king was standing in front of him, looking at Hansen with what appeared to be a smile. The emotions it inspired were completely different. Hansen was shocked. He moved a little on the stone and looked at the statue again. The statue was back to normal. It didn't look alive anymore. Hansen changed spots a few times, but the results were the same. He could only see the statue's living-type aura when he sat directly in front of it. Hansen ran to King Wen and King Bao statues. They were all the same. Only sitting on the stone allowed him to detect the feel of the statues. These king statues are amazing. I wonder how they do that. Hansen sighed. He returned to his seat in front of the Alpha King statue and analyzed the feelings inspired by the statue. When he looked at the Alpha, a strange feeling settled over Han. Senator King Wen and King Bao statues gave Hansen the feeling that he was sitting before a god and a devil, respectively. They thrummed with strength that could rattle the whole universe, and the things they knew were very mysterious. It was like even the folds of their sleeves were jam-packed full of knowledge. The Alpha King was different, though. He was holding a gourd, and it looked as if he was smiling. He looked like an elderly neighbor who would sit outside the door smoking. He didn't look like an all-powerful tyrant. Hansen didn't know if his mind was playing tricks on him, but Hansen thought the old man's eyes looked rather horny. This Alpha King is very interesting, Hansen thought curiously. He carefully inspected the whole body, not willing to overlook a single part. But no matter where he looked, Hansen couldn't discern anything meaningful from it. The statue had a spirit, but there was no sense of godly might. It was just very plain. King Wen and King Bai's statues elicited feelings that were scary to experience. Alpha King's feelings were very weak by comparison. It was difficult to understand. Hansen sat in front of the statue for a whole day, but he was unable to learn a single thing. He frowned. He didn't know if he should give up on the Alpha King, as King Wen and King Bao had enticing amounts of power. But Hansen really cared about the gourd. He hesitated and stopped looking at the Alpha King. He turned his attention to focus on the gourd instead. Hansen looked at it for a while, and he soon felt something weird. Before, when Hansen looked at a statue, he had focused on the king himself. The gourd was just an accessory, so there was nothing special to glean from looking at it. But if he changed his perspective to center on the gourd as the primary aspect of the statue, then the king was actually the accessory, and things looked very different. The children of the extreme king were full of pride. They carried pride in every part of their lives, but it centered on their ancestors. They always showed them a great deal of respect. No one would even consider that the Alpha King was just an accessory or a slave to the gourd. Hansen was an outsider. He wasn't one of the extreme king, so he didn't share their thought processes. He really took the gourd seriously. He looked at it as if it was far more than a trinket, and by doing so, the entire statue took on a different meaning. It was as if he was stepping through a gate into a new world. As Hansen channeled his focus into the gourd instead of the king, his emotions changed entirely. Realization slowly dawned on his face. The more he watched the gourd, the more familiar he thought it was. It looked like Bauer before she was born. No way. The extreme king Alpha is holding a gourd, and the gourd is a statue of Bauer before she was born? Hansen thought in complete shock. Hansen determined that the gourd was indeed Bauer. The meaning of the gourd became clearer. A mysterious air began to spread, and it looked as if it was wrapping Hansen up inside it. This gourd statue, it cannot be Bauer who created it, surely. Hansen continued to stare at the statue, his expression cycling rapidly through emotions. Master, Bai Yi has entered the pavilion, Cher said with a bow to Bai Ling Shuang. Bai Ling Shuang was seated on a sofa. Her beautiful legs were up, and she was holding a wine glass that she slowly twirled. Her expression changed to disdain, and she said, now that Bai Wu Chang has used his pass, the pavilion only has the statues of the Alpha, the second king, and King Bao. The Alpha and the second king statues have been there for billions of years, as no one has been able to understand them. And as for that King Bao, he was a strange king. Many royal children have tried to understand his statue, but they left empty-handed. There is no way Bai Yi will be able to understand anything about the statue. Instead of asking for a reward that he could use more easily, Bai Yi insisted that he be given a pavilion pass. He does think a little too highly of himself, Cher said. Bai Ling Shuang's lips tasted the wine. Then, she set the glass down. In this world, the hardest thing isn't understanding the enemy, it's understanding yourself. Bai Yi isn't the only person who struggles with that. Even with all the elites in our race, how many of them can truly claim to understand themselves? Bai Yi is just an ordinary man. It isn't surprising that he asked for something beyond his capabilities. He won't learn his limitations until he has tried it for himself. You are correct, Master. After all, there are not many people in this universe who are as insightful as you, Cher gushed. Bai Ling Shang looked at Cher and coldly said, your fox tricks do not work on me. I apologize, Cher said immediately. Bai Ling Shuang waved her hand, and she was about to respond when a look of shock crossed her face. She went to the balcony and looked up into the sky. From another planet, a beam of light was shooting across the universe, casting shadows across entire planets. The pavilion. That is impossible. Bai Ling Shuang stared at the light in utter disbelief. Every person of the extreme king was in shock as they turned their heads up toward the beam of light coursing through the skies. That light seemed born from powerful magic. As people looked at it, it seemed less like a king than a god or a devil. The scary presence was felt all over King's kingdom. Under the gaze of all those royals in King's kingdom, the light moved. It started punching. It was the Extreme King's most basic skill, Extreme King Punch. The Extreme King's Geno arts were all derived from the Extreme King Punch. Even Bai Wei's Extreme King Final Punch was an improved version of Extreme King Punch. But this basic example of Extreme King Punch was shown through a shadow. It was hard to imagine how scary it was. Every punch seemed to hold enough power to break the universe. As the nobles watched those punches, their hearts leaped in their chests. They were suppressed, and they found it difficult to breathe. It felt as if every punch they saw was going to cripple the whole universe, crushing them in the process. Just watching that power coming from the punches was enough to put everyone in a daze. Those with weak wills found blood trickling from their noses and ears. This, our Alpha, is it? Has someone claimed the Alpha statue? Who is this? Almost everyone was wondering, especially the royal children. Even the nearby nobles were shocked. It had been billions of years, and in all that time, no one had been able to claim it. The opening of that statue would shake the very foundation of their society. No matter which prince or princess claimed the alpha statue, this was going to draw King Bai's attention. If the royal child was already known to be incredibly talented, then this might be enough for them to usurp the place of the current crown prince. After all, the crown prince wasn't really very famous. The current crown prince had been selected only because he was the eldest son of the king. King Bai could boot that crown prince off his pedestal whenever he wanted to. Bai Wei watched the alpha's shadow of Extreme King punch. She seemed to learn something as she stared. She followed what she saw in the sky and started to move, punch after punch. Her punches started off very complicated, but they became very simple. Her final punch became the most basic, shocking sky punch. But her body was becoming stronger. It was becoming closer with the shadow of their alpha. Catcha! Some sort of lock inside Bai Wei appeared to have been broken. Her original body became an astral body, but the development didn't end there. Following the alpha's shadow punch, Bai Wei's body continued to increase. She was fast going to have a celestial body. This wasn't just happening to Bai Wei either. The whole of the Extreme King, every single person that practiced shocking sky punch or something similar to it, began to gain strength because of that shadow. Many elites broke their boundaries, and even king class and deified swords gained more power. So this is the power of our legendary alpha. He is so holy. Who did this? Who is the one that claimed the alpha statue? Everyone was both shocked and exuberantly delighted by this turn of events, and they discussed rapidly between themselves. The most likely candidate, they presumed, was Bai Wuchang. But he had already claimed a statue for himself. There was no way he would be allowed to go back to the pavilion to grab another, so it couldn't be him. Others of royalty were powerful, too. No one could guess who it might have been. Only Bai Lingshuang's expression was conflicted. She knew Bai Yi was in the pavilion at that moment, but she was unable to fathom how Bai Yi, of all people, could have opened the alpha statue. It cannot be Bai Yi. There is probably some other royal child inside the pavilion. Bai Lingshuang gritted her teeth as she spoke. The light that came from the pavilion began to fade, taking the alpha shadow with it. Many nobles and extreme king elites looked towards the pavilion. They wanted to know who had claimed the alpha statue. King Bai was inside the palace, playing a game of chess. He held one of the pieces in his hand, forgotten, as he stared toward the pavilion. Congratulations, my king, on having such a good son. The person who was playing with King Bai smiled. Teacher, which prince do you think it is? King Bai asked levelly, putting down a white chess piece. It was the Extreme King's national teacher, known as Ancient Abyss, who was playing chess with him. The teacher looked like a 40-year-old man. He looked quite handsome with his little beard, but it did make him look older. Despite that, he looked quite dreamy and light. Ancient Abyss bowed and said, I do not know. King Bai didn't ask any more questions. He looked in the direction of the pavilion, waiting for the prince or princess that claimed the Alpha King to emerge. Han Sen, in the Extreme King's pavilion, was shocked. He'd only wanted a small reward for his efforts with the statue. He hadn't intended to draw much attention, and now he frowned worriedly. If he really was Bai Yi, he'd have been overjoyed. But he was only masquerading as Bai Yi, and now that he had caused so much of a disturbance, everyone was sure to turn their focus on him. His chances of being exposed were now incredibly high. What's done is done, so there's no point in worrying about it now. I'll just take the item for now. Han Sen looked at the space within the Alpha statue. The opening had been revealed. Through the opening was a square hole, which held a wooden box around the size of a football. Han Sen pulled the box out, and the statue returned to how it had been when he first saw it. Han Sen returned to sit in front of the statue. It didn't have the sense of life that it had possessed before. It seemed that the statue really had become what it was supposed to be, a statue. There were no further hidden meanings to its existence, and the gourd in the statue's hand didn't summon that feeling of familiarity that it once had. The statue really can only be activated once. Hansen was looking at the wooden box. He thought to himself, this is what the alpha of the Extreme King left behind. It cannot be anything lame, surely. It must be a deified weapon or something of the sort. The box wasn't locked, and when Hansen opened it up, he was given a shock. The wooden box held a jade gourd about the size of Hansen's hand. It looked like a green crystal. The crystal seemed transparent, but Hansen couldn't see what was inside it. This jade gourd must have been carved. It isn't a creature. Perhaps it's a bottle shaped like a gourd? Hansen took the jade gourd out the box, but the gourd was entirely whole. There was no hole or seam that he could find. Judging from the weight and feel, it didn't seem hollow, though. It was made of solid jade. Hansen looked at the green gourd, and when he looked at its bottom, his fingers trembled. The bottom was flat, and a few words were carved on it. For the leader of sacred only. Hansen was given a proper shock after reading those words. As far as Hansen knew, there was only one leader of sacred. And this thing was from the Extreme King Alpha. This couldn't have been some nameless, meaningless item. Is the Alpha of the Extreme King connected to the leader of sacred? Otherwise, why would the Extreme King Alpha have an item that belonged to the sacred leader? Perhaps the Extreme King Alpha received it sometime after the sacred leader died. I still think they are related, though, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen turned the jade gourd over in his hands to study it. He couldn't tell what it did. Whatever, I'll just take it with me for now. Hansen put the jade gourd in his chest pocket. Then he picked up the wooden box and exited the pavilion. He knew many people would be watching the pavilion, but he had no choice but to leave. He couldn't stay there forever. He had to make an exit eventually. Even though he had gone through a lot of things, in the face of something like this, even Hansen was quite nervous. He couldn't be certain of avoiding exposure now, with all the eyes watching him and his disguise of Bai Yi. Bai Yi. He is the one who. When Hansen walked out of the pavilion, all the Extreme King elites were surprised. Many high-level people knew that Bai Yi had used Return to Origin on Han Senator. The only people that didn't know Bai Yi now looked like Hansen were the few who didn't read the news. Even if they knew he was Bai Yi, though, they were still stunned. Even King Bai and Ancient Abyss were frightfully shocked. They hadn't expected Bai Yi to have been the one to understand the statue. That is a rare occurrence, indeed, King Bai said, as he watched. That was all he said, and no one knew exactly what he meant by the cryptic remark. Ancient Abyss looked at Han Senator, then, he turned back to King Bai. How lucky. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Luck has nothing to do with it, King Bai said in a cool voice. The other elites were even more shocked than King Bai. When Bai Wei looked at Hansen, she felt a complex flurry of emotions. Bai Ling Shuang's face kept changing and twitching. When Miss Mirror looked at Hansen, she frowned and thought. Among the Extreme King, that day would be remembered for its stunning revelation. Prince 16, Bai Yi, had claimed the Alpha statue. It was like a miracle. The Alpha statue had been there for billions of years, and no one had been able to understand what was inside it. And Prince 16, Bai Yi, who already had a bad reputation, had been the one to claim it. Everyone had their socks blown off. When Hansen rode the Blood Kirin back to Planet Water Zone, even the Princess Lan Haixin couldn't help but stare at him from atop the palace. Lan Haixin didn't understand how Bai Yi had been able to claim the Alpha King statue. She found it a very hard thing to believe. Hansen returned to his little building, closed the door, then started to play with his jade gourd. Aside from the words mentioning it was for the sacred leader only, there was nothing else special about it. He couldn't feel any special power residing inside it, despite searching it as thoroughly as he could. Hansen had a look at it with his purple-eyed butterfly, and there was nothing to witness. But, that did prove that the jade gourd was unusual. It is a shame Bauer has gone undercover with Lan Haixin. It would be great if she was here. The statue's gourd is so similar to Bauer. Perhaps the jade gourd really is related to her, Hansen mused. Dad. As Hansen was lost in thought, Bauer came jumping toward him, holding a variety of packages in her small arms. Bauer, why are you back? Hansen was shocked. Bauer was holding lots of food, and none of the goodies looked cheap. Her clothes were very pretty, too, and they obviously followed the fashion trends of the siren. I missed you, Dad. Bauer leaped into Hansen's chest and rubbed her face against Hansen's. Dad missed Bauer, too. But Bauer, did Lon Haishin's people see you coming? Hansen was hoping Bauer had been able to get some information while he was away. Don't worry. No one saw me. Bauer gave the food to Hans Sr. You must have been eating bad food while you were alone. Allow me to give you the good stuff. Good. You are so nice. You are the best daughter that a daddy could ask for. Hansen merrily accepted the food and started eating. Filled with curiosity, he handed Bauer the jade gourd. Bauer, do you recognize what this is? Bauer accepted the jade gourd and shook it. Then, she turned it upside down. Something like water poured out of the jade gourd. Hansen was given another shock. He had thought the jade gourd was solid. He hadn't realized that there was something hidden away inside. The liquid that came out of the gourd looked like water, but it wasn't. When the liquid came out, it didn't flow out onto the floor. It floated in the air, and it looked like a floating fairy. Rather than dividing into droplets, the fairy held together in a single floating pool. It looked similar to Hansen using the original Water King body. What is this? Hansen was given another shock. Help Daddy to shower, Bauer directed the water fairy as she held the gourd. The water fairy came over to Hansen and stripped all his clothes off. Then she twirled her finger, and a water air wrapped around Hansen's entire body. It made him feel as if he was in the embrace of a natural spring. The water fairy sat behind Hansen and massaged his shoulders. Hansen was definitely enjoying the massage, but he was disappointed and couldn't help but say, "It's just a servant?" It had taken a lot of work for Hansen to get into the pavilion, and he had also risked exposure. It wasn't worth it if he had only gotten a servant girl for his efforts. Bauer leaned her head to the side and said, I don't know, but I think that she has another function. Can she fight? Hansen asked. Bauer lifted the gourd and pointed at the chair. She shouted, hit it. The water fairy went to the chair immediately, but her watery body broke as soon as she came into contact with it. The chair moved a little, but no actual lasting damage had been done. It looks as if she doesn't. Bauer shook her head. This can't be the servant of the sacred leader. The Extreme King's alpha surely wouldn't be this lame, leaving behind such a weak item for his children. Hansen looked at the water fairy. Bauer asked the water fairy to give her a massage. The water fairy complied with the directive immediately, so it seemed as if she lacked a will of her own. It was a high-class doll. Hansen used his purple-eyed butterfly to get a better look at the water fairy, and what he saw shocked him. The water fairy's body was an energy substance, and it was very tightly constructed. It seemed to contain a deified power, the likes of which Hansen hadn't seen before. Weird. Such strong power, but why doesn't it deal any damage? What does this thing actually do? Hansen thought to himself as he looked at the water fairy. Bauer was having fun with it, at least. While the water fairy was rubbing her shoulders, Bauer also instructed it to begin feeding her. Bauer, how do I make use of this jade gourd? Hansen asked after a moment of thought. Perhaps using the gourd himself would let him investigate it further. It's easy. Just put your energy into the gourd. Bauer handed it back to Hansen. After the gourd left Bauer's hand, the water fairy shattered and returned to the jade gourd like liquid. Hansen tried putting his power into the jade gourd, but he couldn't make it work. Then he tried it again, and when he put his power inside it, the jade gourd worked. The water fairy bound itself to Hansen's will and emerged from the jade gourd. This thing is strange, but I really don't know what she does. Hansen tried a few commands, making sure he was able to control the water fairy. Then, he put the jade gourd and the water fairy away. Bauer, did you get any information from your time with Lan Haixin? Hansen asked Bauer. Bauer nodded and said, she and Bai Yi had a meeting arranged for the 9th of next month. They will be opening the relic, and she says Bai Yi has the genes of another race in him. But the genes aren't complete. She says the chances that the relic will select Bai Yi are low. She thinks she will be able to control the relic. Did she tell you what the relic might have been? Hansen asked further, pleased with the revelations. No, Bauer shook her head and swallowed some food. Good. Keep gathering all the information you can. Once you have found something, try to find a way to reach me, Hansen said with a smile. I promise I will do that. Bauer looked so serious, and she gave Hansen a salute. Good. You are the pride of the people and the nation, and you are the pride of your daddy, too. Hansen convinced Bauer to go back. Then, he got to thinking about what he himself might need to do. The little red bird followed after Bauer, but Hansen didn't worry about her. Hansen was most worried about the ramifications of the previous day. He hadn't known that opening the Alpha statue would cause so much trouble, and right now, the entire Extreme King Society was still in the midst of dealing with their shock. Many eyes would be focused on him in the times to come. Considering Bai Yi's pride and desire for attention, he wouldn't maintain a low profile after suddenly becoming so famous. I need to go somewhere. Hansen got to thinking about where he should go. Hansen looked at the blood Kirin, and then his eyes turned bright. Yes. I should make the blood Kirin register as my royal guard. Then, I can go to King's Garden to steal a primary root king dragon. Only the princes and princesses are allowed to go to King's Garden. No one there is deified. I still can't reveal myself, but at least I won't be left exposed to the people most likely to see through my disguise. And I can steal plenty of resources. Right, I should do that. I should go to King's Garden. After Hansen said that, he took the blood Kirin with him and registered it as a royal guard. Then, he rushed to King's Garden. My prince, Bai Yi has left home. He took the blood Kirin to register as a royal guard. And now, he is going to King's Garden. My princess, Bai Yi took the blood Kirin to King's Garden. The same report was delivered to each and every palace. Many princes and princesses now raced to King's Garden. They wanted to know what was going on with Bai Yi. The idea that he had claimed the Alpha's statue was way too strange, and many royal children thought it was suspicious. He is out? I want to see if this is actually Bai Yi, or if it is really Han Senior. Miss Mirror was holding a big mirror that reflected Han Sen's movement inside King's Garden. She paid special attention to the ring Han Sen was still wearing. Every few seconds, Miss Mirror would turn her eyes to glance at that ring. Then, she unconsciously touched the identical ring she wore on her own finger. Hansen had gone there with Bai Wei once, so he knew the way to go. He brought the blood Kirin with him to King's Garden. Hansen wasn't fond of the bearded dragons, and he rode the blood Kirin towards the king tree. He wanted to find one of those thick, primary root king dragons. But as soon as the blood Kirin started to move, a few shadows appeared before them. Hansen examined them and realized it was a bunch of people he had never seen before. He recognized some of them from the information Mr. White had given him, however. The first one was Prince Swordstar. He was the 47th royal child, and he was Bai Yi's little brother. But he wasn't from the same mother. Brother 47, why are you blocking my way? Hansen asked, his expression gloomy. Prince Swordstar smiled. He looked quite handsome as he said, I am here to congratulate you, Brother 16, on acquiring an understanding of the Extreme King Alpha. And I am curious what the Extreme King Alpha left behind in the pavilion. I hope you will be able to tell me. And what if I don't tell you? Hansen asked with a chuckle. Then this little brother is going to have to teach you a lesson, Prince Swordstar said coldly. Huh. You aren't worthy of challenging me. Beat my guard first, Hansen replied haughtily. The blood Kirin roared. A red mist covered its body, exerting intense pressure on the surrounding area. A blood shadow came right for Prince Swordstar. You aren't the only one who has a guard. Prince Swordstar's face didn't change. Without a command, his own guard leaped out to fight the blood Kirin. King class was divided into 9 different tiers. Becoming half-deified required a person to break through all 9 tiers. A further barrier had to be surpassed before someone could become fully deified. Instead of being recognized separately, these 9 tiers were typically just grouped under king class, however. The power of a king's area of effect grew with each tier that was surpassed. The blood Kirin had completed all 9 tiers, it was half-deified, after all. Prince Swordstar's guard was a half-deified elite, too. How dare you behave so poorly in front of a prince? That half-deified guard made a cow's mooing sound. He then released a yellow king area, which overlapped with the blood Kirin's blood area. The guard lifted the axe in his hand and ran forward to strike the blood Kirin. The blood area combined with the yellow area, and both guards were affected by each other. A sudden weight fell across the blood Kirin's body, as if it had suddenly shouldered the weight of a mountain. The yellow area was associated with the element of earth, and it created earth elemental pressure within its zone. Kings with poor bodies could very well find themselves crushed by that pressure. As the blood Kirin was pressed down by the earth power, the guard's axe came towards the creature like a mountain. It was aimed to come down on the blood Kirin's head. The power exerted would have been enough to cut an entire planet in half. Roar! The blood Kirin roared. Instead of trying to avoid the strike, it used its own horn to block the falling axe. Boom! The blood and yellow powers surged against each other. The blood Kirin's horn was able to block the big axe, keeping the axe aloft. The half-deified guard roared. He struggled to push his big axe down further, as the 2 powers kept crashing against each other in the area. Hansen and Prince Swordstar watched the two from afar. Suddenly, a massive red and yellow explosion rocked the area. The blood Kirin was able to get past the half-deified guard. When the light of the explosion faded and the onlookers could see again, they immediately noticed that the blood Kirin's neck scales were torn. There was a huge cleft across them, and the blood Kirin's blood began to drip slowly down its chest. The chest plate of the half-deified guard's armor had also been broken. He had been cut, and he was bleeding, as well. Very strong body. You did not die after taking a blow from my open sky axe, but still, you will die today, the half-deified guard shouted fiercely. His open sky axe produced a scary light, and it came swinging at the blood Kirin again. The blood Kirin lowered its head. Its eyes looked red. Then the eyes grew darker and darker, until they ended up looking black. Hansen understood the blood Kirin well, and he knew now that it was really angry. Its blood air was about to go mad. It was like a nuclear bomb that was on the verge of detonating. As the half-deified guard sprang toward it, the blood Kirin did not dodge. It raised its head and peered at the guard. The blood air in its eyes was about to erupt like a volcano. Blurg! The power from the blood Kirin's eyes didn't explode out as Hansen had expected. The other guard's chest suddenly started to rupture with blood. His open sky axe didn't come down as planned. Blood spurted from his wound like a spring, and everyone watching the fight looked on in shock. The half-deified guard quickly tried to cast a power to stop his loss of blood. But it was a futile effort. Blood still streamed out of his chest, then turned into a mist and drifted straight over to the blood Kirin, where the blood Kirin promptly absorbed it. The wound on the blood Kirin's neck soon closed up as if it had never existed. The blood Kirin roared like a lion. It became a blood shadow, then flew over to the half-deified guard. The half-deified guard was bleeding, and his face looked shocked at the turn of events. He roared in response and swung his open sky axe at the Blood Kirin once more, desperately trying to slash the incoming Blood Kirin. The Blood Kirin made no attempt to evade the big axe, and neither did it try to use its claws to block the blow. The beast allowed the axe to slam into it and cut a deep crevice across its scales. At the same time, though, the Blood Kirin's talons touched down on its opponent. As the guard screamed, his blood sprayed like a geyser. The murderous Blood Kirin ignored the frantic blows of the axe, using its scales to absorb the strikes as its claws continued shredding the guard's armor and tearing up his flesh. The Blood Kirin's claws left marks all across the night, and blood spilled ceaselessly from his body. His blood was like a volcano, and nothing could stop that eruption. Hansen grinned as he watched. The Blood Kirin's blood area was a very scary ability. Hansen was fortunate that the Blood Kirin was not his enemy. Instead, when the guard hit the Blood Kirin with the big axe, it was now able to heal so quickly. After a moment, the half-deified guard was broken. He screamed continuously as he tried to scramble away, but under the grip of the Blood Kirin's blood area, he had lost too much blood. His powers were now weak, and he no longer had the strength to run. The Blood Kirin was like a wolf. It was like a tiger. It leaped over towards the man, then ripped off his arms and swallowed them. Crunching noises came from the creature as it savored its snack. "Prince! Save me," the half-deified screamed to Prince Swordstar. Prince Swordstar felt a bitter chill strike him after watching all this. The cruelty of the Blood Kirin shocked him and all the other guards. Before Prince Swordstar could say anything, the Blood Kirin picked up the guard in its mouth and ate him whole. A half-deified elite had been completely swallowed by the Blood Kirin. The man's last scream still echoed in the ears of the horrified audience. "Bye. You killed my guard." Prince Swordstar looked very ill. His eyes stared blankly ahead. It was just a guard, and he died. What's the big deal? If you are not happy about it, the Blood Kirin is willing to hear your complaints. Go and kill it, if you dare, Hansen replied flatly. Prince Swordstar's face had darkened. He wasn't half-deified. He only had 2 half-deified guards in his employ, and now one of them had been eaten by the Blood Kirin. Sending another one into the fray would not help. Other princes and princesses watched the fight from afar, looking jealously at the Blood Kirin. "I didn't expect that Hansen's Xenogeneic would be so strong. It is like it is deified already. I cannot believe that Shol Bai was able to claim it." When Bai Ling Shuang saw the Blood Kirin's performance, the sight made her grumble angrily. "If you have nothing else to say, Brother 47, then I best be on my way." Hansen mounted the Blood Kirin again and looked at Prince Swordstar with disdain. Then he headed towards the king tree. Prince Swordstar's face kept cycling through a number of emotions, but he let Hansen go and did not press for another fight. Prince Swordstar wasn't willing to continue the contest, but Bai Ling Shuang and the other royal children still followed Han Senator. They could see he was getting close to the king tree. Is he going to practice in front of the king tree? Bai Ling Shuang frowned, her expression turning strange. Hansen thought he would find more primary root king dragons closer to the tree, but that wasn't the case. The ground closest to the king tree was different, and normal royal children wouldn't dare to approach it. That was why Bai Ling Shuang looked so disturbed. Prince Swordstar stared furiously at Hansen's back. "Let's go." "Prince, you are just going to leave like this?" Prince Swordstar's remaining guard looked angry as he spoke. Prince Swordstar said coldly, "My people will not die for nothing. He dared to kill in King's Garden, and so the Blood Kirin will die. Let's go to the sentencing court." Hansen rode the Blood Kirin to the king tree. In his heart, he was thinking, the Blood Kirin's desire to kill is way too strong. If he wants to kill, there is nothing I can do to stop him. Fortunately, it was only a guard. I can negotiate and explain his actions. As he got closer and closer to the king tree, Hansen was unable to find any primary root king dragons. Hansen kept moving forward. The primary root king dragons appeared in different locations each and every time. Hansen was not lucky today, though. He didn't run into any of them on his way. There were many princes and princesses following him, however. Hansen mostly ignored their presence, but after a while, he noticed that they had fallen back and stopped following him forward. That was a little concerning. Hansen looked around and found that he was close to the king tree. It was so thick, like a giant pillar in front of him. There were 100 miles of land between him and the tree. Hansen could see that there were some wrinkles in the tree's bark that were as wide as entire valleys. But the king dragons he had seen were not as big as that. Hansen slowed down the speed of his approach. This place was quite different than he had imagined. Getting closer to the tree didn't result in him finding more and more of the primary root king dragons. Hansen soon found a king dragon, with a man in a white robe standing before it. Hansen remembered the information given to him by Mr. White, and he quickly recognized the man. Prince 17, by Qing Xia, was known as the prettiest man in the entirety of King's Kingdom. The man was so handsome that his good looks made him practically invincible. While Qing Xia was very handsome, the legends also said that he was quite weak. His mother had been injured while she was pregnant, and her baby had been injured as well. So, he was born damaged. He was a very weak person among the extreme king, and his body wasn't like one of the royal bloodline. He was weaker than a commoner. Prince Qing Xia was very handsome, but he wasn't good at anything except for being eye candy. He didn't join the fights for authority. If anyone mentioned him in conversation, it was just to talk about his face. "Brother 17, what are you doing?" Hansen rode the blood Kirin over to Prince Qing Xia, but the man didn't respond. Hansen wanted to know why Prince 17 was the only one there, though all the other royal children were gone. Prince Qing Xia's eyes were like stars, and his facial features were sharp. He was like a carving, wrought from a block of marble. But he didn't look good. In fact, he looked pale and sick. He hadn't expected Hansen to approach and talk to him. Prince Qing Xia looked at Hansen and said, "I am here to get protection from King Wen. Aren't you doing the same, Brother 16? I'm just walking around." Hansen didn't think he had come at the right time. He didn't know what protection from King Wen meant. Maybe it is something connected to the Kingyi scrawl upon the king leaves, but how will that help him? Is he going to pick a leaf off the king tree? Hansen thought to himself. Prince Qing Xia smiled and said, "There is no need to hide since you are here now. If you are strong enough to claim the Alpha's statue, then of course you can gain the protection of King's cover. If you want the Kingyis, then I should not disturb you." "I will continue walking around," Hansen said, then readied himself to depart. He hadn't figured out how to get the Kingyis, and if he wasn't careful, he could risk being exposed. He had to get out of there now and figure out the Kingyis later. Prince Qing Xia suddenly jumped. His body teleported in front of Hansen, barring his departure. "The Kingyis hasn't woken up yet. I am curious how you were able to understand the Alpha statue. Please teach me, Brother 16, Prince Qing Xia said. Before Hansen agreed, he threw a slap at Hansen. His fingers were long, and they glowed with light. It was a pretty sight, but somehow, it was still masculine at the same time. Hansen saw his slap and noticed how light it was, and how there was no power. But even so, the move felt as if it would be very difficult to predict. Hansen was shocked by it. People say Prince Qing Xia is quite weak, and it would be difficult for him to evolve. But now, I do not think those claims are true. His slap is something very special, Hansen frowned. The blood Kirin sat down and roared. It wanted to jump away, but Hansen prevented it from doing so. There was a rule in the king's garden that forbade killing. It was intended to protect princes and princesses only, though. There were options if a guard was killed, but killing a prince wouldn't just lead to the blood Kirin being punished, Hansen would be, too. After stopping the blood Kirin, Hansen leaped off of the blood Kirin's back and punched towards Prince Qingxia. His fist flew forward in the traditional Extreme King shocking sky punch. He had learned it from the Alpha statue. The rest of the Extreme King had only seen the shadow, but Hansen had watched the Alpha statue actually perform the skill. Pang! The fist and the palm came against each other. Hansen and Prince Qingxia felt their bodies vibrate as they were pushed back. Neither of them gained the upper hand. Hansen's punch included the original Water King body power. Although it was only on the first tier of area powers, it was still quite strong, and Prince Qingxia could fight against Hansen as an equal. It seemed as if the rumors of the prince's weakened body were not quite accurate. Extreme King really does have many elites. I can never underestimate anyone. Hansen was shocked. Many princes and princesses were watching from a distance, and they found themselves surprised again. Bai Yi was well known for being quite reckless and exceptionally greedy. Bai Qingxia was known for being very weak and sick. For two princes like that to fight under the king tree was quite weird. It might have been an understandable conflict if it took place somewhere else, but the king tree was only 100 miles away. Both princes were beneath the king's cover. Even geniuses like Bai Wuchang and Bai Lingshuang wouldn't enter that place. And those two princes had. The king's cover wasn't a dangerous place, but it had the king tree's king air blessing. If the king tree gave them its approval, they would earn its protection. They'd be protected by the kingis. If they were not approved, then they would simply stand there and nothing would happen. Many princes and princesses hoped to earn the protection of the kingis, but amidst their uncertainty, none wished to try. If they didn't earn the protection of king's cover or have much kingis, they would be laughed at for being unlucky. If a prince didn't even have the blessing from the kingis on the king tree, people would believe him to be very unfortunate. They would think the prince was plagued by bad luck. Such a person could never lead the Extreme King and rule the known world. Although the protection of the kingis didn't accurately represent the luck of a prince, it still affected the way they were perceived by others. Thus, the royal children wouldn't seek the protection of the kingis on a random whim. In the era of King Bao's reign, there was a much-loved prince. He was very intelligent and a sublime fighter. King Bao was extremely fond of him, and many nobles believed that the prince would be the one to take the throne and succeed King Bao. Even the prince himself believed he would be the one. He thought he was a man that was blessed with great fortune and luck. So, he went to King's cover to test the mettle of his beliefs. But he did not get the kingis. After that transpired, King Bao's love turned sour. He didn't allow the prince to succeed him, and instead passed the mantle onto the man now known as King Bai. The prince didn't lose the throne solely due to the lack of kingis protection, but it was one of the primary factors involved. Similar things transpired in every era of the Extreme King, just to varying degrees. The royal children that wanted to take the throne wouldn't dare risk being rejected by the king's cover. It was the royal children that were not ambitious that were more willing to try. A rejection wouldn't affect them as much. A royal child who got the blessing of 5 kingis would be deemed a lucky person. Getting the blessing of 9 kingis meant a person was super lucky. Getting more than 9 was something most kingly, and it was also absurdly rare. But even getting the protection of more than 9 kingis didn't guarantee a chance at the throne. So, the kingis' protection didn't mean everything. Luckily, the kingis itself was useful. It was good to have, so the more the better. Bai Qingxia moved like a cloud, coming for Hansen. Hansen grunted in annoyance. After he used the Extreme King's shocking sky punch to counter Bai Qingxia's palm, the fight continued. Because they were too close to the king tree, the last thing they wanted to do was hurt it, so they held their powers and fought with raw strength. Huh? Prince Qingxia has great palm skills. That must be King 7's hatred times 10. A prince blurted as he looked at Bai Qingxia. It really is hatred times 10. Times 1 is 1 area, while times 10 is half deified. I cannot believe Bai Qingxia learned this. He just became king class, did he not? He only has times 1 area power. His hatred times 10 is only at its first tier, another prince commented. But Bai Qingxia is weak. It is surprising that he is able to learn such a powerful Geno art at all, another prince remarked. Bai Lingshuang watched Bai Qingxia and frowned. Bai Qingxia hid his abilities this well? It looks as if he has come here to seek out the protection of King's cover. That is an unusual choice. We have clearly been underestimating him. His heart must be far more complicated than most of the princes that can harness strong power. Miss Mirror saw Bai Qingxia's hatred times 10 and looked on with interest. She said, this pretty prince has practiced hatred times 10. And on top of that, it isn't just at the first tier. This is really interesting. After pausing, Miss Mirror laughed and said, good. Let's see how he does against Han Sr. Han Sen used his Extreme King Shocking Sky Punch to fight against Bai Qingxia. Han Sen was surprised as they fought. That pretty man's fighting power far exceeded his expectations. The man's hands moved fluidly, and they didn't look very strong. But even so, they gave off a palpable sensation of evil. Han Sen could feel this very clearly, and if he was careless, taking just half of one hit could deplete him of half of his life. Weird. Why does old 16 only use the Shocking Sky Punch? Does he only know this one skill? Prince 19 looked on and frowned. Prince 19 stood beside Prince 14 Bai Songlong. Bai Songlong laughed darkly and said, old 16 is deliberately insulting 17. He wants to use Shocking Sky Punch to beat hatred times 10. His arrogant personality clearly hasn't changed a bit. Luckily, 17 has the first tier of king area. If he didn't, he would have been killed by now. I don't know how a guy like him was able to claim the alpha statue, Prince 19 said with a lift of his lips. Everyone is bound to have some good luck at some point. Bai Songlong looked at Han Sen with scorn. Bai Qingxia noticed that no matter how much he altered his palm skills, Han Sen was still only using Shocking Sky Punch. He concluded that Han Sen was insulting him on purpose, and his pretty face reddened with anger. Suddenly, Bai Qingxia changed his palm skills. The weak-looking palm skills became a laser that could pierce through the universe. And now, one of those strikes was headed for Han Sen. The blow was too fast, and no one should have been able to react to it. Love too much and you become hateful. That is the second tier of hatred times 10. How is that possible? Bai Qingxia is just a first-tier king. How could he now have hatred times 2? Prince 19 looked shocked. Bai Songlong's face changed, as well. He looked to be just as stunned. Many other princes and princesses stared mutely at the fight. Bai Lingshuang frowned. I suppose we must say goodbye to the old Qingxia. He has used his first-tier body to hold hatred times 2. It must have taken incredible cunning to hide away all this power within a body that we all thought was sickened and weak. Han Sen didn't move. He threw another Shocking Sky Punch, and his fist came against the sharp, opposing light. Pang! The scary presence exploded. That laser light was crushed by Han Sen's fist and rendered harmless. That was a perfect Shocking Sky Punch. No wonder Brother 16 claimed the alpha statue, Bai Qingxia thought, maintaining his calm. He flipped his hand, and this time it went from fast to slow. It was like he was slowly pushing a mountain towards Han Sen. One palm to sunder the day and night cycle. It is hatred times 3. A prince was shocked. Bai Qingxia had been known as the sick beauty. Everyone had believed, for years and years, that he was weak. But suddenly, he was exploding with so much power and talent. Hatred times 10 was super hard to practice, and it required a massive amount of talent. Not many royal children could practice it, so it was a very stunning revelation that Bai Qingxia had learned the skill. Now, his first-tier body could make hatred times 3's palm split the day and night cycle. How could people not be surprised by this? Scary talent. Very deep mind. All the royal children's eyes changed as they looked at Bai Qingxia. They once looked at him with pity and disgust, but no longer. Seeing Bai Qingxia striking with his palm, Hansen unleashed another shocking sky punch. He would have liked to use other techniques, but he had only just started using his Bai Yi disguise. He hadn't yet had the time to learn any other skills. He had been lucky to learn this punch from the Extreme King Alpha's statue, but using other skills might expose him. The shocking sky punch was a technique that every member of the Extreme King had to learn. Although it was basic, it was still very powerful. It would be ridiculous to call the skill invincible, but it could challenge a surprising number of other techniques. Pang! The fist and the palm hit each other. Hansen's shocking sky punch blocked Bai Qingxia's day and night cycle split. But still, no one was winning. Bai Yi's shocking sky punch managed to block the day and night cycle split? Today is a weird day. We are witnessing so many bizarre things. Read latest chapters at listnovel.com. They are both first-tier kings. How can a shocking sky punch break a day and night cycle split? The Bai family has too many powerful members. Those two princes have never really revealed themselves before. I wouldn't have expected the two to possess powers like this. They are both so talented, and it seems as if the fight between these two princes has only just begun. Everyone was talking. Instead of attacking Hansen again, Bai Qingxia just stared at his opponent. A long time later, he said, "You are very special, brother 16. It was no wonder that you were able to claim the Alpha statue." "You're not bad either," Hansen admitted with a nod. Bai Qingxia raised his head. He looked up to the king tree and said, "The king tree is going to wake up, so we should cease our fighting for now. If you are here to seek protection from king's cover, then let us determine a victory through how many kingis we both receive." How does that sound? I'm just here on a stroll. I don't care if I get kingis or not, Hansen said. Bai Qingxia laughed. Are you afraid to lose? Huh? You really think I can actually be afraid of you? Hansen grunted dismissively. Then it is settled. We will determine the victor based on how many kingis we each receive. Whoever has the most kingis will win. After saying this, Bai Qingxia returned to the King Dragon's head. Read latest chapters at listnovel.com. Hansen had no idea how to get the kingis. So, he pretended to shoot Bai Qingxia a look of contempt. He flew to another King Dragon's head and sat down, just like the other prince. Seeing Bai Qingxia close his eyes atop the dragon's head, Hansen pretended to do the same. The Blood Kirin sat down next to him. Bai Qingxia and Bai Yi are both seeking King Cover's protection. I wonder how many kingis they will receive. In the past, I would have thought they would be lucky to earn 1 or 2. But now, it is hard to tell. Those two have been keeping secrets, and it is obvious they are looking to impress everyone. They're probably still hiding much of their power. You are right. I didn't expect 2 normal princes to hide their powers in the way they have. It looks like this is the Extreme King's strongest era. Haha. As the royal children grow stronger, their fights will grow stronger as well. I do not know if that is good or bad. The king tree's leaves started to glow, but few of the royal children went looking for the primary root king dragons. Most of them wanted to watch Hansen and Bai Qingxia. Every leaf on the king tree had some kingis. When the king tree woke up, the kingis on the leaves grew brighter. Under their light, the leaves looked gold. Kingis was the blood pulse of the leaves. Every king leaf's blood pulse was different. As time passed, the blood pulse became brighter. The kingis brightened into gold symbols branded onto the gold leaves, and each symbol gave off a different sensation. Some of them were strong like fire. Some of them felt like rushing water. Some of them were heavy on the ground, and others were deep like an abyss. Although Hansen couldn't decipher the Kingese, he could feel their power. He could understand what they meant. It wasn't because Hansen was good at learning. It was because the power of each Kingese was linked to a substance. There was a deeper meaning to them than a mere hieroglyph. Hansen didn't have to learn them. He just had to see the shape of the item that was related to the Kingese. Then, he could recognize what they meant. This world is so big. Everything and anything can exist here. Even the leaves of the king tree are in some way connected to the fabric of the world. It's all inclusive. How amazing. Hansen sighed, and then he thought to himself, if I could dig it out and haul it back to the Alliance, I wonder if it would still grow. The king tree and its leaves woke up. The Kingese was shining brightly. A king dragon nearby roared and then fell into the ground. Hansen saw that Bai Qingxia hadn't moved yet. He furrowed his eyebrows. Does he not want the protection of the Kingese? Why is he sitting on the head of a dragon? That way, he will not be able to go underground. That was what Hansen was thinking, at least. He didn't move. He maintained his position just as Bai Qingxia did, sitting atop the dragon head. The king dragons around them were all drilling into the soil. And then, both of their own king dragons started to move. Bai Qingxia still didn't move. Hansen wasn't sure what was going on. The king dragon didn't go underground as the other dragons did. Instead, it raised its head and went up to the top of the tree. The boughs of the tree high above were like a golden sky. The Kingese was shining like a platter of gold stars. The two dragons kept going up and up, as if they were shooting off into the cosmos. If someone hadn't actually seen it in person, it would have been difficult to imagine how beautiful it looked. Hansen was standing atop the dragon's head, staring at the shining Kingese. It was like he was in a dreamland. Those two king dragons stopped moving forward after reaching the halfway point. After all, they were just the roots of the king tree, and there was only so far that they could go. They would have to disconnect from the king tree to go further. Bai Qingxia opened his eyes. He stood up, looked at the Kingese, and said, the older one should do this first, so go ahead. I am just sightseeing. You go first, Hansen said simply. He had no idea how to gain the approval and protection of the Kingese. Bai Qingxia didn't decline the offer to go first. He looked up to the Kingese, and then his body started to glow with a white light. The white became more intense, and it made Bai Qingxia's body brighter. It was like he was becoming a transparent jade stone. King body? Hansen squinted. Bai Qingxia was still standing on his dragon's head. His body was so bright, it was like he was wholly wrapped up by a godlight. It wasn't just his flesh either, even his hair looked like jade. With his king body's power spreading, the Kingese on the king leaves answered. A king leaf started to shake. It began to make a rustling noise, like it was caught in a wind that affected nothing else. Ah, so opening the king body can attract the Kingese. I thought this was something special, Hansen thought to himself. As he mulled this over, one leaf suddenly stood out among the galaxy of shining Kingese. The Kingese upon it was shining brighter than the sun. Before Hansen had even started focusing, the Kingese left the leaf and went straight for Bai Qingxia. Among the people that were watching the sight from afar, someone started screaming in excitement. It moved. The Kingese moved. What is that word? Many of the royal children looked over to see what the voice was talking about. The Kingese that was shining like a sun seemed to be transparent and natural in its form. It was like looking at a beautifully polished piece of jade. Fan. Bai Lingshuang read the word out loud. Fan, or pretty gem. Even the king tree thinks Prince 17 is pretty like a gem. He is a shiny thing himself, and so that is why Fan came down for him, Bang Songlong said coolly. The word fan was shining, and it landed on Bai Qingxia's forehead. It melted into his flesh like a snowflake touching water. When that Qingyi symbol blended into the man, Bai Qingxia's attractive body looked even shinier. His skin was like the spotless surface of a beautiful jade. Any pale spots on his body seemed to have vanished, and he looked to have been rejuvenated. He looked very handsome. Many of the princesses were so jealous that it drove them a little crazy. They wanted the word fan, too. They would rather have that than any of the other Qingyis. Humph, he's just a pretty boy, Prince 19 scoffed. His eyes were betraying his true feelings, however. He is so pretty. He has everything. A female guard sighed at the sight. She couldn't peel her eyes away from Bai Qingxia's face. When Fan was totally blended into Bai Qingxia's body, another king leaf erupted with a bountiful light. The second symbol flew down, headed for Bai Qingxia's forehead once more. Han Sen looked at the Qingyis. The Qingyis was shining, but it wasn't very bright. It was very small, and it would likely bring comfort and calm to those trapped in a storm. Han Sen had never seen this symbol before, but he could read and understand what it meant. Bai Qingxia saw the yin drifting into his body. His jade-like light vanished. He looked like someone from heaven that had fallen down to earth to become nothing more than a commoner. Looking at him more closely would lead to a very different conclusion, however. It was like there was jade hidden among piles of sand. There was a light just waiting to emerge. When it was truly unearthed, he would look so pretty. Yin is fitting for him. Bai Qingxia remained hidden for many years, and then, he started to impress people today. He deserves to have the word Yin. Bai Lingshuang sighed. It looks like we have another to compete against. As the hidden word settled, another Qingyi symbol fell from a king leaf. The next word was like fire, and it moved fiercely along its path. It seemed like it could ignore everything in the world. Ao. Han Sen read the word out. Prince 19 grated out a laugh. Sick beauty was hidden for many years. Even when people humiliated him and made fun of him, he never said a word. He has always been little more than a turtle. Does he really deserve the word Ao? I'm beginning to doubt the tree's infallible ability to sense the truth. Ao doesn't mean crazy. Crazy is something on the surface, whereas Ao resides in the bones. This Ao is in the bone and the heart. Bai Qingxia has been humiliated a lot over the years, but he never gave up his desire to win. He has kept going and going up until now, so he definitely deserves Ao, Bai Cunlong said, shaking his head. Prince 19 snorted. Fan, Yin, and Ao. That isn't bad. But that combination has no connection to the qualities of a king. It is nothing like Tian, De, Jun, Qin, or Shi. And it most certainly cannot compare with Ren, Yi, Li, Xin, Ji, Zhong, Xiaoti. Those three words aren't very useful, and I highly doubt father will approve of them. Bai Cunlong looked at Prince 19, but he didn't say anything in response. His face showed his silent disagreement. The Ao landed atop Bai Qingxia's head, and it combined with his body. It changed his body, giving him more of that overbearing power. Han Sen looked at him with much interest, and he thought to himself, these Qingyi symbols are quite powerful. They can change your genes and alter your body and senses. They can even affect your will. That's really quite amazing. If I can get a symbol associated with fire, my proficiency with the elements of fire will be much improved. Every word would certainly be useful, and the more words the better. Han Sen's next thought made him rather depressed, however. The words the king tree dropped were dependent on the king body that would receive them. Han Sen had stolen Bai Yi's original Water King body. If he used that body to gain Qingyis, he would probably get the element of water. And Han Sen wasn't really interested in water. He was hoping to get Fan, or at least some word that would make him look more handsome. But the king tree dropped what it wanted to drop. It always depended on how the king tree felt. People could do nothing to change it. After AO, another symbol fell down. That word was full of hatred, which Hansen could tell before he even saw it properly. Merely feeling the hate surrounding it was enough to know that it would bear the word hen. Seeing this word, the royal children looked quite interested. Intriguing. Bai Qingxia has hatred in his heart. Who does he hate, I wonder? Does he hate the lack of fairness or the people that used to bully him, perhaps? Or the high-class people above him? Miss Mirror saw hen, and she smiled. She looked very interested in that. After the hatred of hen, another word started to descend. It was called Shan. That was surprising. No matter what strength Bai Qingxia was hiding, he didn't sound anything like a strong mountain. The Qingyi symbols continued to fall, and there had been 8 words already. The king tree still hadn't stopped. More Qingyis came down, falling through the leaves. This is the 9th word. This Bai Qingxia is on the verge of shocking everyone. All the princes and princesses looked on with wide eyes. No matter what that 9th word would be, it proved that Bai Qingxia was talented. If the 9th word was just some horrible Qingyis, then it proved he was an evil individual. He couldn't be a leader if that was the case. After the 9th word combined with Bai Qingxia, another king leaf lit up like a sun. The 10th word. There have been 10 words. Everyone was shocked. Gaining the king tree's approval 9 times was already a glorious thing, but now, Bai Qingxia was on the verge of getting 10 words. This was extremely rare to see in the extreme king. Everyone looked at Bai Qingxia differently now. Ah, how interesting. Miss Mirror leaned closer to her mirror as the next symbol fell. Hansen was confused. He had thought that the king tree was giving out words that would improve Bai Qingxia's genes, but seeing this, there was a possibility that he had misunderstood. When the word meaning evil went into him, Bai Qingxia's body started to look evil. It completely went against his style. It looks like the king tree only detects what is special about Bai Qingxia. Whether the thing hidden inside him is good or bad, the tree makes it stronger. And even flaws can be strengthened. Hansen now understood how the king tree distributed its words. Seeing the word evil appear, the royal children didn't show much of a reaction. Many of the royal children had received the same symbol, and even so, they were able to become king. So, it didn't matter. After the word evil blended into the man, the leaves of the king tree remained lit. Another Qingyi symbol drifted down from the king tree. It was headed for Bai Qingxia's forehead once more. Seeing that word, Bai Lingshuang screamed and said, "And I." Bai Lingshuang wasn't the only person having such a reaction. Even Miss Mirror, using her mirror to watch the events, stood up. Her eyes opened up wide, looking at the word betrayal. That word "and I" didn't have a thunderous presence or a shocking atmosphere. It barely glowed. The small light it had looked as if it would be extinguished any second. But that word made every prince and princess scream. They weren't shocked that Bai Qingxia had obtained 11 Qingyis, they were merely shocked by the word betrayal. There were countless Qingyi symbols. The number of words that descended tended to show the talent of the person obtaining them. But different Qingyi symbols meant different things. It was impossible to say which words were good and which ones were bad. But some words across history had been known to prove how great an individual was. One such example was the word betrayal. The second king of the extreme king, King Wen, had received the word betrayal. That was the only word he received. Compared to all those other royals, he was at the bottom of the list. But King Wen beat out all the other talented royal children to become the second king of the extreme king. He also became one of the most famous kings in their history. Back then, there was a rare prince that managed to receive 21 words. But he lost to King Wen, who only had 1 word. After King Wen, there were 70 more kings, and countless princes and princesses. But no one else had received the word betrayal. Right now, Bai Qingxia had received the word betrayal, which shook the royal children. That word made it clear that Bai Qingxia was indeed a very special person. This was in addition to the 10 words he had received before. Everyone was so shocked. Their mouths were opened wide, looking at Bai Qingxia in utter shock. They couldn't even speak. He was so quiet at one point, but now he is suddenly shocking everyone. Prince 17 will be famous all around the universe. One of the guards sighed. After the word betrayal appeared, there were no more Qingyi symbols. Bai Qingxia's power went dim. He released his king body and told Han Sen, Brother 16. I received 11 words, so it is now your turn. What is your king body's name? Han Sen gave the man a haughty look. He knew what it was, but he pretended he didn't. Zhenzo king body, Bai Qingxia said calmly. He didn't rise to Han Sen's provocation. Your Zhenzo king body isn't too bad if it obtained 11 Qingyis, Han Sen said casually. It sounded like he was trying to comfort the other prince. Huh. This guy is so arrogant. If he cannot get a word, what is he going to do? Hearing Han Sen say that, Miss Mirror couldn't help but laugh. All the princes and princesses were shocked to hear this. Although they already knew that Bai Yi was the arrogant sort, they didn't know his arrogance came along with a whole heap of ignorance, too. Does he not know what it means to get 11 Qingyi symbols? Does he not know what betrayal means? Prince 19 held his face in his hands. He was speechless. Bai Conglang laughed. Old 16 is grumpy. He surely has a little bipolar disorder. He never had a chance of being anyone important, so it's not strange that he's ignorant of what betrayal means. But no matter how dumb he is, he should know what having 11 Qingyis means. He is probably just being stubborn. I really don't know how this guy managed to claim the Alpha statue. That was still a sore spot for Prince 19, it seemed. Prince 19 had been to the pavilion many times. He had wanted to keep coming until he claimed the Alpha statue, but he had repeatedly failed. He couldn't believe the Alpha statue was actually claimed by that Bai Yi, who he had always looked down upon. He hated him. He hated Bai Yi, who was actually Han Sen in disguise. Let's see how many Qingyis he gets. It will be funny if he is unable to get any. It is hard to say. After all, he did manage to claim the Alpha statue. There is no way he'll leave without a single one. Who knows? Maybe getting the Alpha statue was pure, dumb luck. Then do you think he will receive the word luck? Perhaps. Many guards and royal children were watching intently. Han Sen's eyes looked up at that tree that looked like a golden sky. He was looking at the Qingyi symbols while he mumbled, "Give me a pretty man. Handsome man. Whatever it is. I do not want much. With my face. I should get a word like fan, just as Bai Qingxia did." While he was mumbling, Han Sen activated his original Water King body. His body became a blob of water, and even his armor became water. He was like a waterman standing atop the dragon's head. He was looking up at the gold sky. Bai Yi's personality was a grumpy one. He often started arguments. Everyone there had seen his original Water King body before, and so it was nothing surprising. Compared to Bai Qingxia's Zhenzo King body, the original Water King body wasn't bad. But water was weak. It was better suited to healing abilities. But Bai Yi was too ill-tempered. He didn't want to learn a healing Geno art. He had forced himself to learn a destructive water element skill instead, so he hadn't achieved much. He wasn't the number one compared to all those king-class princes. He was in a medium-low bracket. Because of that, many of the royal children thought his original Water King body was rather weak. In reality, the original Water King body wasn't much worse than the Zhenzo King body. Bai Yi had just never used it well. Han Sen activated the original Water King body, and his body took on a water light. It connected with the king tree. The leaves rustled, and amidst their golden lights, a king leaf shone. The Qingyi symbol was like a sun falling down. It was going to Han Sen. That word was so watery, it looked like floating water. It looked like a scary wave. It was very pretty, and there was a heavy rain and a storm going with it. It possessed the word shui. Bai Yi received the word meaning water. Everyone expected this since he had the original Water King body. It would be weird if he didn't receive water. It is better than nothing, Hansen thought. And so, he waited for the word to come down and touch his head. As the word water was about to touch down on his head, Hansen prepared to claim the King's power. But the word stopped 1 centimeter above his forehead. Everyone was frozen. They didn't know what was going on. Hansen felt a sharp pain in his heart. He had no clue why the word water had just stopped above him. The next second, the symbol on Hansen's forehead fired away from him like a cannonball. It whooshed back up into the sky, flying into the leaves at the top of the tree and vanishing. What is this? Hansen was frozen. Every royal child and guard in King's Garden stood as still as stone. They thought they must have been imagining things, and their eyes were opened wide in disbelief. The king tree had stood in the center of the extreme king territory for billions of years. There had never been a Kingese that saw its recipient, then hightailed it back to where it came from. Haha. I cannot go on. I'm laughing too hard. Old 16 is way too funny. The Kingese that fell escaped his clutch. Prince 19 held his belly while he laughed, tears of mirth welling in his eyes. The Water Kingese looked like a horny man, seeing a sexy woman with a great body. It quickly gave chase, but when it got close enough to see her face, it ran away faster than any rabbit. What's going on? Bai Lingshuang was shocked. She hadn't a clue what was happening. Miss Mirror squinted her eyes. It looks like he isn't actually Bai Yi. The Water Kingese was attracted by the original Water King body, but it noticed that there was a problem. And so, it decided to run back. I'm pretty sure he is actually Han Sr. What is this? A fallen Kingese can go back? I don't know. I've never heard of something like this happen before. Prince 16 looks a bit embarrassed. He is like a cooked duck that can still fly. Haha. Not only that, but he must be the first of the extreme king to have a Kingese run away from them. The princes and the princesses and the guards all exploded. This was the first time they had ever heard of such a thing. They were so hyped, it was as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Hansen thought this was bad. Did the king tree notice that the original Water King body isn't really mine? Is that why the Kingese ran back? If that is the case, many people might become suspicious of my identity. I have suffered some really bad luck here. If I knew this might happen, I would have just settled for collecting some king air and left. Hansen was depressed. As everyone chattered and laughed about what had happened, the top of the king tree lit up. The king leaves were suddenly all so bright, and a Kingese fell down like a sun. It came from the top of the tree, flying down to Hansen's forehead. Come. Come. Let us not have something bad this time. Come on. Hansen begged awkwardly. If this went wrong, everyone would know that there was something wrong with him. The Kingese symbol fell down. Hansen could see it, too. That word was so solid, unbreakable. It was like a stone that had been made a billion years ago. It said, gee. That's gay, why would I have a word like this? No, I'm not gay at all. It must mean gene or base. It must be. It must be, Hansen thought to himself. Hansen honestly didn't care what the word was, as long as he had a word. Everyone who watched this was now looking at Hansen, trying to see what was happening. Some were actually hoping that the Kingese would escape again. Quickly, the word landed on Hansen's head. Everyone held their breath. They stretched their necks to look at Hansen's head and the G word. They wanted to see if it would actually meld into him. Come on. Come down. Don't make this any worse. Hansen was in a rush. He would have liked to just grab the word, cram it into his mouth, and swallow it. It was a shame that grabbing Kingi's symbols was impossible, though. If they could have, the royal children wouldn't have had to wait. They would have just grabbed the Kingis by themselves. Hansen kept praying in his heart. The word G stopped 1 centimeter in front of Hansen's head. It didn't actually touch down on his body. *T. It is playing around with me again. Hansen wanted to cry. It stopped. It stopped. Someone sounded so excited by the sight. They sounded like a kid that had never traveled abroad before and was finally going, with the way they screamed. It was like they were visiting a foreign place. Prince 16 was getting really famous now. He was the first one to ever be abandoned by a Kingis. Ha ha ha. This is so funny. But why do the Kingis refuse to touch down and meld into Brother 16's body? The whole of King's Garden exploded. They had never thought something like this might happen, but now they were. Their nosy souls were burning. Bai Qingxia, who was closest to Hansen, was also confused. He didn't know what was going on with Hansen. Huh? That is weird. The G word has stopped, but it hasn't left. Someone noticed this little issue, too. The G word had stopped, but it didn't escape like the water one did. It hung above Hansen's head as if it was in suspended animation. Brother, what the hell is this? If you are going to come down, then come down. Leave, if that is what you prefer. Why are you just hanging around here? There is no half in, half out. Are you just trying to scare me? Whatever it is you want to do, just get it over with. Hansen rolled his eyes and stared at the G Kingis. He was nervous. Hansen thought his luck had turned sour. He thought everything had gone awry. He had drawn too much attention in the pavilion already. Now that this had happened, it was difficult for him not to appear suspicious. I need to be an honest person. I will never disguise myself as someone else again. I cannot deal with this kind of stress. Hansen's eyes were burning. The Kingis wasn't moving. It didn't come down, and it didn't go back. It just hung where it was. Everyone was confused, but somehow, the top of the king tree became super bright again. Many king leaves lit up like a tapestry of suns. Voila! The suns began to fall like a meteor shower. Many Kingis fell down from the king tree. They were all coming for Hansen like a galactic stream. It was like the stars were spilling forth in his direction. *T. What is this? Seeing all these flying Kingi symbols, Hansen's heart felt like it was going to jump out of his chest. All of the royal children and guards looked on with wide eyes. Everyone was petrified. Brother, don't do this. I only wanted to collect 2 Kingis. No, actually. Just 1 would have been fine. Can we stick to doing just that? Hansen felt his delicate nerves couldn't endure this torture anymore. This was testing the very functioning of his heart. Fortunately, he didn't have any sort of heart disease. If he had, he was certain that this would have given him a heart attack. A huge swathe of Kingi symbols were falling from the tree. It was hard to describe. They were like a shower of gold stars falling down. It was like there was a bunch of gold tadpoles rushing towards Hansen. Hansen's right eye shone. The 4 pupils of the purple-eyed butterfly were spinning as they looked at the Kingis in the sky. This wasn't normal. Hansen couldn't imagine that the king tree did this regularly. There were so many Kingi symbols, and if they all went into his body, he thought he might explode. It didn't matter how good an abalone tasted, you would still die if you ate too much. With so many Kingi symbols falling from the tree, it wouldn't be just his stomach rupturing. His whole body was sure to blow up. Under the gaze of the purple-eyed butterfly, Hansen could see that each Kingi symbol was comprised of a mysterious substance chain. It was a form of energy. Each Kingis had 1 element of energy which made up their substance chain. There was nothing wrong with the Kingis symbols themselves. Suddenly, Hansen froze. He noticed something abnormal that made his heart almost stop. Aside from the first word G, the other kingis were falling down like bees. But even so, there were faster and slower ones. Judging from the way they were coming down, it was going to start with G. Then, Hansen saw something unbelievable occur. Story of Jean. Hansen read the kingis that fell. The first 4 words, in their order, could be read as the story of Jean. Is that just a coincidence? Hansen didn't think a coincidence like this was possible. There were many things in that world that looked like coincidences, but this coincidence was actually a connection. But most people didn't have enough information to connect the seemingly random occurrences into a pattern. Hansen wanted to keep watching, but it was too late. The G word that landed on his forehead was blending into him. A solid presence entered Hansen's body. It was like the anger inside of Hansen was all removed. It was as if he had been condensing for 1 million years and now looked really solid. Pat. 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 All those kingi symbols went into Hansen's body. And because there were too many in the rush, some were unable to get into him via his forehead. They had to shoot straight into his body. The kingi symbols were like a meteor shower, and they shot straight into Han Senator. His presence kept changing because the kingis kept entering. As Hansen was buried beneath the blazing symbols, the rest of the world was silent. Everyone stared stiffly at Hansen, who was residing beneath the king tree. They could see all those kingis' lights rushing to enter his body. Because it happened so fast, many people were caught mid-laugh. They couldn't remove their smiles, and they just stood frozen. They looked very weird. Miss Mirror was perfectly still. Her poise and elegance had been wholly extinguished. Her red lips were wide open. She looked so strange, and she could not speak. She had managed Spring Rain for many years. She had done so many things for King Bai that had to be performed covertly. That meant Spring Rain might have been an assassination squad or a pirate organization, depending on how it was viewed. Miss Mirror had seen many strange things over the years, but this gave her a big shock. It made her lose her composure. No one had seen the kingis fall like this in all the time since the Extreme King had first discovered the king tree. In the time since their society began, the Extreme King had 70 kings and countless talented children. The prince that had received the most kingis in the past managed to obtain 100. No one else had ever received more than that. But comparing that prince to Bai, that man meant nothing. There were so many kingis falling from the tree. It was like a river bursting its banks. It was difficult to count. There were tens of thousands. The king's garden looked dead. Everything was lit by the glow of the kingis hitting Hansen. Hansen was shocked. When all those kingis symbols hit his body, the story of Jeans ran like mad. Originally, the story of Jeans was like a sports car with an empty tank, but when the kingis entered his body, the story of Jeans reacted like it had been injected with high-octane gas. The engine was firing on all cylinders, making some scary, mechanical noises. It surged forward at full speed. Even the ghost bone power inside Hansen's body had been crushed and refined. It kept pushing the story of Jeans forward. The progress of the story of Jeans had previously been so slow, but now, it was welling up at mind-boggling speed. It kept breaking through, heading to the furthest point of a duke. If this is related to the story of Jeans, what the F***ck is happening? Hansen was as shocked as he was happy. He was pleased that the story of Jeans was reaching duke class, even if he was uncertain how it was progressing so quickly. It was all happening inside his body, and ordinary folk wouldn't be able to see that. But there were too many elites in the Extreme King. He couldn't be certain that no one else would witness the changes occurring in his body. Hansen tried his best to stop the story of Jeans from being cast. He wanted to suppress the story of Jeans and keep it Marquise. Then, he could level up to Duke when there was no one else around. But it was pointless to even try. As the Kingis kept running into him, the story of genes couldn't be stopped. They kept diving into him like sports cars losing control on the highway. F***CKU. If you can't stop, then push it. Hansen decided. He gritted his teeth and cast the story of genes. It was sending him to the far reaches of Duke class. The Kingis were so strong. If Hansen didn't spend the power that the Kingis were giving him to level up the story of genes, the power would blow up his body. There was no turning back now. The Kingis had to push the story of genes as far as it could go. And it did indeed become Duke class. Spell's power suddenly had an element. Hansen thought this would invoke changes in his body and draw attention. But Hansen realized that he need not have worried. Because the Kingis were still inside his body, continuing to change him like a mountain, a sea, a fire, a dragon, an overbearing thing, and like hell itself. Everything in that world appeared upon Hansen at once. When those changes became so complicated, the element that turned him into a duke underwent a change, too. It wasn't obvious, though. It was hard to see. During the process of becoming a duke, Hansen's ghost bone power was wholly refined. Not a single drop of it remained. And that was just to bring him up to duke level. The story of genes had to be fed a scary amount of power for ascension. The Kingi symbols continued to fall, and it kept pushing the story of genes to run full throttle. Quickly, the story of genes was opening its very first gene lock. But somehow, even though the story of genes was powerful, it was missing that last little push to open the gene lock. The story of genes continued to grow stronger and stronger. Hansen looked ill. His body was doing pretty poorly right now. The Kingis forced the story of genes to flood his interior with power, but all that surging strength had nowhere to go. The gene lock was still tightly shut, sealing in the power. It was like a river was dammed, and the water couldn't go anywhere. Sooner or later, the dam was bound to buckle and collapse, resulting in the water bursting everywhere. Hansen's body was this dam. If the water broke through, then Hansen's body would be destroyed. How could he be happy about that? Oh no. The gene lock. Surely the gene lock doesn't have to be opened by Duke genes, right? Under the force of the story of genes, Hansen was unable to break the gene lock. And he had also just realized why. His body was different from the average person or creature of the Geno universe. 100 Duke genes could open one Geno lock, but now, with so much power going into him, he didn't have what it took to break the same lock. That had to be why. Although he couldn't confirm his guess, the power of the Kingis was becoming stronger. Even his original Water King body couldn't hold it. The body was like water, thrashing around like mad. It was like there was some power disturbing it, with no rhyme or reason. It created a small swirl. Luckily, this was the original Water King body's body he had. His body could heal quickly. If he was a normal king, the power being sent his way would have already ripped him apart at the seams. Even though the original Water King body had great regenerative properties, it had absorbed too much Kingis. He himself was now shining gold. The water appeared bloated, and the water body was a few times bigger than it had been before. It became a giant, gold orb of water. The more Kingis that fell, the bigger the orb of water became. It was going to pop any second. There weren't many Kingis left to fall, and Hansen gritted his teeth, trying to withstand it. His body felt absolutely terrible. He was going to blow up. A countless number of Kingis symbols were inside his body. Fortunately, he hadn't blown up yet. When the last Kingis landed on Hansen, he sighed. But the next second, Hansen's face looked utterly terrible. All the Kingis symbols inside him were rioting through his body. The scary power broke Hansen's body, and he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Bai Ling Shuang looked at Hansen with a complicated stare. And suddenly, the orb of water Hansen had become exploded. He burst into a hanging mist. He was shining like a gold diamond. Each drop had gold kingees spinning inside it. It was a stunning sight. After a while, the light of the kingees dimmed. The mist flowed back together to reform the shape of that waterman. Then Hansen's face became visible. Hansen was so happy. Luckily, the original Water King body had allowed him to gather himself up again. No matter how strong another king body was, being blown up like that would have rendered them very dead. The water body became flesh, revealing Hansen with a pale face. The original Water King body could recompose the general structure of a body, but he was still damaged and in quite a bit of pain. Brother 17, it looks like I win, Hansen said, turning to Bai Qingxia. Read latest chapters at listnovel.com. Bai Qingxia looked back and coldly said, I understand now how a genius like you could claim the alpha statue. You really are quite special. I have indeed lost. Hansen took 2 steps away, with the intent of getting out of that place. But even in those short steps, he almost fell over. He felt so weak that he could barely stand. Hansen waved to his blood Kirin, and the blood Kirin moved quickly over to his side. Hansen pulled himself onto the creature's back so it could take him out of King's garden. Prince 16 Bai had triggered the kingees to fall like stars. The news of this event was sent to every far corner of King's kingdom in a short amount of time. Bai once had a really bad reputation, but now he was sounding much better. Hansen made an excuse to go back and hide on Planet Water Zone, claiming he had been terribly injured by the kingees. He wanted to be left alone, but even so, many people came to visit him. One of his visitors was a deified water elite sent by King Bai himself. She claimed she had come there to heal Hansen, but it was actually because King Bai was suspicious of Han Senator. He wanted the elite to examine Hansen's body, top to bottom. After all, Bai wasn't very talented. And he had suddenly claimed the alpha statue and triggered the unbelievable events beneath the king tree. King Bai had grown very suspicious of him, and that was why he asked the water deified to go and heal Han Senator. He wanted Hansen's body to be examined to confirm that it was really Prince 16 Bai. Captain Watermoon, how is Eeyore doing? King Bai asked tonelessly. Captain Watermoon answered, Prince 16 isn't doing well. His body is full of that kingee's power. It is everywhere. He cannot use his original Water King body or any of his other powers like usual. I couldn't find a way to fix it, either. Can't his original Water King body separate and process the kingee's power? King Bai frowned. Captain Watermoon explained gravely, if this was a normal body, Prince 16 would have died when his body first exploded. His original Water King body is the only reason he survived. But that is also the reason the kingee's power has invaded his original water substance. It will be impossible to separate the two. It cannot be done by an external force. To clear the kingees inside the water, you would have to break the water. That would also mean killing Prince 16. Is there no other way? King Bai asked, while looking at Captain Watermoon. I am useless in this matter. Captain Watermoon shook her head. Not long after Captain Watermoon left, Miss Mirror came into King Bai's study. Little sister, check out 16 and give me an answer quickly, King Bai said to Miss Mirror as soon as she entered. Miss Mirror looked at King Bai and asked, you think there is a problem with Bai? As a father, I hope he really is this good, but, before King Bai finished, he waved his hand. Go. Get me an answer quickly, and forbid Bai from leaving King's kingdom in the meantime. Yes. Miss Mirror bowed and departed the study. Hansen, Miss Mirror murmured after she left the study. A very creepy smile crossed her face. Hansen's balls ached. People kept talking about him and the kingees he had absorbed as if he was some godly being that had paid them a visit. It was as if he was the crown prince or something. Even people with little interest in politics were caught up in the popular topic of conversation, fascinated by the idea that the previously unknown prince had suddenly become so famous. Even King Bai was suddenly paying him a lot of attention. There was every chance he'd become a higher figure in the hierarchy, or even the new crown prince. But Han Sen knew that many people were still suspicious regarding his identity. Many royals came to visit him. They were all trying to test Han Sen, especially the horrible friends that Bai Yi used to have. They wanted to skin him and get a look at Bai Yi's bones. Han Sen used the excuse of needing to heal to block the intrusions of such people. Of course, Han Sen's body was in some trouble, too. Those Qingyi symbols had blended into his cells, and it made his body far stronger than his actual presence. He was like a steel board, and it was a struggle for him to circulate his energy. But that wasn't too big of a problem for Han Senator. The story of genes could be cast normally. As long as the story of genes could level up, he could absorb the Qingyi's power so it wouldn't interfere with any of his other powers that were running. Now, Han Sen was only missing Duke genes. 100 Duke genes were necessary for the opening of a gene lock. Opening 2 or 3 gene locks should allow him to absorb all the Qingyis. When Captain Watermoon came, she healed his injuries from the explosion. Aside from being unable to use powers, Han Sen was back to normal. His body was stuffed to the brim with Qingyis. If someone wanted to hurt him, they would have to earn the approval of the Qingyis. At this point, Han Sen felt as if he wouldn't even have to use his energy to fight. He could use the Qingyis in his body to fight against foes that were currently stronger than he was. The bad thing was that the Qingyis couldn't be activated on their own. Han Sen needed to touch someone to activate the Qingyis inside his body. It looks like I need to hunt down some xenogeneics, Han Sen thought to himself. He took the blood Kirin with him and dove into the deep sea. There was nothing special about the xenogeneics inhabiting planet Water Zone, but there were some Duke xenogeneics lurking about. They were the ones that Bai Yi had looked over most frequently. And in regards to the king-class creatures that lived on the planet, they had mostly been killed by Bai Yi already. Very good. You have the protection of Qingyis. Was this a calculated move on your part to push you into becoming a king? Should Big Sister start calling you a king already? Han Sen had just ventured into the deep sea when a woman appeared beside him. Before he had found any xenogeneics, Fox Queen had come to see him. Why are you here? Aren't you afraid of being found out? Han Sen looked around. Luckily, there weren't many people occupying Planet Water Zone. Bai Yi hadn't bothered to hire guards for patrols, and Lan Haixin's people weren't going to be around. What are you afraid of? My good little brother is going to become a king. You understand that your big sister would want to come and share in your victory, of course, Fox Queen said quietly. She came close to Han Sen and leaned on his chest. Her fingers twirled and played with Han Sen's hair. Stop teasing me, big sister. I will be doomed very soon. Han Sen bore a wry smile. Fox Queen reached out her hand to touch Han Sen on the forehead. She gently said to him, You know you are in trouble, huh? So, why are you trying to keep such a high profile? You keep on causing such big incidents and causing so much trouble for yourself. Not even the fox, when undercover, would dare be as loud as you. It is like you are afraid people do not recognize you. I didn't know things would come to this, Han Sen said with a shrug of his shoulders. Fox Queen rolled her eyes and said, I cannot help you with this. The others might accept what you've done, but King Bai must surely be suspicious about your identity. If I have guessed it correctly, he will likely be asking Miss Mirror to investigate you. This woman is very cruel, and she has destroyed many races. I don't know how many deified elites she has brought down. If she notices anything wrong about you, you can consider yourself a very dead boy. Please tell me what to do, sister, Han Sen said quickly. If Fox Queen had come all the way here, it wouldn't have been for the sole purpose of teasing him. Fox Queen squeezed Han Sen's cheek and smiled. Due to the fact you are my good little brother, I have an idea. It entirely depends on whether or not you are brave enough to go through with it. What is it? Han Sen didn't move. Fox Queen sighed and said, "Since you know about share, I'm not going to hide anything. I want to reclaim a treasure from the Extreme King. But now, we have run into some turbulent trouble. It is because of this that we require your help. If you help me get the item, we will escape the Extreme King together. And then, you and I can be together and disappear from this world." Doesn't that sound very romantic? Read latest chapters at listnovel.com. What is the item that you want to get, and where can I get it from? Hansen didn't dare make a promise, and he pretended not to hear her last remark. If even a woman as powerful as Fox Queen had failed to retrieve what she wanted, that wasn't a good sign. Whatever the item was, it had to be difficult to retrieve. Fox Queen didn't hesitate to say, "It is inside Destiny's Tower. Even a royal of the Extreme King cannot enter. A royal child has to do something incredible to gain permission to access that place. I talked to Bite Songlong, but I was unable to enter Destiny's Tower with him. If Bite Songlong cannot get in, it is useless for you to come to me about it." Upon hearing that her target was Destiny's Tower, Hansen knew he wouldn't be working with her. Stealing an item from that place was suicide. Ever since Hansen had seen the Destiny's Tower of the Extreme King, he had been very interested in it. He researched the structure quite thoroughly, and before he had even assumed the identity of Bai Yi, he learned something interesting about the place. Hansen soon came to learn how scary and mysterious Destiny's Tower really was. Hansen was very curious about the tower, but he hadn't done anything about it yet. He wasn't going to let Fox Queen get him killed. Plus, he didn't trust Fox Queen. She said they would escape together, but Hansen didn't believe her. Fox Queen lifted a finger and set it down on Hansen's lips. Her eyes looked very seductive, and she said, "Bai might not have been able to gain access, but you are different. You claimed the Extreme King Alpha's statue. And you are the Bai that earned so many Kingese symbols. It shouldn't be hard for you to gain access to Destiny's Tower. How do I get in?" Hansen's heart jumped. He wasn't going to help her, but he wanted to get inside, anyway. Hearing Fox Queen's idea about how to get in would be nice, so perhaps she would prove a little useful. "Promise to work with me, and then you will know." Fox Queen's slender finger touched Hansen's cheek. She smiled. "You can think about it, but you don't have much time. I hope that the next time you visit me, you will give me a pleasing answer." After that, Fox Queen fell back and disappeared into the water. "Sure, I'd go with you to steal things from Destiny's Tower. If I was insane," Hansen mumbled to himself. He had no intention of cooperating with Fox Queen. For now, his identity hadn't yet been exposed. He could still deny any allegations that came up, but stealing something from Destiny's Tower was akin to asking for death. "My prince. My prince." Hansen was planning on hunting down some Duke Xenogeneics when he heard Lily's voice. "I just wanted to kill some monsters to collect Xenogeneics genes. Can't you just leave me alone for a bit?" Hansen felt depressed. That siren servant Lily was coming after him, repeatedly calling out for her prince. Lily was a siren, too, but she had been raised by Bai Yi's mother. She wasn't with Lan Haixin. As a result, she was the only servant that Bai Yi had. Perhaps Lily still remembered that Bai Yi's mother had been good to her, and that was why she decided to stick with Bai Yi. She was really loyal to him, and her only goal was to serve him well. It was rare to witness such loyalty. "My prince, it is good that you are here. The sentence court's people are here. They said the blood Kirin went against the rules of King's Garden." Lily swam to him, gasping as she spoke. Hansen frowned and said, "Where are they?" The blood Kirin had killed Prince Swordstar's guard in King's Garden. Hansen knew that incident would come back to bite him. He just didn't expect the turnaround to have happened so quickly. "They are in Ocean Hall. The princess is greeting them right now. She wants you to return so that you can provide them with an explanation," Lily said. "Okay. I will go and talk to them, then." Hansen had to give up on his plans for hunting right now. He followed Lily back to Underwater Town. Lan Haixin was sitting in the palace, her face expressionless. She didn't look good. Hansen had been hiding in the garden, and she had dealt with all the nobles that came visiting. If she didn't need Hansen to open the siren relic, she wouldn't have cared about him at all. Now, though, the people from the sentence court were visiting. This wasn't something she could handle alone, and so she had to let Hansen deal with these matters by himself. Lan Haixin didn't know how Bai Yi had earned the King's protection, but she knew how easily he could cause trouble. It was so hard for me to get a half-deified guard, and it has caused so much trouble. The killing in King's Garden has brought the sentence court knocking on our door. There is no way he will be allowed to keep the blood Kirin, Haixin thought to herself. Who is looking for me? Hansen brought the blood Kirin in with him from the outside. I am Chunan from the sentence court, my prince. The half-deified elite in the lobby slowly bowed to Hansen. Ah, it is Court Manchu. Why have you come looking for me? Hansen knew, but he asked anyway. Chunan signaled to a man next to him. The servant presented Hansen with a document. Chunan himself said, I am so sorry, my prince. Your blood Kirin murdered Prince Swordstar's guard in King's Garden. Prince Swordstar told us in the sentence court. We are here to arrest him, so please forgive us. After that, the two servants came forward to arrest the blood Kirin. But Hansen stopped them. Chunan quietly said, My prince, this is an order that comes directly from the sentence court. Please do not make this any more complicated than it needs to be. If we cannot bring him back today, then it will force the captain to visit. Then, things will be far worse. Hansen laughed and said, I'm not making anything complicated. The blood Kirin is my guard, and I'm the one that commanded it to kill in King's Garden. So, I am the leader that caused this. The crime is mine. I will go with you. There are rules, and I need to be judged. I am a prince, so I should follow the law. After that, Hansen reached out his hands. He told Chunan he could lock him up so they could leave. Chunan and the others were shocked. People had been killed in King's Garden before, and the princes were usually responsible, but they always pinned the murders on their guards. But now, this was in reverse. The prince was taking the crime for the guard. They looked flabbergasted. In that case, my prince, we are so sorry. We do not need to cuff you. Please, just come with us. Chunan didn't formally arrest Hansen, but he didn't plan to let him go, either. The sentence court was allowed to lock up figures of royalty. If Hansen wanted to take responsibility for the crime, then Chunan wouldn't stop him. There were connections between Prince Swordstar and the sentence court. What happened with the blood Kirin required an explanation. It would have been great if Bai Yi really had committed the crime, as he would have felt much better. Lan Haixin watched Hansen and the blood Kirin get taken away. She looked sick, and she said, Is that guy crazy? He is going to jail on behalf of some silly mount. He has lost all his pride as a prince. Hansen followed Chunan to the sentence court. He was locked in the prison there, and he had to wait for the trial before being sent to the proper penitentiary. Bai Yi is going to take the crime that he murdered in King's Garden. Is he crazy? Prince Swordstar, when he heard this news, was shocked. But then, a wide smile crossed his face. He said, That is good. If he wants to die, then we just let him. Murdering in the King's Garden will have him stuck in prison for 100 years, even if he is a prince. The sentence court captain, who was trimming a fern, heard what the prince said and laughed. If it was an ordinary noble, they would be served a death sentence. But he is a prince, and it was a guard that was killed. He will probably be in jail for a dozen years. It is hard to tell exactly how long, though. 10 years is still good. Prince Swordstar rolled his eyes and went on to say, Right, just don't let that blood Kirin go, either. Does he think he can save everyone? Who does he think he is? Of course. The laws of the extreme king are fair. We will not wrong a good man. We will not let go of a bad man, the sentence court captain said coldly. Chunan brought Han Sen and the blood Kirin to jail. He opened the door and said, "My prince, I am sorry that you have to live here." Han Sen didn't walk inside. He looked at Chunan and said, "Mr. Chu, can I ask a favor of you?" Chunan looked conflicted. "It is nothing big. Can I have him in the same prison cell as me?" Han Sen stroked the blood Kirin's head as he spoke. "That is okay." Chunan looked at Han Sen strangely. Hesitantly, he said, "My prince, are you really planning on accepting responsibility for this crime?" "I would like to, but I'm afraid others will not allow me to," Han Sen said simply. Chunan was confused. He understood Bai Yi's situation. Although he had done two things that shocked the entirety of the extreme king, that couldn't pardon him from the crime. Since the guard had been killed, Han Sen would end up going to prison if Prince Swordstar did not relent. Even if it was the crown prince that stood accused, he would get a guard to admit the crime. If he confessed to the crime like Han Sen, he would end up going to jail, as well. Chunan locked the door to Han Sen and the blood Kirin's jail cell, and he was just about to leave when someone else walked up. It was Prince Swordstar. "My prince." Chunan and his servant bowed courteously. "Good work, Mr. Chu," Prince Swordstar said. He walked in front of the prisons erected by Sima. He looked at Han Sen through the by Sima and grinned. "Brother 16, how are you feeling? This place is quite comfy. I get free food, free rent, and I like the mellow vibes." "I'm not sure I ever want to leave," Han Sen replied, while lying on the bed. Prince Swordstar laughed menacingly. "Bai Yi, you really think that no one will touch you because you're a prince? Do you really think you can wash away the crime upon the blood Kirin? What if I do?" Han Sen continued to lie casually on his back. The bed was a little hard, but for someone who was used to roughing it, it wasn't a big deal. Prince Swordstar wasn't a fan of Han Sen's attitude. He mocked him by saying, "Brother 16, you are so naive and cute. The sentence court is not someplace where you can do whatever you want. You are just a prince. During our long history, even a few crown princes have been locked up in prison. I know. There are laws, and this is how things should be." Han Sen maintained his position on the bed, acting as if he didn't care. Prince Swordstar was there to rile Han Sen up with a display of his victory, but seeing Han Sen behave like this, he no longer felt like a winner. He actually felt annoyed. Han Sen didn't want to stay in prison. Luckily, he had discovered through Fox Queen that Miss Mirror was in the middle of investigating him. He knew he wouldn't be in jail for long, because Miss Mirror would be unable to investigate him if he was actually given a 10-year sentence. Prince Swordstar didn't know that Miss Mirror was investigating Han Senator. As he looked at Han Sen, he noticed the blood Kirin. He frowned and asked Chunan, "Mr. Chu, my brother 16 is a noble. Can't he have a cell all to himself?" "It's fine. I am happy like this," Han Sen said carefully before Chunan returned. After all, he had personally asked Chunan to let the blood Kirin stay with him. He had to say something. Chunan said, "He is only in lockup for now. Keeping them both here will make things easier until the trial." Prince Swordstar lifted his lips in a snarl and quietly told Han Sen, "Bai Yi, are you naive enough to think that nothing will happen if you take the fall? I am telling you right now, you will really go to jail. And the blood Kirin will die. You cannot do anything about it. This is the consequence of challenging me. Wow, you are so powerful. I admire you." Han Sen was still lying on the bed, and he clapped his hands in the most uncaring way possible. Prince Swordstar was so angry. He shouted at the worker and said, "Get the blood Kirin out. Separate the two and treat them well." Chunan looked hesitant, but he still allowed the servant to proceed and open the gate. He hesitated because Prince Swordstar didn't have any authority in the sentence court, but the captain was Prince Swordstar's uncle. Things could go badly for him if he didn't listen to the prince. Since when did the sentence court become a prince's manor? The voice of a powerful woman bellowed from the outside. When Prince Swordstar and Chunan heard it, their faces paled. They turned around and saw Miss Mirror approaching them, clad in royal garb. Chunan was incredibly frustrated. The sentence court for the extreme king was supposed to be a hellhole. When ordinary nobles heard about it, they would do their best to avoid it. Today, it was more like a bar where anyone could come and go as they pleased. But Chunan wouldn't dare to provoke the woman before him. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Miss Mirror." Prince Swordstar quickly bowed as well. There were many people in the extreme king that they couldn't provoke, and Miss Mirror was in the top 3. Prince Swordstar would rather upset King Bai than this one. Prince Swordstar was King Bai's son. Even if King Bai was angry, he wouldn't do anything to him. It was difficult to tell how things would turn out with Miss Mirror, though. She was famous for having grand mood swings and being very cruel. Many powerful people with great ambitions in the extreme king had been destroyed under the thumb of Miss Mirror. "Mr. Chu, why is Prince 16 here?" Miss Mirror looked at the jail cell that held Han Sen. "Auntie Princess, in the king's garden, Brother 16 allowed his guard." Prince Swordstar came up to her to explain. "Swordstar, what is your position in the sentence court?" Miss Mirror turned hard eyes on Prince Swordstar. Prince Swordstar was struck with a chill, and he suddenly found himself unable to speak. "Miss Mirror, there is an investigation that requires Prince 16's cooperation." Chunan had heard Miss Mirror's tone, and he knew right away that this was bad. He refrained from telling her the truth. "There is something I need from Bai Yi, too." "I will be taking him back with me for now," Miss Mirror said. Someone had already walked in and brought Han Sen and the blood Kirin out of their cell. Miss Mirror, Chunan felt as if he had 2 paths to choose from. He could either let it go or not let it go. "Auntie Princess, killing in the king's garden is an important crime," Prince Swordstar said in a rush. He ran in front of Miss Mirror in his plight. As this occurred, Chunan's phone rang. He looked at the number and accepted the call. He turned off his phone and spoke to Miss Mirror. "Miss Mirror has already discussed this with the captain. Why did you not tell me this? What are you guys doing here? Move." Do not stop Miss Mirror from attending to her business. Miss Mirror didn't even look at Prince Swordstar. She walked right past him. "Little brother, I don't have time to watch you play. If you want to put on a show in the future, please call me first. I will make sure I allocate the time." Han Sen walked in front of Prince Swordstar, speaking to him while he fixed his sleeves. Then, he brought the blood Kirin with him as he walked away. That hole. Prince Swordstar was so mad, it looked like he was going to breathe fire. His face was in a wretched contortion. "What? You aren't going to thank me for saving you?" Miss Mirror said to Han Sen as they entered the car she had brought. "Auntie Princess, I think you have work reasons for freeing me. I will still have to go back later." "I don't know if I should be thanking you yet," Han Sen answered, looking directly at Miss Mirror as he spoke. Miss Mirror's face was impassive, and her gaze was frosty as she looked at Han Sr. "Han Sen, how dare you? You killed a prince, and you dare to disguise yourself as him. You really don't understand the danger you are in." When Han Sen heard what she said, his heart jumped. He acted cool and said, "Auntie Princess, what do you mean? I do not understand." Miss Mirror didn't move. She pointed at the ring on Han Sen's finger. "Han Sen, where did you get this ring from?" "This is Han Sen's item. I got it when I took his body," Han Sen said. Miss Mirror laughed darkly. "Are you aware that this ring is called Mirror Spirit Eye? It can reflect a person's soul. If you are Bai Yi, take a look at yourself in the Mirror Spirit Eye. It will see whether your soul is Han Sen's or Bai Yi's." Hansen didn't believe what Miss Mirror told him. He had inspected that ring many times, and he had never seen any semblance of a soul inside it. When Hansen heard what she said, he raised his hand. He tilted the ring's green, eye-shaped gem toward his own face. He examined the gem's reflective surface carefully, and said, "I do see my own reflection, but any gem would show me that." Miss Mirror laughed. She lifted her left hand. Miss Mirror's hand was white, and her fingers were long and thin. There was a ring on her ring finger. Seeing that ring, Hansen's heart leaped. That ring looked exactly the same as his, aside from the fact that it was a little bit smaller. Miss Mirror lightly touched the green gem with her finger, and the eye-like stone started to glow. The ring on Hansen's finger trembled slightly. They both lit up in the same way. At that moment, Hansen felt the gem on the ring come alive. It was like a real eye looking at him. In that eye, he could see his own reflection. But the gem wasn't reflecting Hansen as he was now. Instead, it showed Hansen as a naked baby. Hansen felt a pang of panic roll through him. He hadn't expected the ring to reveal anything incriminating, and it was too late for him to take it off. "Auntie Princess, what is that Geno art you used? It is quite interesting." "But stop joking around with me," Hansen said. He kept his composure strong and unwavering. Miss Mirror lowered her left hand, and the light of the rings went dim. She looked like she was smiling, but she wasn't. "You have a silver tongue, but it won't do you any good. If I hand you over to the king, how long do you think it will take for you to die?" "It might take tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid death wouldn't be granted to you for a long, long time." Hansen had a wry smile on his face. He had planned to talk Miss Mirror into believing that he was truly Bai, so he could buy himself some time to formulate a plan for escaping the extreme king. But this was the first time they had met, and already, his identity had been exposed. All his plans of escape had now been reduced to nothing more than a ridiculous joke. "If you have something you want to say, then get on with it and spit it out." Hansen sighed. "There is nothing to tell you. You will be sentenced to death." "I will take you to the palace and let the king decide," Miss Mirror said flatly. "If that was what you really intended, then there was no point in confronting me here," Hansen said, as he looked at Miss Mirror. Miss Mirror didn't respond. She just looked at Hansen with interest as the car traveled onward. Hansen quickly realized that the car wasn't headed for the palace. They went to the biggest starport that could be found in King's Kingdom. "Where are we going?" Hansen asked, following Miss Mirror out of the car and onto a battleship. The battleship soon took off, heading out of King's Kingdom. He was shocked. Instead of answering his question, Miss Mirror sent for someone to take him to another room. Hansen didn't know what Miss Mirror intended to do. She was Bai Wei's aunt and a trusted advisor of King Bai. If she noticed Hansen was a fake, she should have grabbed him by the collar and marched him before King Bai. Instead, they were leaving King's Kingdom. She hadn't decided to incarcerate him either. She just had him and the Blood Kirin taken to an ordinary room. The Blood Kirin wasn't locked up either. What does this Miss Mirror want? Hansen wondered, but try as he might, he couldn't guess what the woman was planning. Hansen touched the mirror spirit eye. He wanted to take it off, but ever since the ring had been activated by Miss Mirror, it was as if the piece of jewelry had melded into his hand. He was now unable to remove it. What the hell is this ring? Hansen wondered, frustrated by the fact that he couldn't activate the mirror spirit eye ring. I'll have to take whatever opportunities come my way. It looks as if I'm not talented enough to be a spy. I was exposed very easily, Hansen thought to himself. But if Miss Mirror hasn't brought me to King Bai, and I'm no longer in the confines of King's Kingdom, there is a chance that I can escape. The only bad thing is that Bauer is still in Lan Haixin's place. How am I supposed to get her out of there? The ship made a series of hyperspeed jumps that took them through multiple systems after they left King's Kingdom. Hansen had no idea where Miss Mirror was taking him. When the battleship finally came to a stop, Hansen realized he was now in a system he had never seen before. The planet was very cold, and it was still in a very primitive stage of development. There were no creatures of high intelligence about, and there were no xenogeneics. There were only low-level creatures around. But for such a primitive planet, it was surrounded by a surprising number of battleships and airships from a variety of different races. Hansen followed Miss Mirror down onto the surface of the planet, and he saw many races that were familiar to him. There was the dragon, demon, Buddha, destroyed, and all sorts of others were represented. Hansen noticed something rather odd, though. Everyone who had been sent to the planet's surface, no matter which race they were from, possessed water powers. Even if they didn't come from a water-aligned species, they were at least proficient in water-based techniques. They were all king class, too. It was rare to find a duke in their ranks. What is this place? Hansen couldn't help but ask Miss Mirror. This is a nameless system of no notability, she replied. What are we doing here? Hansen asked with a frown. We are attending a funeral, Miss Mirror answered simply. A funeral? Whose funeral? Hansen was confused. Instead of handing Hansen over to King Bai, Miss Mirror had dragged him all this way to attend a funeral. This was weird. Time is almost up. Let's find a seat. Miss Mirror looked around and walked to a peak. If Miss Mirror didn't want to answer Hansen, then he had no choice but to follow along behind her. Hansen didn't plan on running. First, he might not have to flee, and even if he could, this was not the time. Bauer was still in the Extreme King, so there was no use in him running off all alone. Plus, a woman like Miss Mirror would probably have contingencies in place for any escapes Hansen might attempt. Hansen and Miss Mirror reached the top of the peak, and a guard brought her a chair and an umbrella. It was as if she was on vacation. Hansen didn't receive the same lovely treatment. He just stood next to the blood cairn, trying to see what Miss Mirror was inspecting. The only thing in front of them was a large sea. It was very quiet, and no creatures were visible within its depths. There was nothing special to see. I can't even see a graveyard nearby. What important person died and is going to be buried here? Are they going to scatter the ashes into the ocean, maybe? Like a burial at sea? Hansen wondered. To be entirely honest, Hansen didn't actually believe Miss Mirror's claim. But with so many elites having shown up, something big had to have been going down. The elites of the other races were all terrified of Miss Mirror. None dared to get close to her. Most of them milling around near the sea, though. They were all waiting for something to occur, just as Miss Mirror was. But after a few days went by, nothing actually happened. Hansen saw no evidence of the funeral that Miss Mirror had claimed would take place. It had been 6 days by this point, and now, after all this time, Hansen couldn't but ask a question. Miss Mirror, has the funeral not begun? Miss Mirror was being taken care of by her servants in the meantime, as if she was on vacation. She had nice food to enjoy, and people served her everything. They almost moved a bathtub there for her. She was living in what was practically splendor. Hansen and the blood cairn, on the other hand, hadn't had a bite to eat over that entire length of time. Hansen had reached the point where he could survive on the sustenance provided by absorbing universal energies, so while he would be fine, it was still pretty uncomfortable. Why are you in such a rush? He isn't dead yet, Miss Mirror responded carelessly. Hansen's eyes widened, and he thought to himself, they're planning a funeral for someone who hasn't yet died? And so many people are already here. Aren't they the ones in a rush? If the dying guy knew about this, he'd probably be so angry that he'd have a heart attack and die immediately. Hansen thought this was a very strange scenario, but Miss Mirror seemed unwilling to answer any other questions. So, there was nothing he could do about it. Miss Mirror, can I walk around? I am hungry, and I want some food to eat. Do not worry, I will not go far. Hansen looked at Miss Mirror. You can go anywhere you wish. Just make sure you return before the funeral. Hansen hadn't expected Miss Mirror to agree so simply. It was a quick response, as if she really had no desire to keep him imprisoned. Thank you, madam. Hansen turned around and abandoned the peak. After a while, he turned back to take a look. Miss Mirror wasn't watching him, and she hadn't sent anyone to keep tabs on him. It seemed as if she really did not care. Does she know that I won't run off? Hansen thought that Miss Mirror was a very strange woman. He wasn't going to dare trying to escape. He couldn't allow himself to run until he had retrieved Bauer, at the very least. After leaving the peak, Hansen soon found that many elites from all sorts of races were present. Many of the races he saw were ones he had never seen before. After looking a little further, he found that a temporary market had been established. Hansen felt relief well up in his heart, and he took off flying to the market immediately. There were many races occupying the various stalls. Lots of vendors had positioned themselves near the sea, many of them selling all sorts of xenogeneic items. There were all kinds of levels, too. Some of the people around him looked like viscounts or barons, some looked like kings, and some were of a capacity Hansen couldn't even identify. Those were very scary. Again, he noticed that all the creatures there had water element powers. This surely cannot be a coincidence. Is something going to happen here that is associated with water powers? I already have that original Water King body. Is that why Miss Mirror has brought me here? That didn't seem right, though. Captain Watermoon was a deified water elite. If this was an important opportunity for water users, Miss Mirror wouldn't have needed to bring a fraudulent prince there. Hansen walked into the market. There were so many people and creatures there, so he figured it would be easy to collect some info. Everyone was talking to the vendors, after all. Hansen walked around and watched the crowds before squatting down in front of a stall. He didn't choose the stall because of its wares, but because the stall's owner was low level. He could be bullied. Plus, it was one of the Kate. Therefore, in the consideration of other races, he was practically a nobody. His stall was in a corner and barely even noticeable. Of course, Hansen wanted to bully him. It would be faster to get info out of him through doing that than by being pleasant. Big brother, what I sell are true water xenogeneic treasures. What would you like? The Kate Baron smiled, introducing his unremarkable wares with genuine enthusiasm. Who is your big brother? Hansen put on a dour expression. Oh. I am sorry, hot man, the Kate Baron said quickly. That's more like it. Hansen nodded, but inside, he thought, no, I am here to play the bad guy. I should be called a boss. Pretending to be evil didn't suit Hansen very well, so he gave up the act. He pulled out a Viscount dagger and held it before the Baron. He said, do you know what this is? Handsome, I'm sorry. We do small business here. We only sell, and we do not buy. What about over there? That guy is so rich, he is sure to give you a high price. The owner looked fairly glum. Who said I am trying to sell you something? Look at me. Do I look broke enough to sell my goods to someone like you? Hansen tossed the dagger down in front of the owner and spoke with a rich tone of voice. Answer my questions and this can be yours. You are here for information? You could have just told me that sooner. The owner put the dagger into his pocket, patted his chest, and said, ask me anything, handsome. Nothing goes on here that I don't know about. Hansen didn't think the man's information was going to be very reliable. For a baron, he was talking a big game. He didn't look worried about giving away something that he shouldn't. Fortunately, Hansen wasn't hoping to learn any secrets. He just needed answers to some simple questions. What are you doing here? Hansen asked, looking around. Handsome, don't you see? I'm here trying to earn money. Alung laughed. Be serious, who cares if you earn money? I'm asking what everyone is doing here, on this planet. Hansen stared at Alung, already regretting asking the man for information. He was useless. Alung looked as if he had woken from a dream, and he said, "Ah, you are asking about that? Why are you asking this? Aren't you here for the same thing? Here to watch the ancient water god?" Hansen was surprised. There were stories of water gods in various races, but this one was special. And it was approved by the universe. Hansen thought he had heard that this was a member of the ancient god race. Is the funeral Miss Mirror mentioned the ancient water god's funeral? No way. The legends of the ancient gods say that they are all born deified. And they live so long, with a lifespan of 1 billion years. It is rare to see one of the ancient gods dying, Hansen thought to himself. Is the ancient water god going to die soon? Hansen asked with a frown. Alung's eyes opened wide as he looked at Hansen, and he said, "How could you say something like that? Aren't you worried that the ancient water god will hear you and kill you?" Hansen was shocked and said, "I thought that is what you were suggesting." Alung rushed to blurt out, "At what point did I mention that the ancient water god was dying? I said we were here to watch the ancient water god level up and become a god spirit." Level up to become a god spirit? Does such a level even exist? Hansen asked, his brows furrowing. It does, according to the legend. It is something that all who are deified aspire to. It has nothing to do with us vendors, though. We are merely here to just watch and rake in some cash. Alung stopped and then glanced around. He quietly said, "But most creatures here seem to believe the ancient water god will fail. So, they are here to try their luck. They want the ancient god origin." Ancient god origin? What is that? Hansen asked, blinking. Alung looked at Hansen with shock and said, "Handsome, if you don't know what an ancient god origin is, why are you even here? That is business that doesn't concern you. Hurry up and tell me what the ancient god origin is," Hansen said coldly. Alung shrugged and said, "Ancient gods exist differently than ordinary people and creatures. If one is born, then one must die. If one dies, then another will be born. Only when the older ancient gods die can there be a new one. In this universe, there is a fixed number of ancient gods. There cannot be any more or any less than a predetermined amount. If ancient water god fails to become a god spirit, he will leave behind an ancient god origin. That ancient god origin will turn into a new ancient water god, and it will be born deified." Alung paused and said, "The ancient god origin is just like the egg of another race. You need the same elemental powers to hatch it. If you get approved by the ancient god origin, it will follow you. To a water element creature, that is sure to be a grand servant. Something that great actually exists? If I ate the ancient god origin, would I become deified?" Hansen stroked his face as he spoke. Eat it? Alung's eyebrows looked like they were going to disappear into his hair. He peered at Hansen as if he had just seen a ghost. A while later, he said, "Ancient gods are born deified. They have scary amounts of power. Even if a deified was there, they could do nothing to an ancient god origin. Plus, the ancient god have many deified elites already. They will be protecting it. They would not allow any other deifieds to get close to it." You are right. But if a deified cannot eat it, that doesn't mean that I couldn't. This is a good opportunity for me. If I can nab the ancient god origin, I can nourish myself a great deal. After saying that, Hansen turned to leave, ignoring Alung. Now Hansen understood why Miss Mirror had brought him to watch the ancient water god become a god spirit. She probably wanted to see if Hansen could get the ancient god origin. But Hansen still didn't know why Miss Mirror would want it. As Hansen walked, he suddenly had a cold chill. He sneezed and rubbed his nose, and he spoke to himself, who was missing? Hansen continued walking away, but he did not see Alung gritting his teeth as he watched Hansen walk away. The man's eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets in his anger. How dare he want to eat my ancient god origin? Let's see how you eat it while you're dealing with this, Alung snarled. His body spun around, and he and the items in his stall turned into water. He went into the sand, and then he disappeared without a trace. Hachoo! 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 Hansen kept on sneezing as if he had suddenly suffered the flu. He felt himself growing fevered, and snot oozed continually from his nose. Hansen didn't feel good. He had the body of a duke, and he had a king-class original Water King body. How could he possibly get sick? Hansen used some of his power to look himself over. He didn't detect anything unusual, but his body felt cold and a little dizzy. He sneezed and blew out snot. It looked as if he had come down with the flu. When Hansen went back to Miss Mirror's peak, his body was so cold, and his head was spinning rapidly. What's going on with you? Miss Mirror frowned and looked at Hansen. I don't know. It's like I have the flu. Hansen's body was so cold. His head was burning, and it had been years since he had felt this way. Miss Mirror's face changed. She leaped over to Hansen and placed a hand on his forehead. Hansen felt power rush out of Miss Mirror's hand and sweep into his body. That power was icy cold, and when it went into Hansen's body, it quickly swirled around. It made Hansen feel a bit better, but that sick feeling was still present. Where were you, and who did you encounter? Miss Mirror's face looked cold as she asked the question. I was over there, down in the markets. I just walked around and spoke to a stall owner. Hansen pointed to the market below them. Miss Mirror wrapped an arm around Hansen. She moved her body, and they suddenly teleported to the market. Miss Mirror looked around and asked Hansen, which stall owner? Hansen struggled to fight off the dizziness. He brought Miss Mirror through the market to reach that corner. He was just here. Hansen's face grew increasingly worried. Alung and the store were gone. He knew that must have happened when he left. Hansen was always careful. When he came up to the stall owner to ask his questions, he had already examined Alung. There was nothing strange about the man. Hansen didn't know where he had caught the sickness. Fortunately, at that moment, aside from the flu-like symptoms, nothing bad was happening to his body. Huh, you dare to hide from me? Let us see who you really are. Miss Mirror grunted. She raised her hand and pulled out an old mirror. The old mirror faced Hansen's finger. The light in the mirror started to swirl into an image, and the image looked like an old video that was being rewound. The video in the mirror was rewound very fast. All the items and creatures that were once there were now revealed clearly. It rewound to a few days before, but there was just an empty landscape. There really was a stall, Hansen said, when Miss Mirror turned to look at him. Hansen's stomach sank. Miss Mirror frowned and said, I would rather you were lying. If you aren't lying, then you really did attract the attention of a very scary guy. Even my space mirror is unable to reveal any trace of him having been here. He must have been a very scary deified elite. They were unable to find Alung, so Miss Mirror brought Hansen back to the peak. Fortunately, Hansen only seemed to have a case of the flu. It wasn't as big as a deal as it could have been. Back on the peak, Miss Mirror had someone erect a tent for Hansen so he could rest. Hansen felt incredibly dizzy. He didn't try to fight through it and stay on his feet, though. He just slept beneath a blanket. It wasn't as if he could challenge Miss Mirror, even if he wanted to. If the woman sought to bring him harm, he would be unable to fight back. And no one could do anything to Hansen since Miss Mirror was keeping watch over him. Plus, the Blood Kirin was happy to guard Hansen's tent. Thus, Hansen was able to sleep soundly. Because Hansen felt so dizzy, it wasn't long before he slipped into a sound sleep. He didn't know how long he was asleep, but when he finally woke up, he felt considerably better. His symptoms had vanished. He stretched and climbed out of the tent, then immediately froze. He had gone to sleep in a tent atop a mountain, but now he climbed out onto a white beach. The tide was lapping against the shore only a few short meters away, the gentle waves breaking across the sand. Hansen turned around and realized he was on a small island. He could see every inch of the small island with just one pan of the head. That island was no bigger than a baseball pitch, and 2 palm trees stood close by. The sight made Hansen frown. It was very surprising that someone had been able to teleport Hansen there, especially under the watchful gaze of Miss Mirror. She was supremely powerful, after all. Although Hansen didn't know the full extent of Miss Mirror's powers, she was King Bai's right hand. That had to be some sort of proof she was a beast. The Blood Kirin was still standing guard outside the tent, but it seemed strangely calm. If it had been teleported away with him, and it showed no reaction. While Hansen was thinking, a wave that was a few hundred meters tall suddenly spawned in the sea. It came for the island like a mountain collapsing, and the roar it made sounded like the end of the world. Hansen's stomach dropped, and he quickly used the story of genes. Because his body was so packed with Kingis, the story of genes was the only geno art he could run smoothly. But the wave didn't break across the island. It stopped in place, hovering right before the landmass. The water gathered up into the face of a giant sea god. It glared down on Hansen, who was still on the island. "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Hansen asked the giant sea god thing. "You don't remember me?" the sea god growled. Hansen did think the face was rather familiar, so he looked closer. He soon noticed that the face that had been composed by that swelling of water was none other than Alung's. "Alung?" Hansen was surprised. "I am the Alpha of Water. I am ancient water god." The sea god's voice sounded like a tsunami. The sky changed color, and a harsh wind blew, making Hansen's clothes flap madly. The volume was so loud, Hansen felt as if his eardrums would rupture. "You are ancient water god?" Hansen was frozen. He seemed to remember that he had told Alung he was going to eat the water god Origin. No wonder Alung's expression looked so weird when I said that, because Hansen wanted to slap himself. He wished he hadn't said something so stupid out loud. Those were thoughts that he really should have kept to his inner ramblings. Hansen knew wallowing in regret would be pointless now, though. He coughed twice to Ancient Water God and said, "Mr. God, please don't be mad. I was only kidding around." "You were joking?" Ancient Water God made an expression that was almost like a smile, but not quite. "Yeah, it was just a joke." Hansen nodded. He kept casting the story of genes. He wasn't arrogant enough to think he could withstand the might of a deified being. Now, he could only think about running. Luckily, Ancient Water God was on the verge of becoming a god spirit. Hansen needed to escape back to the sanctuary, wait until the deified died as he tried to level up, then come back after. The worst thing was, Hansen's body was too full of Kingis to cast the Blood Pulse Sutra. He couldn't use his Blood Pulse powers to return to the sanctuary. "Allow me to continue the joke," Ancient Water God said. His body shattered and became a heavy storm. It was going to drown the entire island. The water poured down around Hansen, soaking his clothes. He looked like a wet chicken, but he wasn't injured. The Ancient Water God hadn't put any power into the water, so it just felt like a particularly intense rainstorm. "I was just talking. I didn't actually do anything." "You don't have to be this mad at me," Hansen said, feeling frustrated. Boom. Ancient Water God didn't appear again, but something exploded through the water not too far away. A silver dragon had emerged from the sea, and its silver light gleamed like the glory of the sun. Silver rain showered from the creature, and its presence was pretty terrifying. Roar. The silver-winged dragon roared into the air, and its silver king area spread to cover everything in sight. Hansen's body felt as if it was stuck in the mud, and he could barely move. The silver-winged dragon opened its enormous mouth, revealing silver light that looked like a swirling galaxy. It was going to consume Hansen's body. The silver-winged dragon came to consume Hansen, and he found himself standing right in front of its gaping maw, no larger than one of the dragon's teeth. In the silver-winged dragon's king area, Hansen found it hard to move. He wouldn't be able to avoid the silver-winged dragon's attack. As the story of genes continued to run, he reached out and wrapped both of his hands around one of the dragon's teeth. It was like two bulls colliding, and he tried to stop the silver-winged dragon. The silver-winged dragon's weight slammed into Hansen, pushing him down into the sea. Hansen held tightly to the dragon tooth as his body was shoved deeper and deeper into the water. He couldn't stop the beast. Hansen ran the story of genes as hard as it would go, attempting to shove back the silver-winged power. As the dragon plunged through the water, it created a substantial backdraft. If Hansen let go, he would be pulled into the dragon's mouth. The silver-winged dragon was scary. Hansen struggled to keep his grip on the dragon tooth, but the water pummeled his body constantly. He trembled under the force, and he felt as if his arms were going to get ripped off by the power. Boom! Suddenly, Hansen's body was shining gold. Gold light beamed from every inch of his body, interspersed with tiny symbols. Because of the silver-winged dragon's attack, the Kingis inside of him had activated. The gold Kingis cycled furiously through his body, making Hansen feel as if an endless amount of power was now coursing through his veins. The scariest thing was, it felt like everything in existence was lending him power. Mountain and valley, sun and moon, and every plant in existence were all fueling Hansen's strength. Catcha! The gold light spun. Hansen's hands were so strong that he managed to pull two of the dragon's teeth right out. The silver-winged dragon raised its head and shrieked. Blood gushed from the gaps of the missing teeth. The dragon blood diffused into the sea, dyeing that portion of the water red. Hansen was now holding two dragon teeth in his hands. He swam through the water toward the dragon again, then through the two broken-off teeth into the dragon's belly. The silver-winged dragon curled its body in pain at the blow. It really wanted to bite Hansen, but when it lowered its head, a gold fist smacked into its jaw. The dragon's huge body was sent soaring away with the force of the punch. It floundered through the air, still writhing in pain. Hansen looked at what his fist had done, and he could scarcely believe it. His power was so strong when it combined with the power of the Kingis. He had managed to break the silver dragon's king area with a punch and send the beast flying. A powerful king creature didn't stand a chance in rivaling Hansen's newfound strength. It was difficult to imagine how strong he had become under the buffing of the Kingis. As a Ghana woman was sailing over the ocean, the surface of the water suddenly exploded in front of her. The water fountained up like a spring, and a silver dragon flew out of the sea, screaming. Its body was twisted and bleeding all over. Xiao's face paled. That's a silver-winged dragon, a king-class xenogeneic. Before Xiao's could compose a second thought, a gold shadow emerged from the water in pursuit of the dragon. The gold shadow chased after the silver-winged dragon, throwing punches with blinding speed and power. The dragon was taking a pummeling from pure physical power. The dragon's silver king area was ripped apart by the attacker's fists like a soap bubble being popped. The silver-winged dragon's blood and scales were flying everywhere. Sharp cracking sounds echoed over the water as the dragon's bones started to break. Catcha! With its bare hands, the gold shadow ripped the dragon's head off its body. The beast's blood sprayed across the sky and descended like rain. Hansen! When Xiao's got a better look at the attacker, her eyes widened in surprise. When she met Hansen among the dragons, he could barely fight Dragon 9. Now, he had just killed a silver-winged dragon with his bare hands. That was unexpected, to say the least. Xenogeneic king hunted, silver-winged dragon. Xenogeneic gene found. Obtained silver-winged dragon beast soul. Hansen was left clutching the dragon's head. He punched and the dragon's skull cracked open, revealing a draconic orb that fell into Hansen's hand. It was the silver-winged dragon's xenogeneic gene. Hansen put away the dragon orb and looked over at Xiao's. He looked happy. The Kingis started to fade, and Hansen moved over to Xiao's. Long time no see, Han Senator, I can't believe you have become this strong, Xiao said, her voice friendly but her body slightly tense. You have the wrong person. I am Bai Yi, 16th Prince of the Extreme King, Hansen said harshly. Xiao looked surprised. She looked up at Hansen with evident confusion. Hansen didn't explain anything further, and he asked Xiao, why are you here? Have you seen any other creatures about? Ancient water god had brought Hansen there, summoned a water dragon, then disappeared. Hansen had no clue where he currently was. Xiao shook her head. Ancient water god showed himself. He's going to level up to become a god spirit in Half-Star Bay. Everyone in the vicinity is headed there, but I've come all this way and I haven't seen anyone. Half-Star Bay? Hansen frowned, as he didn't know anything about the place. I am going there right now. If you're willing to come, Prince 16, we can travel there together, Xiao offered. Okay. Hansen nodded. Why are you here, Prince? Xiao didn't believe his claim that he wasn't Hansen, but she also didn't challenge him on it. When she spoke to him, she referred to him as Prince 16. I was just out for a nice swim. Hansen had no intention of explaining how the ancient water god had dragged him out there. After pausing, Hansen asked, there are so many creatures here that are hoping the ancient water god will fail. Won't that make him angry? Xiao smiled and said, ancient water god is known as the god of life. He never kills. People here are happy to watch him ascend, and it's not as if people are going to disturb his leveling up process. He won't get mad. Hansen thought to himself, ancient god is an interesting race. If I had P** set off any other deified elite, they definitely would have killed me. He left me out there and sent a silver-winged dragon after me once I woke up, but it seems that he didn't really want me dead. Hansen traveled with Xiao all the way back to Half-Star Bay. As they approached, they noticed giant waves rolling across the sea. The waves were so high that they seemed to soar across the sky like dragons, and they got taller and taller as time went on. The clouds seemed to rip apart, reducing to whiffs of nothing. In fact, dimensions were twisting across the entire planet, and strange scenes unfolded everywhere Hansen looked. We are too late in reaching Half-Star Bay. Ancient water god is already in the middle of leveling up to become a god spirit. Xiao sighed. They pulled to a stop. Hansen kept watching the twisted sky. It looked like something was about to appear in the twisted clouds. The wavy seas suddenly all surged in one direction. A giant body was forming on the horizon, pulling its mass from the seawater. All the water on the planet was being drawn to ancient water god, and his body swelled bigger and bigger. The endless sea dried up quickly, leaving the creatures in the ocean gasping on the dry seabed. Without water, their death came in minutes. Ancient water god's body stood so tall that it looked like it was holding the sky. The massive figure turned its head up, looking at the sky above. Water is life. It is at the basis of everything. I am an ancient spirit. I am the god of water. I crush the world in the name of the water, and I will earn the body of a god spirit. Ancient water god's voice echoed far beyond the planet he stood on. Throughout the universe, wherever there was water, the ancient god's power began to flow. It was like all the sources of water were giving their powers to him, right then and there. The water of the universe was now all moving, headed for ancient water god's body, strengthening him. The terrifying sight made many king-class beings want to kowtow before him. Boom! The fabric of space was torn, and an old and mysterious palace was revealed. When it emerged, the water of the galaxy came to a stop. Every drop of water that was going to ancient water god hovered in place. The Geno Hall? Hansen was shocked. It was the second time he had seen the Geno Hall. The last time he saw it was when Kong Fei started a war.